Create commands. I got it.
Now
I got it.
recording.
Gale Riot.
Yeah,
we're all here.
Well, yeah.
Apparently you're muted. Just letting you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, you were
Yeah.
muted.
You got to redo the whole thing now.
Redo the whole thing. Take it from the top. Action.
Okay, now I should be fine. That was not me muted. It just Streamlabs, for whatever reason, had my mic not selected as my audio source. So again, we'll start up one more time real quick. We got everybody here for the Dokkan and Legends Ultimate Tag Team Podcast, episode number 42. Of course, Dokkan first, then Legends. Of course, we got Gale Riot, Talon, Goresh, Nalar, Ningen. They're going to be taking the floor over from me here while I tinker in the background until we get to Legends. So we'll not waste any more time since I had to just do that twice. I'll go ahead and let them take over. So y'all go on ahead.
All right, guys. What's going on here? I guess.
Yeah.
Not all at once. Not all at once.
I was going to say that bit was equivalent to how much content there is in the game right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Talon, just take it over. I'm not in any scope.
All right, guys. So let's just go ahead and get this started. Again, we don't have much to really talk about. We are going to say right off the bat, take all of this with a grain of salt. It comes from a reliable source, but we don't know exactly if or when it will come out, the order and all this stuff. This is just simply things that have been shown to us or basically talked about via the French data miners and everything about a day ago. So again, just keep your expectations low for right now. And when the things do show on either Twitter or in-game or anything like that, maybe we'll see it. We don't know exactly when. We're expecting it probably tomorrow. I don't know if that's exactly 100%, but give or take, that's when it should be happening for part 2. But part 1's been pretty dead. So first off, though, all this is coming from Team Dokkan. We'll go with literally, we just have a list and we have the title of it called Leaks. So the first one is, I'll go with this first one here. Majin Vegeta Super Attack Rework is apparently happening, but we're not exactly sure when. And yeah, so if anyone actually did listen to, I wasn't actually able to listen to the little stream thing that Team Dokkan talked about and everything. If anyone has more information than that, but apparently Majin Vegeta, the LR Majin Vegeta Super Attack is getting reworked. I'm just not exactly sure any more details than that.
That's all we know about it.
That's all we know.
He just said he thinks it's getting reworked.
Yeah.
Okay, so he thinks it is going to get reworked. We don't have any confirmation. We don't have any pictures or anything. But apparently
that's the question.
That's the case.
Well, of course, he came out, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago at this point. I guess he needs a rework.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't need it as Gohan.
Oh yeah, Gohan needed it because Gohan was the meme for the longest time.
Yeah,
right?
the
literally-
bouncing.
Yeah,
joypad.
they called him the Zoom Gohan.
To be fair, to be fair, out of all the 5 original LRs, I'd say it's either him or Broly maybe that needed the most after Gohan. So I guess in terms of order, it makes sense. But yeah, it's not as needed as Gohan was, like you guys mentioned.
I actually
The
don't like
problem-
Broly's attack at all. I agree with
Yeah,
you.
his
Yeah, it was either Broly or Majin Vegeta that needed it, but I guess Vegeta obviously fits more in the celebration than Broly obviously does. But yeah,
Majin Buu Saga themed celebration. Broly super attack. Yep, they totally connect together.
I mean, technically, it did take place during the Majin Buu saga, technically, but yeah.
Ugh.
Don't worry, we'll be getting more Broly soon.
Oh, yeah, don't
Yeah.
you worry. No, yeah, exactly.
More and more Broly's. Yeah, so interesting enough. I mean, I guess that makes him the next banner is gonna be what a top LR summon. So that means he'll
Probably
be
a top LR summon, yeah. So the new
which means he's
whatever-
going to be featured. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
get ready to pull 4,000 of him, and then nothing.
Oh,
will happen.
God. Well, I guess I can lead right into the next topic then, which is again the new LR, which is supposedly supposed to be some kind of LR Super Saiyan Angel Vegeta or Vegeta Goku combo card, or however they said it. Which then means the other featured LR card, just like last year with Gohan, is going to be the OG Majin Vegeta.
Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. This is the way I understood it, that he explained it to us. Basically, it starts as a base form Angel Vegeta, and then he transforms into Super Saiyan 2 Angel Vegeta. And then once he's Super Saiyan 2 Angel Vegeta, he has an active skill that works as basically, I don't know if he specified it, but it's not going to be an ultimate attack. I think it's either going to be a buffing attack that buffs the whole rotation, or it's just going to be a self-buff like LR Broly's is. And then he's also going to have, I think, the partner super mechanic where if you have a Goku in the Majin Buu Saga category on your same rotation, then he's going to do a special attack that's not ordinarily what he would do otherwise.
Yeah, that's any Goku, right? So base form,
Yeah.
Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan
Anything-
3.
Yeah,
like-
as long as it's in his name. So it could
Yeah,
even
okay,
be
okay.
the Goku and Vegeta from Part 1 that goes into Super Vegeta, because that card technically has Goku in the name, and he's part of the Majin Buu Saga. So
Yeah,
that would work.
Okay.
Yeah, anything that is in Majin Buu Saga, so even the Indesvi as well, or the original 3-year in Goku and Vegeta as well.
Yeah, so that
Yeah.
allows them to get around that whole law here in Japan when it comes to gacha things, where you can't have 2 separate banners trying to get things to summon for and everything like that. So you can basically use any Goku you want from, as long as it's from the saga, in that category, then you're fine basically.
Well, I mean, the reason why that's fine is because they literally just gave us a farmable one, right? So let's say you
Right,
didn't
exactly.
even pull the new
Yep.
LR
Yes.
or Super Vegito. You can actually use that mechanic that's introduced. I mean, they have to do that. They have to give you a way to get around it, which I guess kind of segues into another point I'm having, or tangents off it. Will then the new Hercule is going to be awakening to an exchange Boon Hercule. So will that also combine with the LR Hercule EZA? Would they give him a super, like a combo, like super unit thing, and then use like, hey, as long as you have a Boo on the team, you could do that as well, and that would like feed into the fact that we got a free Hercule that can awaken to an exchange Hercule and Boo. I don't know if I'm speaking soberish or not, but that's the plan.
No.
That's the idea.
I see what you mean, but didn't also we find out, or I think, didn't somebody mention that Goku already also had one more thing with Hercule as well already? Hence
Yeah,
why we got
yeah.
Hercule's easier as well. So I
Yeah,
think
so-
it's more so for the Goku that they're doing that rather than the EZA, but it is possible they could also do it with the Tech LR Hercule EZA and give him a partner super on his EZA.
The way I'm
Mm.
seeing it is, so we have 3 cards all specifically designed to work with each other. The first 2 are the free-to-play cards. So we're getting the Hercule and Fat Boo. That's the exchange card, the free-to-play card that is going to be awakening in Part 2 from the Hercule that's available right now. That's literally part of the thumbnail. The desert, Mr. Satan or Hercule, whatever.
Yep.
So that's one of them. He's going to awaken into a Hercule and Boo exchange unit. Next is the Goku, who's going to awaken into Super Saiyan 3 Goku. and then he has a part. According to what was leaked, he's going to have a partner super mechanic that requires you have a Hercule rotation. So he's going to be doing the super spirit bomb, and then you have the new card who's coming out for the legendary banner, the Vegeta. He wants to be with the Goku.
Yep.
So I think these 3 cards are all meant to work like on the same team with each other.
Okay. All right. I guess we can kind of go off on. Did he give any specific information about the partner super stuff, or is it just what we all kind of know and what Hydros kind of explained like 2-3 episodes back?
It's
It's
basically
just
what you talked
used.
about.
Yeah. It's just that we know
Okay.
that hey, you need to have a specific unit on the team, and they'll launch a specific different super attack or a different super attack.
It's basically just a glorified passive, but for the super. It's like, this part of your passive is only active when this guy's on rotation or whatever.
Yeah.
It's basically the same
Yeah.
concept.
I do
Okay.
wonder. I do wonder if they'll have different effects, or are they just going to be for visually just different compared to the normal super attacks, or is it just going to have something different to its effect as well? Because that'll be
Oh,
it's
interesting.
gonna be.
Has different effects,
It's got to
'cause
be different, yeah.
Yeah.
it'll make you want to use it more.
Yeah. Exactly. Otherwise, yeah, as you said, it'll just be visual, and there's no point in it otherwise.
What if it massively raises attack permanently?
Oh God.
That would be kind of nuts.
Well, who knows? I don't know. Like maybe it will. Maybe they're gonna try and make this thing like super powerful, but you have to be under the same conditions every single time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that could also lead negatively if you have to have a specific unit on the team, but in return you're getting something ridiculous out of it. Yeah.
Which is fine. It's a fine trade-off, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
It's a
completely
good
fair.
balance, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna get this super powerful buff, but you got real restrictions behind it, as long as it doesn't deter you from actually using the card when it doesn't have the partner, then that's fine. I think that's okay. It's just gonna be interesting how they approach it because I don't want it to be another LR Gohan situation where, well, he can't ever transform unless you got a Android on your team or specifically Android 16. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that to happen, but it's like, okay, here's a nice little perk if you decide to go down that path. But if you don't want to, for team building purposes, you can do whatever you want. Then you'll just be stuck with like this pretty good kit, and instead of like an 8 out of 10 kit instead of like a 10 out of 10 kit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I'm
for
okay
sure.
with these partner supers having more stringent requirements than transformation, because transformations you're basically recreating the unit when you transform. Like it's a completely separate character basically.
Yeah.
So for you to be locked out of doing that, that's like pretty restrictive. And you literally can't use half the character if you can't transform. But for these super attacks, it's just a super attack. It's not like you're locked out of using the character and get the requirements done. So I think them being sort of more strict with the requirements for these super attacks, I think that's fine.
Apparently Hydros in chat said that they already confirmed that they do have effects with their conditions. So yeah, they will change. They're not just visual changes. They're gonna have effects as well. So yeah.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah.
okay. What else we got here?
Global gang, rise up. Extreme Super Battle Road coming to global.
Yeah, that's actually really big.
Finally.
It's true.
Yeah. We needed it for 6 months now. It's been a while. We probably needed it sometime in between as well. Probably during
The
anniversary would have been amazing.
The one thing I don't understand, if they were going to release this in a celebration at the same time as JP, then why didn't they just do it during Saiyan Day?
Same day. Yep.
I'll say this one thing. I wish, okay, like you said, it should have been during Saiyan Day, but one thing I also think would have been better, the 10 category Super Battle Roads that JP just got, why didn't they just put them in the celebration like they did last year with the previous 10 stages of the category Super Battle Roads?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we
That's
talked about
just
this
one of the
last week. I mean, we have no idea why.
yeah, that's just like it's just so confusing as to why they didn't do that. It would have been such a it's just easy content. Like 10 stages,
Yep.
people take their time on those 10 stages, especially with how difficult they were before obviously we got the 2 new units, but yeah.
I think if you put in those 10 stages into part 1, it like solves 90% of the problem with the content draft.
Yep.
100%.
I 100% agree with that.
Because that's the thing, we already had a Majin Buu Saga stage, so even if you're somebody with a lot of stones, or maybe you just got really unlucky, it doesn't really matter if you didn't put units, because the 10 stages weren't, obviously they on some of them. You wouldn't be able to not units. It would have been something for every.
You're
Right.
cutting out a little bit, just letting you know.
You're cutting out there quite a bit, dude. And now he just can't hear us at all.
Well, I mean, I agree with you because I don't think. Okay. What units? Just because I'm not exactly in the most great state of mind. What units came out for global between same day and now? Like featured Dokkan Fest. That's what I'm asking.
Sorry, say that again.
What units came out from same day till now on global for featured Dokkan Fest?
On global.
Kefla, the two fusions,
It
SV,
was mostly
Buhan,
anniversary stuff.
Okay, so
Android 13, and that's it, I think.
Yeah.
yeah, I
no,
don't think there's
Beerus.
much that. Oh, yeah, Beerus is pretty good. Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't think there's anything that like deterred you from, like, there was no unit that deterred you from using, from getting ESBR now. Like, there's no unit that came out from same day till now that like
No.
massively increased your chances of completing ESBR. You know what I mean?
I think
Yeah.
the only thing that kind of increased your chances were the support type units, and even then, you could probably do it without them. I'd say.
Right. Yeah, it could be done.
Yeah,
So.
even Unawakened is not as good.
Yeah, I don't know. It boggles my mind why nothing was released at the same time. Like nothing, but whatever. I don't know.
What else we got?
IDBH.
Infinite Dragon Ball History.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
So-
guess that's just gonna be because the one we got in the countdown, that was just up to Fat Boo, right? So
Yeah.
I guess this one's gonna be going through Fat Boo all the way up to Kid Boo, I guess.
Yeah. Or it could be a Super Warriors variant, but I think the
Yeah.
villains version is more likely because they just skipped out on Super Boost transformations.
Oh, so you're thinking it's gonna be all Super Boos? I mean, all the Boos?
Yeah,
Fat
it's
Boo,
either
the evil.
yeah. I because I just don't think like why would they ignore them, and I mean they could also leave it for whenever they do Kid Buu now, considering we know he's not coming. But yeah, it's either that or the Super Warriors version. It might be the
I
Super
think-
Warriors version purely because we're getting LR Vegeta as an LR, or Vegeta as the main card, and they could leave the Super Buu to Kid Buu versions for when they do a Dokkan Fest Kid Buu.
Right.
But I don't know.
I think they're just gonna combine them. Like you do
Yeah, it could be
like
back and forth.
Gotenks, then Super Boo, then you go to like I don't know Vegito, and then Buhan, and then the new Vegeta maybe is an enemy, and then you have Kid Buu or something. I don't know.
That's possible, yeah.
Because the Future Trunk stage, as well as the Broly stage, they both have super and extreme units as enemies in there.
Yeah, they kind of just went back and forth through all of them. Wait, how many stones do you normally get for IDBH? Like when a new one comes out?
35?
How much?
Is it 35 or?
Yeah, I think it's like 30 something. Yeah.
Yeah. I was leaning towards 25 to be honest, but I think it is 35.
If you do all.
Yeah.
All
There's like
right,
multiple
well.
missions there too.
Oh, and plus missions too. Yeah. 'Cause, isn't it like 30 to clear the stage, and then like with the missions you get up to like 35 or
No,
40 or something?
So it's all missions, and it's like.
Oh, it's all
5
missions. Okay.
or something.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what they release with that.
Yeah.
So we still talk about ESPR. Oh, did we talk about the new LR? The leak of what the new LR may be.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
went over it.
Okay. Again, I'm not into. Okay, I gotta get another drink. I'll be right back.
I think that's literally everything, right?
I mean, do we want to really talk about Hercule EZA? I don't think we, apart from talking about the partner supers he might have, but we didn't talk much about him.
I don't even know.
Yeah, I
Like,
think we talked about it on like the previous 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've
Just like
spoken
ages
about
ago.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've spoken about him multiple times.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, with the LR EZAs, it's what SA25. There's no levels they get, right? They don't go to 170. They stay at 150.
Oh,
And then there's
no
just like some
stats as
change.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's changes to his, like, obviously he's going to get changes to his passive, leader skill, and super attack, but no link changes, like really not a huge significant boost. Obviously he'll be better than what he is now currently, clearly. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. It's just kind of a nice, hey, we're getting this too kind of thing, but it's not the main feature, at least to me. So
Yeah, I mean, I think they could make him interesting because we take a look at what they did with the Tech LR Goku. Like, I don't know,
it's
this guy
true.
could be really good.
I hope he does become. I for some reason I hope he's more offensive than defensive because of course we have the Int one as well that's
Yep,
defensive. But I mean, based on his current like skill set, you could say it's looking like he's gonna be more defensive anyways.
Well, what is it? Great chance to get X amount of attack up and then like
No,
key?
I think it's great chance to get like 7 key and 20,000 defense, or it's something
Defense?
like that. Let me check.
I thought it was.
I could
I
be
thought it
wrong.
was attack.
It was attack. Sorry, he gets 50% defense on his 18 key. Sorry, he gets a great chance of 20,000 attack and 7 key.
Okay, so yeah, so like I mean, what they could do is keep the great chance thing and make it, instead of 20,000 attack, like, I don't know, an extra 100% attack or something like that, and the key, but then just give them a base starting amount of like attack and defense. Like that's all they really need to do to make things work really well.
Yeah,
But yeah, but that, at least that's my opinion.
Just make him super fun, like base attack and defense.
Yeah,
You
that's
know what they
true.
should do?
Make it
Yeah.
high chance 2% attack.
You know what
Yeah.
they should do? I just thought of this.
what?
Give him random attack increases per key sphere.
So anything between like 5 to 10% per key sphere, effectively.
I'm thinking like 8 to 18% per key sphere.
I mean, that would make him really cool and fun to use. Just
Yeah, because you
absolute
never know. Like,
randomness.
each key
Yeah.
sphere could be different. Could be a different boot. I don't even know if that's possible to do, like coding wise, but I think that would be cool.
Well, I think the coding wise, I think the easiest way would be like have a RNG factor of 8. Let's say we'll use your 8 to 18. Let's say RNG 8 to 18 per key sphere, and it like rolls on 12. Then every key sphere you get will be like 12 there. You know what I mean? Still would be a cool mechanic because you just don't know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and even at the start of the turn, you won't know because it doesn't tell you.
Right.
Yeah,
So
you-
so you're like, okay, I'm banking on this guy getting a massive attack set in this turn. And then
I wonder if I wonder if they do that and say you do, let's say, restart your phone and get back to the turn, will it change again? So a
No,
lot
it
of
would just be
people,
the same.
or it would be
It
the
would
same.
be always
Yeah,
be the
'cause-
same. Yeah.
yeah, it would be the same. That would be really
Ugh.
cool. I would be down for that. That would be fantastic, to be honest.
Because I don't think this guy's ever gonna be like, oh my god, he's like one of the best
No.
units ever. So
I
like, you
think-
might as well just make him fun.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
then
he
if
should
they
be like
wanna
the
make him fun, so you
Hercule.
wanna use-
Yeah, they may just make him fun, like Ningen said.
Because if you think about like go on, there's so many top tier fun.
You're cutting in and out, but I'm assuming you're just saying like there's a lot of top tier options, so you might as well just make them fun so people can actually use him. I think that's what you're. Can you turn him up directly on Discord? Like click on his name. Oh, okay.
Well, you're capturing
Well-
desktop audio, right? Or no? Yeah, so
Yeah,
if you
so
make
it
him
should-
louder, it'll be louder. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
okay. Well, in that case, not
No.
much we could do there. But
Yeah, I was hoping it'd be okay because the first time. If it gets
okay.
too bad,
No, you're just cutting in. I mean, you're a little quiet and you're cutting in and out, so we're just not really sure what you're saying here. But I think what you were trying to say was like there's a lot of top tier options in Majin Saga, which is primarily where you would use him. So if that's the case, you might as well just make him fun, so people would just
Yeah.
take him just for the fun of it, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
to be honest, the only places like you mentioned was probably going to be Majin Buu Saga or Earthlings, and more so Earthlings once we get a proper category lead for it as well.
Will we get a proper category lead? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, we still need world tournaments. So I wouldn't be. It will take some time, I suppose.
200% all stats 4 key for Earthlings. Where is it?
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Well, I mean, isn't
Krillin
what's Hercule's passive right now, or his lead skill right now?
His current
all
lead skill
stats, right?
is it's all types HP and defense 100%.
I mean,
That's a beast of a
mean-
leader skill.
I mean, it's only second to
So good.
Piccolo's.
Well, can you imagine if they gave him 3 key 120 to all types? And
That
then
would be
you can
amazing.
actually then you can actually run him on. Well, you could bring World Tournament, like he would be a lead for that. He could be a
Yeah.
lead for Earthlings in that regard. You know what I mean? You can make a specific teams built around him that way. That'd be kind of cool.
I'd
That's
be
a good
down for that, to be honest. Yeah.
Anyways, I think we covered everything in terms of what's available this week.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So the last thing I guess we could sort of just talk about real quick is data. Not the data download. The Twitter reveal. I think is either going to be tonight or tomorrow.
Right.
So be ready.
I think it should be tonight because didn't Dokkan say in his website that it was like 13th? No, sorry, 14th was when the part 1 begins. So assuming it's
Yeah,
French
well,
time, it'll be 13th night.
Because he said initially in his first post, like this was like before even part 1 started,
Mm-hmm.
he said the legendary banner would be on the 14th, but now he's saying the 15th. So that's why I said yesterday on Twitter, I was like, okay, I expect it tonight or tomorrow. But now that he changed it to a day later, I'm like, okay, now it's definitely tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, no, I hope. I think we should get it tonight. Maybe a Twitter reveal, and then tomorrow's the news post in the game itself as well and whatnot.
Yeah.
I hope so.
All right, you want to move on to questions?
Yeah, I guess we should.
Yeah, hit those.
Yeah, let's go.
I think the best age units in the game are the 3-year fusion units.
Yeah, I'd say the 3-year fusions. I'd say physical cooler, and probably engine Ember to an extent. I feel as well as Tech Golden Frieza.
Yeah, I mean those are easy A's. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean he did
It's
say
a bit-
if you
a bit
count
weak
easy A's,
purpose.
so
I guess, yeah. I mean, if counting easy A's, then
Physical Vegeta Blue.
yeah,
I
Vegeta
mean
Blue is
Fifi's
liquid.
VB. Yeah, I forgot about him.
Yep.
Yeah, him. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'd also argue to say LRVB, the STR one. I think he's
Yeah,
arguably he's like for a free to play unit, and I know it's still an LR, but he's still used quite often. Obviously, Fizz VB has taken a spotlight recently, but pre Fizz VB's easier. He was probably the best VB we had.
I mean,
Super
he. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
STR Super Sen. Still Super Battle Royale.
I assume you said Super Saiyan 3
Super-
Vegeta.
Yeah. I'm making that assumption because you cut out
Yeah.
there.
Also,
that's the
Naz,
case,
you're
yes.
muted.
But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, LRVB, I took him under the Battle of Wits, so I took 2 LR Super Vegetos. He held his own, man. Like, he completely held his own. I mean, he wasn't tanking the best, but he was tanking maybe 20k on Extreme Super Battle Road on Super Strength. Like, that's not bad at all, considering how old that card is.
sorry to interrupt. I think Nas, your mic got muted again. They didn't hear the question.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh.
I mean, we can hear
I
you,
mean,
but I don't know if the stream.
We
can
hear.
you.
I don't know if the
Yeah,
stream
we can
yeah.
hear you. Stream can't hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I fixed it. The question originally was just which one of the oldest units had aged the best, with or without EZA, like the year 3 fusion units and whatnot. That was the question that they just answered. To make sense of what you just heard. Were y'all done with that one? Should I move on to the next one?
Yep, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Is Strength Cooler the #1 TUR in the homie Garesh's heart? Also, RIP, no LR Kid Boo. That was from
My
Android
heart?
21.
My heart has to be Metal Cooler.
Yeah, on my heart, I still think Cooler is the most. Talon, you here? Where are you, buddy?
I think he said he's not. He's coming back in a while.
Okay.
He said back in 2, but it's been
It's
15.
been a bit. Yeah, Cooler is still the most versatile unit, at least in my opinion. Okay, again, my opinion. I don't think he's the best unit anymore.
hmm
Clearly, I think that's Gohan's mantle to someone to knock off, but
Yeah.
I still think he's the most versatile, personally.
I personally need to use Gohan whenever he comes out on global to say it myself, but yeah, so far I'd say in terms of TURs, Cooler is by far one of the best units in the game.
Yeah, so
Yeah. I can't really answer that question either, so. The next question, which was from Bruno, thank you, which was, what unit do you want more after this celebration? Like, what unit, I guess, do you want the most post-celebration, I guess?
I'd like a break, so get me Evil Ken on global so that I don't have to summon on him. I want to summon on Gohan, please, thank you.
Does he mean like which unit do we want on global that's already been released on JP, or like what new unit do we want?
just a new unit in general, I assume, is what he's referring
Yeah.
How about a Dokkan Fest final form for EZA that we don't have, and he's like the most
Ooh.
iconic villain in the series.
Yeah, we haven't had. Yeah. I mean, if they don't do Kid Buu, I mean, isn't it possible they could just do a solo Dokkan Fest for him, maybe?
I mean,
New
the only
Year's,
thing
baby,
we
New Year's.
That would be so disrespectful. Imagine they finish the celebration, they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, here's Kid Buu."
Yeah, it would just be so weird, but I mean, there's not much I don't know what they can do after this, to be honest. It's just Kid Buu screaming to me because we're not getting him.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
I
right
mean,
now,
I-
guys, New Year's.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying New Year's. I think that's what's going to happen. I know it's weird. I know technically this is quoted as the end of the Majin Buu saga, but you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we got a Kid Buu and a Super Saiyan 3 Goku for New Year's. It wouldn't surprise me.
I think New
That's
Year's is
fair.
going to lead up to whatever's next.
Yeah. I would say this though. It's possible they could go back to movies and do maybe a solo BoJack and maybe like a non-featured Trunks, perhaps. We haven't gotten a new Trunks. Well, Trunks and Mai, but we haven't gotten a solo Trunks in a while as well. So could do that.
Well, we definitely are going to get a Dokkan Fest of BoJack and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. At least in my opinion, we deserve one. So I absolutely see that personally. But
Yeah. The
what do
only
I
reason...
want?
Sorry,
no,
go
go ahead.
No,
finish it up.
sorry, I was gonna just say the only reason I just don't see a new Gohan is because we just got him about a year ago. So that's the only reason why I said maybe a solo BoJack. But I would love a BoJack and Gohan dual Dokkan Fest as well.
I mean, they've already done multiple units with the same name, like overriding each other. Like look at
True,
LR
true.
Tech Goku, then AGL Spirit Bomb Zerb Goku. They're still both Super Saiyan Goku, so you can only run one of them, right?
True, very true.
They overrode.
Um,
Yeah, and they did the same with Bardock. So
Yeah.
So they've already set the precedent. So I won't be surprised. I would be surprised if they don't bring us a Super Saiyan 2 Gohan out the gate. You know, where it would
That's fair.
override the Strength one and the Intel R. But to be fair, if it's in about a year from now, which I think would be about the right timeline, that would be about the right timeline for where we get EZAs or summonable LRs. So I could see them EZAing the LR int Super Saiyan 2 Gohan with the movie BoJack, even though they're not like completely related. It's just the fact that
Yeah.
they're both Super Saiyan 2 Gohans. And then it's like, hey, look, one of them has one specific kit, and then you have the old original first summonable LR where they improve his kit and make him good in a different way, just like a straight on attack nuker kind of thing, versus if they bring out the movie Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, it's just like, oh yeah, he's, everything, get defensive and offensive, whatever, just not nearly as offensive as like the Intel R one, for example, when they EZA him for that. So again, they just my main point was they've set the precedent of they're easily overriding units or making them coexist in the same space for different purposes. So
That's fair. Yeah.
okay, got any more donos, Nas, or are we good for now?
I believe there was two more. Hell May Cry. Now that it's been a while, would you guys say LR Gogeta has been dethroned for best animations in the game, or would you still agree that his are still some of the best?
Super attack animations.
I would still say his are the best.
Yeah,
I say
for the
yeah, I
LRs.
mean, you're ripping it straight from the Dragon Ball Super
Yeah.
Broly movie. That's pretty hard to beat.
Yeah.
Not to say that the other, obviously the new units have amazing looking super attacks, and the last year or so, the super attack animations have been pretty
Top
spot
notch.
on and pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I actually really want to see the free-to-play Super Saiyan 3 Goku's partner super attack. I feel like that could be good because it's a super spirit bomb.
It has to be good
Yeah.
because that's the last moment in Dragon Ball Z. It has to
Yeah.
be good, or one of the last moments, I should say. If they don't make that good, that's gonna be tragic. Considering they've
Alrighty.
already got it our odds without an LR Kid Buu and stuff.
All right, guys, I'm gonna need another drink, and I don't want to degenerate this conversation even further. So, I will leave you boys to answer all the magnificent questions that the people have for us. So, I will catch you later.
All right.
All right, what other questions do we have?
do we have any more nows, or do we have to go to Twitter
There's
questions?
plenty on Twitter.
All right, hang on, I'll pull it up real quick. Okay, so we've got a lot of people complaining about the celebration. LR Hercule EZA. Do you think okay, here's one I guess I doubt they'll do, but do you think that they'll ever release a special stage for farming link levels like potential orbs?
No. The
Not
reason why I
anytime
don't think so is
soon.
because it was meant to just be something that happened over time. You weren't meant to
Yeah.
farm them.
Right.
I could argue. I mean, arguably, the B-Pan stage is effectively its equivalent. I'd argue to say because that's the best place to get it, but that's purely because on the stamina side that it costs so much stamina to do one run. But yeah, I don't see it happening either.
Let's see. Again, more people complaining about the content.
Yeah, this. Oh, are you looking through the Twitter
Um,
questions, Talon?
Huh?
Are you looking through the Twitter questions, or should I bring those
Yeah,
up?
I'm looking through the Twitter questions right now.
Okay.
The usual friend links, the friend system updates. Here's an interesting one, I guess, for global players. What banners on globals from now till the end of the year do you think will have the little step up guaranteed feature? And if, oh, that was it. Okay, yeah.
Gohan. I'd say Gohan.
I thought most people said probably all normal Dokkan Fest banners going forward will probably have it.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it'll be more so before decently big celebrations because, to be honest, the two examples we've had in Kefla and Beerus have only been before big celebrations. We haven't had a case where we've had a normal Dokkan Fest yet prior to like a normal celebration.
well, we used to get the Pilaf Strove, which is basically the same exact thing. Like the Android
True.
13 one had that ticket where you could get a featured guaranteed, right?
Yeah. It's possible. We'll need to just wait and see how they do it in the next couple of months because now it's kind of going to slow down on global quite a bit. I guess Thanksgiving and Tanabata, I guess, but it's gonna slow down quite drastically. So it'll be better to see how they do it from now on. But I think it's gonna be something they do just before for the Dokkan Fest that comes before like a big celebration more than anything else.
All right, here's another question. Considering we got Bootanks and Vegito this celebration, do you think next year we'll finally get LR, Janemba, and exchange Pycon into Gogeta?
It just depends what the theme is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the theme.
I mean, we're definitely gonna get an update to that Vegeta Dokkan event because we just got one for the Vegito, so they have to do a counterpart, right? The ultimate pair, or
Right,
whatever it's
yeah,
called,
yeah.
Otherworld.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, could be the 6th year. I don't know.
Wouldn't surprise me. You know, they could show the teaser photos for the countdown being all GT themed and everything, and then boom, Super Gogeta and Janemba.
Well, one of my theories is it's gonna be GT themed, and then in the old Dokkan Fest, instead of doing Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta versus Mega, it's gonna be Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and then Fusion Reborn Gogeta.
Oh god. Rip villains. Rip villains. It's a sad day. Although maybe they'll take a risk with because of how well Bootanks is done. I mean, I find a lot of Bootanks. Obviously, you find a lot of Vegetos, but Bootanks is no slouch. He's a very good card. So
I like him
Yeah.
more than Vegito, by the way.
I find him to be more fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people asking about ticket banner stuff for next year already.
Yeah, where how do we get those?
Where are the tickets?
Yeah, fun. That's basically it. It's literally the same questions over again that we've already talked about, or B, again, asking where's the content, and yeah.
I mean, if we don't have anything else, we can move on. I don't know.
Yeah, we can move on. I mean, they're asking about part 2 LRs. Is this the best card in the game? Yeah, that's basically it. So
If your question was, is this card the best card in the game? The answer is yes.
is LR Hercule the best card in the game? Totally.
Yes, of course. Arshan as well. Gotta respect everybody in the game.
There you go. All right, but yeah, I think that's it for Dokkan stuff. There's really not much to talk about.
Yeah.
All right, you want to take that break now, and then I guess we'll come back for Legends.
Yeah, if y'all want
good.
to. I mean, people in the audience also kind of do have to remember it's about to be autumn. I've kind of put it in the title. It's like, this is kind of a slow period until like the holiday seasons kick back up.
I mean, there's a reason we have the Hercule on the thumbnail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I put that there.
It's dry.
at your
It's completely
discretion.
dry.
Thirsty.
There's another question that's just popped up. Do you think year 6 could be ROF? It's possible?
I would say no. I think that's more of a New Year's thing.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
I think that's like more of a New Year's / Golden Week thing. Maybe
Ooh, I
not
can see that. I can see that Golden Week. Yeah.
All right.
All right, I guess we're gonna take a 5-10 minute break and we'll be back for the legend stuff.
Did y'all get that Monetization flash about the 6 ROF LR Final Form Frieza to Golden LR Blue Goku Vegeta?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess we'll try and round up some of the Legends people. It's going to be super early, so I don't know if all of them are going to be ready yet or not. But
Make it a 10-minute break if you need to then.
yeah, y'all feel free to take a break. Just come back whenever. Try and tag some of the Legends people also.
Will
Yeah,
do.
sorry about that audio issues. That's sorted.
Well, it's all good. I can turn you up when we go to upload it. Like I can crank you up so everyone will be able to hear it. I didn't mute the stream, so we're still live while y'all are breaking, just because I'm playing a game in the background. So.
All right. I'll
That's fine.
probably head out as well, since you guys will handle the Legends part. But thanks for having me again. I'll catch you all later.
Yeah, it was good having you here. So for everyone
Good.
in chat who might still be watching, we're technically in a break between Legends and Dokkan, but I'm still just playing Among Us, so y'all can feel free to chill while we try and round up everybody else. Who did I just see Medbay scan too? I don't even remember. I gotta go back. Oh, it's blue. I can watch my own stream. All right, blue's clean. Red is clean. Bros, I know someone had to go for this other auction. Okay, good. What's your question, Mr. Jose Alberto 14? Because we can always get to it when we pick back up. Dark blue and red are clean. It's gotta be purple or orange or white. Yeah, being the imposter in this game is really random thug life. That's why I go into the lobbies with 2 imposters, because it's more of a chance you'll get it, and it's more balanced. I'm just voting for white. I don't know. I've seen everybody else do something. Blue and red are clean. They say black is clean. Oh, tie. It's not good. Zenkai takes forever regardless. Now that it's cheap, we're just doing the skips over and over again to get all the souls. So, I need to finish my tasks. I'm probably like one of the last ones. It's my dog coughing in the background there. I know orange is clean too. Orange... Oh man. Alright, black was clean. So it's gotta be... I appreciate that, Blue Ignition. I appreciate that. So how do people rank Nas killed me last round? I trusted you. Oh, that was you. I'm sorry. But you guys won if it makes you feel any better, so. Orange is the only one who hasn't voted. Why is Orange skipping? Alright, one down. Orange voted to skip, so that's potentially sus right there, Nathan. But he watched me do the asteroids and he backed me up. Alright, if I finish my tasks, we should win. I just gotta do 2 more things real quick. Come on. I was slacking on tasks. No! I'm just voting for pink. I'm going along with the crowd. Just vote for orange. Nathan, he watched me though. He watched me do the asteroids and he backed me up. Good, we win. Pink. I don't even know. I didn't see either one of them do anything. I was fumbling a little. I was watching other people proving their innocence. Well, so I've lost as the killer once. And we lost as the survivors once. But other than that, we've won every game. Alright, hopefully the Legends people are coming. Oh, okay. Wasn't even paying attention. Sorry, I'll get to y'all's Dragon Ball questions in a second, but I gotta, like, kill people. Alright, what to sabotage first? We'll do oxygen. Oh, he already did lights, the other killer. I'll make it set it up. I'm gonna set it up. Set it up like I'm defending other players, so maybe they trust me. That's what's going on here today. Deception is the name of the game. And then once we come out of this vote, we're gonna wait to sabotage stuff because the kill timer is gonna have like a 20-second cooldown. Yeah, it's Slanak. It's like Trouble in Terrorist Town from Gmod also. It's kind of where they got the idea from. I can't really sabotage anything. I can shut some doors on some people, maybe. Let's shut all the doors. Confuse people, scare them a little bit, maybe. Could have killed that guy, but I need to make sure that I'm alone. There's too many people all grouped up. We need to get the reactor going. Come on, reactor. Oh, he broke the lights? Oh, the lights. That's gonna drag these people back. I was trying to kill him before he could report the body. Oh, Black is trying to defend himself. They think it's Black. Oh, even Red's voting for Blue. Even Red is voting for Blue. Which Blue, though? Which Blue? What Blue? There's two. I mean, hopefully people would say Cyan, but some people might not. Oh, people are voting off. Uh-oh. I'm alone. I'm alone now. Dude, there's a lot of people left for me to be alone. I can't shut any doors while the lights are still messed up either. No, why did you lock us all in here? I can't do nothing when there's a witness. The ghost of the other saboteur is doing things behind my back. Dude, he keeps shut. Oh, I'm stuck with these two other people. Uh-oh, someone's watching. Someone's watching and ratting me out. Because there's no reason that he would know. He said Discord. Spliff. I don't trust you. I'm gonna have to find a new lobby.
Oh, I thought everybody was quiet for a second. So like, what the?
Yeah, they're all on break while we're waiting for the transition between the two. But I'm just sitting here playing Among Us while we wait. Because I don't know. I wouldn't be doing anything either way.
Not really. No, I only hopped in real quick because I don't know if you guys saw the DM, but like I'm literally out of the house just getting food real quick, so I'm gonna be slightly late. But I should be there when I get back home for sure.
All right, cool. That's what's up. Yeah, we don't have much to talk about, so we'll just try and BS, I guess.
Alright, cool. I mean, at the very least, though, I really do want to talk about 18, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure by the time I get back, it's gonna be done for us, though. But, yeah, like, yeah, I'll just try to get back real quick.
All right, no hurry.
Alright, cool.
See you in a bit.
Alright, later.
Someone is stream sniping in here, so I'm just gonna throw them the W because there's not really much I can do. I can't kill anyone. They're gonna know. Who was that was saying that? Oh, I can't check chat while I'm in. I can't check chat. I can't really kill anybody. I'm kind of in a crap spot right now. He's just shutting the doors and keeping me trapped with everybody. And I can't do major sabotages when the doors are shut either. I just want to kill Red. I can't find him by himself. Where are you, Red? So what am I supposed to do with this? No, the whole game is messed up. The whole game got messed up. I'll vote myself. or if you're in the stream watching me play, you can't watch the stream. You gotta hit pause or something, man. I read that. That was dope. Right? There must be a couple people from the stream in this lobby that know what's happening, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense. The only reason I don't want to join with y'all while playing the game is because someone's gonna stream snipe, and for situations like this, it's tough. That's why I was just trying to play with randoms. I mean, whoever joined, I didn't care, but see, people be stream sniping. If you pause, then you can't cheat, because then you're not watching and seeing who's the killer. That was pretty entertaining. Like, I'm not even mad. That was pretty amusing, but... You were yellow, you had to pause. Yeah, you weren't... It was Red that was accusing Spliff. You were the one in Discord making all the wild accusations. Hide the code with the face cam. I mean, I could. I could do that. While the lobby was, like, not that full, it didn't really matter. I don't know. I was just trying to have some fun. Hopefully y'all ain't be cheating. There are no legends. Yeah, we got Zenkai 18 to talk about, more LBR to talk about. I guess Zenkai 18 kind of took the spot of the Goten and Trunks transforming. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I turned off the... No! Don't disconnect me, bro. Alright, good. We're still good. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. That kind of threw off the timing a little bit. This lobby doesn't really have enough tasks for the survivors either. Dude, I get that swipe every time. Sometimes I mess up, but Black and Red are a team, trust me. Alright, no cheating, y'all. That's why I just left the code on the screen, because I don't care. First come, first serve, whoever gets in here. I gotta prime these shields. Come here, Nathan. Watch me prime these shields. Oh, never mind. Red! Red, what are you doing? You just walked right by, Red. Oh, Red, I'm disappointed in you, Red. I'm disappointed in you. The lights weren't even down then, so you should have been able to see me. Dead corpse. Right here. Oh, he's smart, too. They're doing the reactor meltdown, which means nobody will be over here. Oh, Orange, this is your chance. Thank you, Orange. Thank you. Dr. Pepper, everyone else is on break between Dokkan and Legends. So instead of just being like AFK, I'm sitting here and continuing to entertain y'all a little bit. I mean, maybe. I'm dead, so I don't have any stake in this. I feel like Summit 1G when he was streaming on Twitch last night, because everyone was just trying to kill him. They just killed the person streaming. Uh-oh. I know who it was. I know who it was. I'm not the lobby leader, so I can't really kick anyone either. All my homies hate Red. What's up, Nathan Luna? I don't know if you're the Nathan that's in the game or not, so nothing happened because they were with you. Blame one of them. I had to do what I had to do. It's white, and I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention. It could be any one of these MFers. We could say Red. We could just blame Red, just because. All right. I'm a ghost. Let me see if I can figure out medbay. I'm gonna start up the medbay and then see if I can figure out who the killer is. I gotta wait on that anyway. I can see quite a few people. They're all grouped up over here, so the killer's not gonna do anything. Divert some power. Alright, it can't be orange. Orange just dumped the trash. We know it's white. Well, I'm just gonna finish my task real quick. Can't be orange. Let's follow red around for a little. We're gonna ghost red and see what he's doing. What are you doing, Spliff? What are you doing, huh? With your little Russian hat. I knew it! Oh, y'all were right. Y'all were right. F red. All my homies hate red. Uh-oh. We know who the two are. We know who they are. I knew it was a good idea to ghost him. Do we just like shadow dance like 5 feet across the screen to cut blue in half too? Uh-oh, let's look in the chat. Let's see who's accusing who. Uh-oh, that orange is right. That hallway is on the camera. So orange is definitely, he's right. He could be watching cameras and telling the truth. Orange wouldn't lie. Yeah, we saw orange dump the trash, didn't we? Don't throw out orange. Yes, okay, they listened. Spliff, you can't kill people in those hallways. They're on camera. You can see the camera too. It's right there. The camera is literally right under me. I'm sitting on top of the camera that saw that. That saw that murder on cam. Alright, we already know who the other one is. Let's see what he's doing though. I gotta finish this sample too. Help them win maybe off tasks. Alright, all my tasks are done. Where's White? Here we go. We're gonna follow White around for the rest of the match. Don't you do it. Oh, he's fake tasking pretty well. But you can tell the bar doesn't move, so if they were savvy and they were watching him task, the bar doesn't actually go up. Oh, he locked himself in with... What? How did orange... that must just be lag. Uh-oh. Dude, as soon as that door opens, orange is gonna know. What? Orange, go... Orange, you had to know that you saw White in there. Orange, Anubis, you're onto something. Dirty Dan, you're probably right. It's been 10 minutes, but since we're so early for Legends, all these fools have got like this weekly regiment planned out, and they're all like doing stuff, and they're not ready to join yet. Like you just heard Indakuba jump in here for a second. He sounds like he's driving home. Uh-oh. So I'm trusting that y'all aren't stream sniping here, because this game doesn't work if people stream snipe. Yeah. Yeah, Wick of Legends, in my defense, Goresh actually asked me to play this game during the background because there was like nothing going on in Dokkan this week. Hey, we won. But I'm trusting again that y'all aren't stream sniping. I'm not the lobby leader, so it's out of my hands. Oh, I say I'm gonna give all y'all the benefit of the doubt. You know, some people out there will be sneaky, but you know, we could still have some fun. All right, they kind of need to add some more tasks, though. All right, someone come with me to medbay. I know none of y'all can hear me, but look. All right, we're gonna scan in here. Wait, what are you doing, Spliff? Alright, my innocence has been proven. Look at all these witnesses. All the witnesses know that I'm innocent now. They're just sitting over there waiting. If they were in that... Oh, man.
Hello.
What's up, Palm? Uh-oh, this makes me a prime target.
What are we doing?
We're still in an elongated break between Dokkan and Legends because Dokkan finished up super quick, and a lot of Legends people weren't ready yet.
Yeah, I just saw.
Brad said that he'd be late, and Dakuba jumped in and said that he was driving home and that he'd be a little late. So I'm just playing Among Us right now while, I don't know who to vote for, by the way. I'm just playing Among Us while we wait and entertaining everybody.
Sounds good. By the way, can you hear me okay? Am I still super spacey?
You're not as spacey, but you're a little quiet, but I can turn you up. Let me see if I can crank your volume up.
Alright, I just put my gain all the way up now. Is that better?
Yeah, and I turned you up to like 200%. You fixed the echo for the most part.
Nice. I just put some acoustical foam right behind my screens, and yeah, and unfortunately, I just got noticed that my microphone arm will be late, so my new microphone will be, I hope, maybe still there for the next podcast, but
yeah,
we'll see.
You definitely, in that, whatever you did, you took out like 75% of the reverb.
Yes. Still a little bit in space, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely still a little bit, but you'll get there.
I'm still in the atmosphere.
I'm not even going to mess with this because these people are going to be fighting with me for communications here.
I'm coming home, people.
I have no idea who the killer is. Oh, God.
We need everybody to hurry up. We got a mountain of content to go through.
Right? A mountain of content. I'm surprised nobody's
Just like-
killed me yet in this game because everybody knows that I'm innocent. I didn't
So
see anything.
how was Dokkan?
I'm so useless in the clue part of this game because nothing ever happens around me unless it's me that's gonna be killed. Spliff said it's red. Look, we can listen to Spliff and vote red, but if he's lying, then we vote him off. I didn't see anything, so he can't be stream sniping off me. Okay, so we've proven that Spliff isn't stream sniping, but he could still be in a Discord with somebody, and if that person got killed, they could tell him. So, Killer, if you're watching this, you should kill Spliff. Have you been enjoying your hybrids, Professor Sensei?
Oh, most definitely.
Does 18 give you too many problems, or not really?
I mean, if I'm running my real team, no, not really. If I'm playing around and not being as tryhard, then definitely. What I mean, like, I can just take 2 reds and Kaiser versus her, so I'm uniquely, kind of immune.
Yeah.
But if I'm
Dude, I
having
have-
fun and running my my ultimate Gohan and my Goten, she's absolutely terrifying. She'll 2-shot me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing 18 right now, and so many teams playing like red, red, purple, or red, red, yellow even. I still beat like probably half or most of them, and I'm still bringing her. It's just she is so terrifying.
Oh,
Yeah, she's
Goresh said
scarier than
he had a 30-minute phone call he's got to do now too, so he'll be back in like by 11.
So
there's not going to be a whole lot of structure to this Legends portion, I feel like.
so are we hanging out for 30 minutes and then?
I mean,
Yeah.
we might as well stall a little bit because Goresh and Indakuba are both busy. Indakuba just popped in while he was driving home and said he really wanted to talk about 18. So, I mean, I don't have anything to do tonight, so I could sit here and play games for hours waiting. But, that's up to y'all. Like, I don't mind waiting for that.
I got another 2.5 hours.
Yeah, so.
It's 4:30 a.m. for me. I'm awake anyway, so.
Yeah, those are the days where you're just like, I don't know, make it an early day. Start the day early and go to bed at like 8 p.m. Dude, we're about to lose to oxygen? Oh, God. No. Oh, why are y'all running into admin? Okay. We're about to win on tasks if everyone would just finish their tasks. I'm gonna... I'm about to
The
call
good
an
thing is-
emergency meeting just to tell people to finish their tasks because we're almost done.
The good thing is now I learned how how Among Us looks, what Among Us looks like, because people have been asking me to stream that also on my stream.
It's a lot of fun. Like, I've been enjoying it. It's a little difficult to... Oops, I didn't mean to turn my screen off again. It's a little difficult to stream it, like, and just have it be like an open lobby, because someone will be stream sniping, but, and that ruins this game.
Because then they see what your role is, or...
I play in a Discord group and we have a ton of fun doing it pretty much every night. Looks like we got Brad here now.
Yeah.
Should be. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Deuces.
Yeah, my Discord app wasn't working. I uninstalled it, reinstalled it, and said it just failed. So I'm on the web browser. What up?
We chillin'.
I'm just playing Among Us while we figure out what we're doing. I think, unless Ryuden is also coming late, I do believe that we have everyone here except for Goresh and Indakuba, who both are going to probably be here in the next like 20 to 30 minutes. We also have no structure.
So
what really happened besides 18?
Yeah, 18 and LBR. We're still waiting on Goten and Trunks. It's like...
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, they didn't really do anything this week. It's just kind of 18's impact on the meta and speculation on what's going to come this Wednesday.
Was LBR not last podcast? It's also this one?
It was last podcast as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can just talk about it. Still
Yeah,
how
it's
going.
just we're at the end of it now, where we can kind of comment on our completed experience.
Oh shit, that's right. When does it end?
Tomorrow.
24 hours. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
at 2 a.m. you'll have 24 hours left.
I'm excited to do 6 or 7 matches, or like 10, 12 matches tomorrow. Nice.
As long as
I
4
grab-
people don't disconnect on you, you're good.
I totally forgot it was even a thing.
Yeah, if 4 people
Yeah.
disconnect on you, you get banned for participating from the rest of the day.
And then you're screwed.
Well, I have 11 tickets. I only grabbed 10 W's, and I don't know.
Get the crystals.
I thought about marathoning them tomorrow, but it's like LBR matches are uniquely painful.
Yeah. It's I don't know. The mode is kind of wonky. We also don't have any type of template or structure, so it's probably going to turn into like a lot of Q&A for Legends because there's not too much to talk about. So I mean, we could pretty much just dive in and start doing what we normally do, which is going off on wild tangents and
Exactly. We don't really.
Are we
have
not
a
live at the
structure, right?
moment?
No, it's live. It's been live the whole time.
Okay,
I've just been
that's-
playing Among Us while everyone's been on break. Goresh, like I said, he had a phone call he had to take that started 3 minutes ago, and he said it would take 30 minutes. And Indikuba popped in and just said he was driving home from wherever he was at, and that he wanted to hop in as soon as he could. So.
I meant more like, can they hear us on YouTube?
Oh yeah. Everyone can hear you.
Okay,
You're
okay,
unmuted.
okay.
But you can pretty
We
much.
may
say
as well
whatever,
start.
just-
Like,
I don't care.
I mean, what do you guys want to start with then?
I mean, the main topic is 18. That's like really the only new piece of anything that we got. But which again, we'll be revisiting her as soon as Indikuba jumps in. So.
Oh, we're just chilling on that then to wait until then.
Yeah. First off, hi, mom.
And then Nalar, he was drinking, so he left. So he was always the one that was good at organizing this and spearheading it and keeping it moving in a proper direction. Did anyone?
I think we can handle it. It's just we just don't have topics. But I mean, really, LBR and 18 are the only things.
Well, that's
so.
Massive shift.
This was something that happened last year too, where we are heading into a part of the year where it's really down tempo until holidays starts to kick in again. Like
we just got out of down tempo with the anniversary.
Yeah, it's gonna be till Black Friday. Like that's gonna be like the next major event that I can think of.
So we have like another month and a half until things are starting to pick up again.
I mean, the one thing I could recommend then, if you're like free to play, right now is kind of a time to save for when the Zenkai price goes down. If you really like using Zenkais, which I mean, if you're playing PvP a lot, it's the way to go, pretty much. But now's your time to save a bunch of crystals. If you can get to like 30,000 before that happens, you can get like 4 Zenkais up to Z7. It can be pretty helpful.
Yeah, or there'll be another step up probably on Black Friday.
Yeah, or you'll have at least one step up in the middle with an LF on it, probably.
That's gonna mess up my aspect ratio. Yeah, so it's kind of like, I don't know, it's gonna be dead. I don't know what we're gonna talk about. I mean, next week we'll probably have the Goten and Trunks. I feel like that was supposed to happen this week, and they kind of like, I don't know, they just
forgot.
Inserted 18 instead and delayed it a little bit.
I wonder why they started 18 instead. I mean, I guess just pump out the Zenkai first, and then
Well, I love
don't have
18.
CC, so they want to summon. Oh no, I do too. I think we'll have to see how Goten and Trunks are, of course. But like, no, 18's solid. She's really, really solid. I thought she was gonna be terrible, but
Dude, she's so much fun.
Yeah, I think
I did that
her
first night.
aspect is
I would say
amazing.
Zenkai 1. She is not a Zenkai 1 Zenkai at all. By any stretch of the imagination, she is honestly, I'm gonna say like really bad at Zenkai 1. But like Z3, I could totally see her being 100% usable. For anybody.
Z3 is what I had her at for the better part of like a week, and I was using her just fine at that. I mean, she's missing damage and defense, a lot of it, but she's still outputting considerably more damage than like the yellow perfect cell, even at Z3.
Oh yeah, Z1 is just pretty much a stat buff, anyways. You get minor little tiny things like tweaks to your main ability and stuff like that, but it's primarily a stat buff. So Z1 is very few units can pull off Z1 and actually be really, really good. Like I think Boo is really solid as Z1 for like 6 months. Nowadays it's okay.
Probably cooler.
Yeah, Cooler wasn't bad at Z1. I don't know. People got on me when I said the LOE's kind of like not in a like great place right now, and it's like it's really not. Like it's not that it's bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just not what I thought LOE was gonna be when Cooler came out.
Yeah,
like, I thought LOE was gonna be ridiculous.
I think there's the latest and greatest shiny new unit that just came out, and then there's every other team. And right now, LOE is a perfectly fine team, but it's in the every other team category.
Right.
Yeah,
and
it's
they're
true.
also missing a lot of units, right?
Well, they need a fancy new toy. Then people will rediscover how powerful Purple Cooler and Red Frieza really are. But they need that new toy. Legends Limited Frieza hasn't even come back yet, so they could throw us a bone there and have a return banner.
Oh, 100%, yeah. No, well, definitely, LOE is going to make a big resurgence. Whenever Cooler dropped, I thought LOE was going to take off for a while. And it's just, I mean, it's not a bad team by any means. Like I said, you have Purple Cooler is like really a good unit to go alongside him. And I mean, yeah, Red Freeze is not bad. Not many people have him, it feels like, but maybe I just don't see him often.
Yeah, but I think he just doesn't do the damage that you want.
His strike is ridiculous. It's his blast that's lacking, whereas like Blue Cooler and Purple Cooler can kind of rock either comfortably.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Like, there's some units that, of course, they're going to be based in one. If it's a melee unit, you're going to have better strike, whatever else. That's just how it is. But like some units, you can kind of go back and be like 16 is not good at blast either, and you just don't expect him to be. That's what you don't need him for. And then that's where you have now 18 comes in, covers that role, at least for me. But
yeah. Now I think that LOE was basically a little bit killed by the anniversary, because you had Frieza, full power Frieza, who was like that impenetrable wall, as Goresh said, where whenever the opponent has a strong unit that attacks you, you just throw Frieza in there, and he loses ki and he has damage cut, and then there's just Vegito Blue who's like damage what?
Yeah,
LOE, that's true. Yeah,
fundamentally they're a great team. They're just not up to date with where the game is currently at right now. Like they still have all the great tools and all the great characters. They're just kind of a little dated. Like
yeah, it just doesn't feel like it did whenever like even in like March, because I remember I guess it would have been like February, right after Frieza came out. I didn't get LF Frieza. And I was like, LOE feels perfectly fine. I had no problems at all. I was like, I got like a 6-star cooler out of it. I had like a 9-star full power. I was like, this is great. And then yeah, over the upcoming months after that, it was just kind of like it just felt different. Like I just like noticed Frieza getting rocked a lot. And he used to be like I could just throw him in there and be like, all right, well, good luck, and it would just tank it out. I just kind of feel those kind of differences.
I think that I mean, as soon as they get 1 or 2 more Zenkais, they'll probably they'll be right back to where they were.
Oh yeah, no, LOE is gonna be one of those teams. It's always gonna be solid. Like they're not one of the secondary teams. Like you have like Namekian, compared to Region. Maybe you're running Namekian, I don't know, but just running that compared to just running Region and stuff like that. They're not one of those secondary teams, but they're one of the top 5. It's always going to get support for sure. It's Frieza. Like
they need another green unit other than Gold and Frieza,
and Red as well.
Green and Red.
I think. I know you guys are thinking he's lackluster, but I've seen Final Form Frieza do work. But yeah,
it's not that
I
we
agree
think he's lackluster.
You're talking about the one that transforms into Golden Frieza, right?
I mean, they drop a new green unit and Zenkai Metal Cooler. LOE is top dog again.
Yeah, Zenkai Metal Cooler is one I think will get it, because obviously he's way older than the red transforming Frieza, and he would be really good because he's already, well, by design, he's kind of a defensive unit. He doesn't stack up nowadays, but once he gets Zenkai updated and has 3 ridiculous new Zenkai passives, he'll probably be taking the red Frieza spot back on the team.
Plus, he could R-group the Region spot.
I don't think he's lackluster, like at all. I think Red Frieza is actually like decent. It's just he doesn't feel like Purple Cooler does, or Blue Cooler, or even like Full Power when he came out. He got very swept under the rug, and I think that's a lot of people's mentality about him. If you know how to use him, he's amazing. I mean, he heals with his green card before he transforms, like a butt ton of strike attack. If you know what you're doing with him, he's a really, really good unit. A Blue Cooler being able to change blast cards to strike cards, it only benefits him. It's the same thing as the rest of the team. He's just he got really affected by this meta, and it's probably a lot of red units. I kind of put them down in my mind when Vegito Blue came out, because I think a lot of people did when it was just like, oh my gosh, I don't want to run red right now. It was the same thing when Beers came out. I didn't want to run blue units because it was just I was getting bodied like. And Zenkai Beers came out. It's always going to be that. Yeah, if we actually get the Metal Cooler one, that would be a dangerous team with the kind of heal that he has and everything on top of his green card and stuff. That'd be ridiculous. Or even the old green cooler thing as Zenkai. Either one of those would be stupid.
Yeah, but then also Full Power Frieza needs he unfortunately has endurance, but then there's so many units that nullify it with ultimates, or even you have DKP after Zenkai. I think that's the problem that Frieza has, or then just like Vegito Blue, who makes him come back at 1 HP and just taps him to death.
Yeah, that's why I think they came out with Endurance 2.0, like what the Red Cell has. Which, how amazing would it be if they go to Zenkai Red Cooler and they give him that as one of his Zenkai ability passes?
No.
where he comes back once as another metal cooler or something.
I see the big Getty star like rebuild him or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah, just a little strings come out of his destroyed body and reassemble him or something. If it's not going to be this red one for the Zenkai, you dang well know they're going to revisit the character and come out with a new one that does that. It just, we don't know which one it's going to be. Probably a new one, I would say, but I don't think they've ever gone that crazy with the Zenkai unit. But it would be kind of neat. It would make him extremely good. I'll say that. Because that Endurance 2.0 passive is definitely something else.
Yeah, I always, when I talk about the new red cell, I try to say, like, he feels like I'm fighting a unit that's permanently under cover change. Like, it doesn't matter what I do. I don't want to invest any of my big hits into him because, well, I mean, he's just about to come right back, right?
Yeah. So you kind of you try and you gotta mind game people and try and kill him, get his first life out of the way first, and then save all your ultimates and your Rising Rush until it's a safer guaranteed hit.
Yeah, if I can do like a 1-for-1 trade, sure, like do my ultimate and one shot him, because that's pretty easy to do with like a purple Gohan. But if you're having to go all in, I've seen people like intentionally rush when I've watched other people's streams. I'm like, it just takes too much to get rid of that first HP bar. Like you see people just Riku calls it tic-tac-toe or whatever. Like his blue card does tons of damage, and it's just incredible kit for a double life unit. I don't know.
Yeah, the other good thing about that blue card is it activates on a single frame, so that
you can't dodge it. You're done.
It covers the entire distance from the back row to the front row in one frame. So there's literally no extra time for you to sit there and late vanish it. You have to vanish it instantly, or you don't vanish it at all.
Yeah, and especially with I know we said it last week, but with the Zenkai cell buff, he's incredible. He's one of my most intimidating enemies I have to run into on the ladder right now. I think I'm honestly a red cell player is more intimidating than Vegeta Blue at the moment, just because of the sheer damage output. Yeah, you just know all it takes is that quick draw with the green card and you're done.
Oh yeah, dude, I 100% agree with you. Like, I would honestly, you could probably make an argument that he might be. He's not the best. He's like the third best shooter besides Zenkai's in the game. I could totally see it. He is ridiculous. Like it seems like you look at his stats and you're like, that HP bar, like you said, you don't want to invest anything into it. I'm not trying to use ults on it. I'm not trying to use Rising Rush on it. I'm not trying to do anything to it. Then he just doesn't seem to die. Then you have that red cell buffing him, and I like it and I don't like it because it's a cool concept that they release 2 red cells within 2 weeks of each other. Because it's like, which one do you want? But it's like, well, they really help each other, so it doesn't really matter which one you get.
Well, ultimately, it legitimately feels like you're fighting 4 units.
Yeah, because he also is he's a unit that benefits extremely from stacking stars on him too. If you're fighting a 3-star version of him, yeah, you could probably one combo away his first bar. But once you get 6 and 7 stars on him on a well-built team, he's not the best hit taker, but he can take some punishment before you get rid of that first bar.
All you got to do is tank one combo, and you've already wasted enough that person's everything, do enough damage back.
Well, I mean, and what's the most obnoxious thing in the game is having that cell near death sitting on the back row while your opponent's fighting you with a unit, and you don't want to use an ultimate or anything because it's going to do a total of 100k damage to this near death cell that's going to come back full HP 2 seconds later.
Yeah, and
he's a fantastic unit.
And there have been multiple occasions where I just forgot that he gets standby countdown as soon as you use an arts card on your opponent. So, he just comes right back after what feels 3 counts. And you're like, oh, he just switched. Oh, Rising Rush. Damn, here's again.
Yeah, that's something that's easily forgettable. Even the yellow cell's instant transmission. People will be completely forgetting that that's even a thing because nobody really uses the yellow cell anymore. So when you bring them out occasionally, it's easy to mix people up with that. But
that was super common way back when, yeah. But you could actually run triple cell right when the yellow one came out, maybe when the purple one came out. And you'd get people a lot just sending their green unit on your purple cell, and it's like, well, all right, bro.
I mean, also when Cell came out, I think Cell and Slug were the first characters with green cards that overrode blast cards, for example. And at first I was like, wait, Cell's using a super, or like a blue card, but he's not doing damage
Oh
because
my
I didn't
God,
know
they
what
used
his
to throw me
card
off
did,
so
and I was
much.
like, shit, he started a combo.
Yeah,
I didn't read his.
that was great back in the day too. That's why when he gets a Zenkai, he's going to be extremely deadly.
Oh god, hopefully we got like 2 years for that, 2.5 years. I'm not trying to face that right now.
Oh, has anybody tried the triple Zenkai buff cell yet?
You're
I
talking
know.
about using what, like Goku Black, the red cell, and then who's the
No,
third?
yeah,
The
it's-
yellow, or no?
yeah.
Who's the third?
It's 18 Goku Black and DKP on bench for a perfect cell
Oh, for the
Ooh.
yellow
to make him
cell.
victor cell.
It's gotta be dirty, bro. That's like a Goresh video with Zenkai 7's 1400%.
Well, I mean, you
Yeah.
gotta own 3 Zenkai 7s to pull it off just to see a goofy cell, because you know it ain't optimal. But
I'm
I would
sure it's
love
not,
to see
yeah.
that ultimate.
Yeah, because that also you're taking away every other bench for the rest of the team.
Are you?
No, you
though?
partner with like a,
Just run a full cell team, and it's still a regeneration. It's still future,
Yeah.
and there's still
but-
androids.
Fair enough, but there's also better
but if
bench
you got like a
options.
Z7 red cell, if
That's
you
one
have
of
like
those
5
teams that-
Zenkais,
That's
like,
one of
you
those
could
teams
rock
that you
it.
put in the hands of an extremely skilled player, and they'll almost never lose with it. But if you give it to like a beginner, they probably wouldn't know what the heck to do. Like it's like the people that get away with running like Blue Hercule and Vegito Blue and just whoever
Oh,
else.
well.
It's like it's
Yeah,
like,
I've-
Blue
yeah.
Hercule is functionally useless on your team for anything other than the poison and the paralyze. But
And his main,
But
Yeah.
you don't need to be skilled. It's the exact opposite for that one. Hercule, what you do is you throw Hero Hercule on the field, you immediately swap, you see the paralysis on your opponent, and you press your strike guards. If paralysis doesn't happen, you see them strike guards, you vanish. You pull back, you wait for the paralysis, rinse, repeat. You have 2 units to do this with. If the paralysis triggers at all and you hit the entire opposing team, you immediately strike guards. You pick Kefla and you pick Vegito Blue to do this. You will win. You have to just have Hercule completely drop it, but it's a guaranteed opener. Through the poison, you're going to deal about 30% of their HP. Just, well, 20, 30%, depending on how big their HP pool is. Swapping into Hercule twice, plus the second swapping of Hercule is going to be a complete and utter lock-in. I am not memeing on you at all if I get a personal tier list. Due to the fact that 16 and a couple other units that are God Key are the only true hard counters to Hercule, I put him on the very top of my tier list because he does not let the opponent play. He's literally a character that lets you roll the dice, and there's a chance you just win because you get 2 opening combos. And when you're playing with Vegito Blue, that's a Rising Reshes that the first opponent is executed. I know it's a hot take, but I hate him so much. And if you check the latter 2 seasons ago, Hercule was everywhere, and it's for that reason alone.
I don't think it's a hot take at all, dude. I think it's not a hot take among people who play like every single season. Who just play the game, they're like, oh, here, Hercule. Like, if you play every single season, you hit like even top 20K. I'm sure it's not a hot take. I've encountered, I don't know, 100 Hercules in the last like 2 months. Like, it's been stupid. I don't even play that much anymore.
Well, I've had entire matches where my character has been paralyzed all the way from start to finish, where I've had 2 deaths, and then I have either like 1 character near death and a full HP, or just 2 near death. And I've even had situations with 1 character left because you're paralyzed all the way through to death, and the next unit is rushed, and you have 1 unit left. And it's all because Hercule shut you down for the first half of the fight. You weren't allowed to play the game.
Yeah, and don't forget that his main ability also locks the character that's on the field in. So you can just lock him in when he's paralyzed, switch and just kill a unit that can be gotten out of the way quickly.
Yeah. He's disgustingly powerful. I know he's the joke character, and everybody likes to meme and say, "Ha ha ha, Hero Hercule," right? But he's objectively one of the strongest units in the game.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
his technical play, they made him quite ridiculous. And honestly, that's the only way that Hercule would ever see play is if doing something silly like that. Otherwise, no one would probably ever use him. I mean, unless they made him competitive, but I doubt.
Super 17's ultimate tickles the opponent. You never cared about doing damage with Super 17. You did his ultimate for the AoE team paralyzed. So Hero Hercule's ability to me reads that you poison the opponent, so you're doing about as much damage as Super 17. So Hero Hercule does a guaranteed Super 17 ultimate twice. You just have to swap him in the field to do it.
That's ridiculous, dude. He's ridiculous, bro. Like, It's not even ridiculous because it's similar to like a Vegito type thing where you said you just can't play. It's like you literally can't do anything.
Well, and I
It
get the
sucks.
joke because it's supposed to be like, ha ha ha, yeah, oh my gosh, oh wow, I'm losing to Hercule, right? But then you realize that it's not as much of a joke when you can run it legitimately in top 100 gameplay.
Yeah,
It does make you wonder why him. Like,
Oh, because it's the champ, man. It's the champ.
Exactly.
yeah, but why is the red one so shafted then? They should have just done that with the red one. And
Oh, he's just
Oh,
Yeah,
the
but
red
old.
one was
At the beginning.
shafted. It's like, I'm sure you guys know the full combo, but you could do like infinite green cards with the red one and just stall the opponent forever.
That's true. Yeah, I mean that's an old type that like I even watched
But that's
way back
troll.
when
That's what it is.
Resh
It's a
run like
troll.
weird teams, like Birder, Tony Bulma, and like Hercule, and he was getting W's left and right. Just got supers on supers on supers, just knocking people out. I don't think that works nowadays as well, but his
Oh,
green
yeah.
card's stupid. It's dropping entire hands.
But and you know when Zenkai Hercule comes out or Super Saiyan Hercule, it's gonna be more nonsense. He's gonna have
Super
like
Saiyan
an
Hercule. Oh,
EX
yeah.
Goldo kind of
From his-
Super Hercule.
From his little daydreaming sequence where he's fighting the dogs.
No. When he's on the TV screen, SSJ Hercule.
Okay.
There's several instances I think where he's drawn a Super Saiyan. I think there's actually other games that represent him as a Super Saiyan.
I believe so. At least he showed up as a troll character. Well, I mean that's what Hercule always is, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in Super as a Super Saiyan too. But yeah, they could drop that unit and they gave him the SSJ tag, and you know Bardock Hercule. I'll be okay with it. That's fine by me.
Yeah, but about his green card, it's like when I played with him, I loved starting the match with Hercule and just like dropping a green card right away. So it's like, ha ha ha, no, you're not.
Oh, fun! You bring up the green cards, and we were talking about 18 earlier. A fun combo you can do. You can actually, with 18, we've been testing it. You can get a Rising Rush in 9 timer counts. I think if you get optimal with the side steps, you might be able to pull it off as quick as 8. But you can do a rush with 6 cards. You just do the new Zenkai 18. You at least need Z 3 to pull it off. But she guaranteed pulls a green card into your hand. You have enough hang time after a blast card to swap into Blue Bulma. If she's in your second unit slot, not your third, but your second, because Bulma's green card will automatically swap her to the second slot. So if you're picking Bulma, you're just going to be trading spots with her. But you can swap into Bulma green card and go right back into 18 within the same combo and just keep the chain going. And this will trigger 18's Zenkai passive a second time, because every time she's faced with an opponent, restoring ki and giving you +1 on the card draw speed. So you're never actually engaging with Bulma, and 18 draws another green card through this combo. So Bulma is going to be ready in another 8 timer counts. So what this will do is give you level 2 card draw speed, and if your opponent swaps at all, you'll go all the way to level 3. So i.e. you have infinite cards, infinite ki. You can Rising Rush in one combo pretty easily with 18 doing the 18 Bulma combo.
I think you shared that the night that she dropped. I think I saw that on Twitter.
We were trying that out, and it was if it wasn't a rush, it was a consistent 100 to 0 kill. It was just over and over again. The only thing that really stopped the combo was drawing green cards, like the actual green card you get, and a blue card, because it would slow down the speed. But 3 strike cards right at the beginning, you get it every time.
That sounds fun to play against.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you have a strike cover unit like Super Vegito or the Future Goku, then you can stop stuff like this. So these shenanigans, Exodia combos, they won't really work as well. But if you're fighting like a hybrid team or a Sun Family team that doesn't have Future Goku, then you most definitely have access to these kind of sucker punch mechanics, if you would.
Yeah, this is I think also another thing that the teams, now also like Androids for example, they have cells covered, but I don't think anyone runs the yellow cell on Androids anymore, and they don't really have a mechanic to stop a combo. You only have 16 who kind of tanks it a little bit, but then if you're fighting Zenkai 7 Gohan, then 16 also just eats it.
But I think Zenkai 7 Gohan is almost a Zenkai Buu situation, where Zenkai Buu was so powerful that people were justifying Rising Rush because of Buu's existence, but it spoke more to Buu being a broken unit than anything else. I think Gohan's damage, and unfortunately, it's here to stay. I say that as the biggest fanboy possible. It's not going anywhere, and they're going to have to introduce a unit that's possible to tank it. That or Gohan just rules. But what's really going to happen is a unit's going to be able to stop Gohan, and that's going to stop everything else that hits anywhere near Gohan's power.
That's
And
what
I'm
I've been
not
saying
looking
for
forward to that.
years. Like, well, like a year now, I guess. It's right. Like that's right. Eden's biggest point is that it's like a seesaw. It goes up one way, and they're like, "Oh, put it back down. Put it back down. Raise the other side up." And that's how it is because you have units that come out when like movies
Yeah.
was straight up dominant, and all of a sudden they were like, "Boo's gonna have to stop that real quick." Like, and then they just put a halt on all these teams, and then a massive damage. Then we're gonna get massive defense. Then we're gonna get massive damage. Then we're gonna get massive defense. I mean, that's just how this game power scales. Like, that's just how it is.
Well, it really feels like they're trying to push the Sun family team to be the premium team right now. And then the regeneration is like the other team that they have. And then you got like this kind of future stuff that's been happening from the previous meta.
Hello,
Yeah.
Inakuba.
How y'all doing? I have no idea what you guys are talking about, apart from my boy Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan. I'd just like to say that he's a great unit. And,
Great unit. Okay.
He's beyond
Yeah, he's
great.
kind of good, right?
if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Gohan have the highest blast attack in the entire game? If I'm not mistaken.
If you have
Maybe
proper
8?
titles, he's the only one you can push over 300k on paper.
Jesus. That
Like
is
he's-
just like, because he has really good blast attack. His defenses, if I'm not mistaken, are pretty high too.
Yeah, and he's got a cover
Um,
change where he can eat some extra damage too. He's an absurd
Mhm.
unit. Like,
So I'm not gonna lie, I want more stars on mine, but he hits so hard I can't tell the difference between my 7-star Gohan's damage and the 14-star Gohan's damage.
It doesn't hurt to, get him up to 14 stars and get that extra damage at the end of the day. But I just like the fact that like he rose from the dead. If you guys see where I'm coming from, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys have already talked about this, but just
no,
throwing my.
we honestly were talking about LOE and bull crapping. We haven't really talked about 18 yet, or Gohan or LBR. We kind of waited for you, and Garesh is finishing up a phone call, so he should be back sometime soon too. So we kind of waited for y'all. So feel free to jump in and just spill your guts.
Yeah. So obviously you guys know I'm the biggest Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan fan in the world. You know what I'm saying? That's my favorite character in all Dragon Ball. But it's just insane. You know what I'm saying? It's like and I feel like I sound like a broken record always saying this because I always have to mention Vegito Blue, but he's like the main, unit to compare to. And it's just like this Gohan is just like Vegito Blue, you exist? Like I didn't know that, because he comes through, deals really good damage, obviously has the ability to nullify element factor disadvantage too. So that helps out significantly, can tank hits pretty freaking well. It's just all around great to see him rise from the ashes. Because again, when he first released, he was a good unit, but then obviously over time he got power crept, and now he's back even stronger. And I was telling people too, it's just he got the Beerus treatment. It's just that when he first released, he was actually good. So that's why now he's kind of scary. And I think
That's
somebody
like-
in here was mentioning Sun Family too, and it's just like, yeah, him on Sun Family is. Whew.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
with
but
Z-
That's the
Z7
benefit to
yellow.
Zenkai. I mean, that's the whole amazing thing is these units that are just trash come back.
Yeah.
Part of me wishes LFs didn't get the absolute best treatment, but I also get why they do. They are the premium pinnacle units to speak. I mean, they're the ones that have to be hitting like this because you're summoning a 0.25% rate.
Yeah.
Some people like push like 50,000 crystals just to get one of them. I
Wow.
get it. But it is kind of like, damn, I don't want to see like Namek Goku get one or anything with Gohan and Goten. I'm not very excited to see that in the upcoming 6 months, but
I'm going right
Well-
now. Next LF to get a freaking Zenkai is gonna be Super Vegito. Watch.
think so? You don't think it'll be Goten?
I'd love it to be Goten, please.
Yeah, we
Well-
know what you want, Professor Sensei.
Well, I don't have him 7-star. I'm screwed if he comes out. But no, I know I take PvP really seriously, so please keep that in mind when I say I kind of like it when the Legends Limited, super fancy, can't get a hold of easily units are the most powerful in the game. I like it when there's a clear distinction. I know it's kind of, you don't want teams to be as ooga boonga. Let's just slap some Legends Limited on there and call it a team. But I I kind of like this. Oh, here's the keystone. Oh, they're getting this new keystone unit, and they're going to start building teams around that unit. I kind of like that. And I really at least enjoyed for a while when Beerus, you say rose from the ashes. I like that the God of Destruction was literally the God of Destruction in the video game too. You did not want to find him. He was the last thing on your agenda. So
that's why that's you have to look at who the units that are gonna be that. It's always gonna be popularity based on who's gonna be like the best ones. VB is so good for a reason. There's a reason he was the anniversary unit. Super Vegito as well was also for a reason that Beerus is a very, very, very popular character, and he came out and he was garbage. We all thought they went overboard with him. I think it was their plan. I think
that's
tried to
the new
release him
norm.
like trash, and then they fixed him.
Actually,
I mean,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Oh, yeah, I mean, he was bad because also he didn't have a team back then. I think the only other unit was what Red Super Saiyan God Goku.
Yeah, he had
Godki was
Goku, that's
god
it.
awful. Like they were running green, yellow with Beerus trying to make something work, and I was like, I'm good. Broly was dominating him at that time.
But do you know what's crazy though? And this low-key like stems kind of outside of Legends real quick, but honestly speaking, in literally every game that he's been in, or at least like his initial release, Beerus has kind of always sucked. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, like in Battle C, he really wasn't that good. Xenoverse, he's mediocre. Legends, when he came out, he sucked. I know nothing about Dokkan. And even in Fighters, when he came out, like, I think after they patched, like, that one, what is it? Not 2H, but some move, that sliding move that he has, he wasn't really that good. I don't even know where he's at the tier list. It's just...
even Beerus was bad in Dokkan. Like, saying you don't know anything about Dokkan, like, first couple iterations of him were not very good. And then even his LR, like, it was a good unit. He had, like, no links, nothing. He couldn't, like, make use of him unless you're, like, a straight-up whale.
I mean, the STR one?
I think Beerus was fine. I think the reason why he sucked is because he didn't have a team. But if you read his like raw kit, if you gave that to any other meta unit at that time, you would have cried on the Reddit all day. I mean, he like wiped your buffs. He like blew up your entire hand on ultimate. I think he was crazy good.
No, it was literally just his team. Yeah, I mean,
his team was
I agree with that.
non-existent.
I think Inuka was more pointing out that it's like
No, I get the
historically, he
trend.
hasn't been very solid up till now, and then it's like Legends was like, well, you know what? I'm gonna change that, and they changed it.
Well, I think,
Glad they changed it. I mean, it's cool Beerus being so good. Like, I don't mind it. Nowadays, I don't mind. I minded it when it first happened. You'd come across that one out of like 500 people that had him at 7 stars, and it was like, oh my god. All right, let's do this. And you just get destroyed. But
yeah, he was good for a long time too.
Well,
It's
he's
just
fantastic. His main block is like,
he's built.
like if you run a
It's gonna be good for a
transforming
long time.
unit and your opponent takes Beerus and he plays that Beerus right, you're not transforming.
That's true.
But yeah, Indakuba, also feel free to dive in on 18. You can start that chain of events as well because we haven't really talked about her at all. I mean,
bruh, how do I even begin this? Okay, because I feel like every single week we always just got a unit that was just like, bruh, where do we even begin, man? Like 18. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, right? Obviously, Andrew 18, she's a waifu. You know what I'm saying? When I first heard that she got a Zenkai, I was not really too interested. Right? I was like, like whatever, right? And then the unit dropped. I'm just like, you know what? Let's go in. Like, let's just see like what she can do. Got her Zenkai 7, 14, or 1400 soul boost and whatnot. Played her online. What the heck? Like, she hits so hard. Like, who thought it was a good idea to give this woman strike damage like that insane of a bomb? What? Like, it is so insane. Her damage output is completely wild, bruh. And she can take hits pretty well too. And I will say, or at least from what I've experienced, against LF Gohan, she doesn't really do too well because, I mean, obviously, manufacturer advantage and whatnot, the Brother Zenkai units. But against any other red unit or blue or whatever, she runs through them like on low key kind of free. So I don't know, man. She's freaking disgusting.
So did DKP. I mean, that's the trend we're going for. I'll say he definitely died a lot faster. I don't think he's dead by any stretch of the imagination, but he died
No.
off slightly, a lot faster than I think 18 is going to. I think Androids is on the up, and we're gonna get a. I don't know. DKP fits really good on region, so I don't know.
Well, let's not equate hype to the effectiveness of the unit. DKP is still an absolute monster, and I think he's better than 18. I know the tier list is putting 18 higher right now. Oh yeah, I think DKP is a just hands down better unit. The main thing that 18 has that makes her impressive is she has just insane strike damage, and if you swap out mid combo, your opponent gets more key and more card draw speed to just infinite combo you, right? She can 100 to 0 pretty much anybody in the game. But she's also, you know, if we're talking 14 star v 14 star, she's not the most durable unit in the world. You can blow through her.
Yeah.
And I find that DKP having ability either to double rush you or deny your rush, and his card manipulation on his green card makes him a more valuable unit.
Well, I definitely don't deny that like at all, but it also does come down to the teams as well. And right now, especially with androids too, having already 3 Zenkai units, but even at that, like I guess can we just call them like revival units? I guess.
Yeah, you're talking about the endurance 2.0 with Cell.
Yeah, because it's literally like you have 4 units on your team by default, right? So you got like the ultimate Rising Rush fodder anyway. So again, not denying what DKP could do like at all, but I feel like what I was about to say 21, what 18 brings to the table alongside that the team that she works with overall just makes her stand out a lot more. If you see what I'm saying.
No, I understand the angle you're going with. I think that the 2 standout teams we see with 18 currently is going to be 21, 18, 16 or 18, 16 Cell. And in both of those situations, Cell is just a region unit. And I'm seeing that as I personally would be more intimidated if I found, Boo, DKP, and Cell versus 16 Cell 21. Or sorry, 16 Cell 21, sorry, 18, 21, 16, or whatever that combo. Mainly that's due to Boo's ability to lock on swap in. The full team heal that Boo is going to be providing is going to completely outweigh 16, at least in my book. And then you couple that with DKB's double Rising Rush, the 18 is not going to hold water at the end of the day.
So yeah,
I mean,
and a lot
the
of
way
it
the
comes down
region's
to
built,
the team and the player and who's using what. So I think they're both
definitely.
They're
both terrifying.
Regeneration team definitely has a little bit more utility, especially when you consider like those heals that you were talking about, which can change the game up. But I think both teams are equally deadly in their own right. So, I mean,
it's mainly the Zenkai Boo strike lock, the actual character swap lock.
Yeah,
it's that'll make the play right there.
Yeah, and that can kind of shut 18 down as well because you sub him in and she can't swap out, and all of her red cards are screwed for a little bit too. So,
but access to the same revival cell to deal with 18.
Yeah, because he could run on both teams, both androids and regen, just as functionally on both for the most part.
Yeah, I think regeneration is a step above androids right now. But as you already mentioned, they're both so close to each other, player v player. That's who's going to decide who wins. It's not going to be the unit.
Actually, it's kind of good too seeing because like I don't know like how everybody feels about PvP right now, but I think right now is probably like a somewhat good time of PvP, only because like we're now seeing a lot more diversity, right? I mean, there's a lot of powerful units on like every team now and crap, but like again, like I'm starting to see like a lot more Vegeta family, Sun family, androids, regen, like diversity is back instead of just like the traditional like 3 teams that we were dealing with for the past like 3 months. So I don't know, like I really do like what they're doing right now. Obviously there's plenty of other improvements, but if it's gonna like shift the meta to the point where there's diversity now, I'll take it. Like yeah, I think that definitely all started with I'd say Gohan, and then 18 kind of solidified it, because I don't think anybody expected 18 to be a Zenkai unit. I wasn't even thinking that crap.
I thought blue 18. I didn't think yellow.
Yeah, they claim it was based off the survey and by popular vote, which For yellow 18 is believable to a degree because I've seen people asking for that forever. So
Yeah, just like the red trunks.
yeah, I can kind of see that. But and honestly, to agree with what all y'all are saying, like the Zenkai system itself is amazing for the game. Like bringing back these characters and making them functionally useful. I think really the only complaint with the system is, you know, the monetization and the soul requirement side of it. That's really where the only people's
The stars
stress
is a pretty
comes
big
from.
one on certain
Well, that too,
units.
yeah.
Like
The
KP, I
gates-
mean, like I've spent like to be realistic with you guys, when I did my taxes, I spent far too much on Legends in the first year of Legends. For what I was making back. But I spent like a fair amount of money. I had a 2-star DKP going into this. So it's like there's no reason I should have that, and they released that unit. Now 16, 18, those are fantastic. If you don't have those, they're at least on a lot of master packs. You have a chance to pull them. You know, if you started 6 months ago, you may not have them 7 stars, but you're probably pretty close. You only got 3 or 4 stars, but you'll get them quickly. You're doing master pack. That's fine. Units like DKP, I guess Blue 18 would have been that way if she had gotten the Zenkai. A lot of people don't have Blue 18 above like 4 stars. From what I was seeing, don't have that. Same thing with like Gohan. I think the star limit is a big thing for people. I do think in the future they should look into LFs, lowering it, because 7's a lot. Like I might have a 7-star VB. I got stupid lucky during the anniversary, and a 6-star LF Vegeta. Great. I was rocking like a 3-star Gohan. I got a 2-star Namek. I got a 2-star Super Saiyan 3 Goku. And again, I've spent a lot of money on this game. So these free-to-plays who have 1 copy of each are just left out then in the rain. 3 to 5 stars, I think would be fine on that one. Maybe remove the star cap for them in general, but that's a bit too busted then. You have a 2-star, 1400% Gohan running around. No. I feel like they're just too stingy with LFs in general, but I felt that way for a long, long time. Pretty much since Namek Goku came out, I felt like LFs were just way too stingy, because that's when they changed it from the 20%, or and Goten actually changed it, but
yeah, it's
Advantage
definitely
still
more
different.
noticeable in a constantly evolving meta like fighting game when they have those elite rarity units, because you're gonna see them in a lot of matches, but you know your roster will be incomplete. Like in Dokkan, I feel like in a lot of situations there are other workarounds, like where if you don't have one team, you still might be able to do it with 2 or 3 other teams that you have. Where in Legends, the only content is just, you know, play versus other players. So when your roster is lacking, it's much more noticeable, I feel like.
and I don't mind it. Like we've talked about before, and Lars said it before, that like free to plays are just like the whale's food, and that really is how it is, and that's how you have to look at it if you're a free to play. You got to try a lot harder than whales have to try. That's just how it is. That's why you're choosing to not spend on the game, and you got to play a lot tougher, and you got to play a lot smarter too. Like, you can't just be like, well, I'll just go in here and buy all this units. Like, you got to plan ahead what you're going to get, when you're going to get it, instead of summoning on every single banner. That's a different story for a different day. But it's just, you can't leave free-to-plays out in the rain. I feel like that's where Zenkai's really went wrong. Because a lot of whales, we don't care too much. Like, really wanted to right now, I don't mind spending the money to get her up to Z7. I just, like, a banner might be dropping. I'm not using androids too much right now. It doesn't really matter, right? Like, a free-to-play is just like, 7,000 CC is a lot. It could be like, you know, 3 weeks out of a month we're waiting to save up 7,000 CC, and then she might be gone by that point. You know, then you want a Z7 or whatever else. It's just a lot to plan ahead for that kind of thing, and I think that rubs people the wrong way. Even if we kind of agree for monetization, it's good. I think we can all agree that it's definitely going to help the game in the future. Once we get to a point where every team can have a Zenkai, everybody has an opportunity to be on kind of an even playing field, and we have a nice solid meta like we're getting now. How Androids is up there, Region is up there, LOE is definitely still up there with Cooler. It's just not like Region level like we were talking about. Then I think it'll kind of sink in a little better. I've said it since day one. They did Zenkai's wrong. They just started with Kid Goku and then give us the pay to ones. They should have done that. Give us Kid Goku, show people, hey, we're going to give it to you for free, then move into the pay ones and swap it back and forth between a free pay. TXs ever get Zenkais and they're free, total redemption in my opinion. It doesn't matter at that point. Or even like half free, you know, you get like Zenkai 3 on an EX. I think that'd be cool, but I don't know if I ever fully like Zenkai.
I got Zenkai Red Trunks free to play. Like, you talking about them leaving? Like, one of my viewers gave me 1,000 Chrono Crystals, and I was like, just buy one of the $8.99 packs. But yeah, it was you like you said, it's about 3 weeks to save up those chrono crystals, but the banner definitely is up that long. I think the issue with Zenkai
no,
is
we
that
could
if you're a
definitely
day
do
one
it,
player,
yeah.
not day one, sorry, if this is your day one, right? You just started playing, then as you said, how the heck are you going to get a hold of a 7-star
Even
and
6
then
months,
turn
you're not
around?
going to have the resources to do it. Even if you've been playing
Yeah.
since like March, you're not going to have the resources to do this stuff. Like, I get tapped on resources filling out 2 panels. My account has like almost 5 billion zenny on it, and like play the game a fair amount. I've done every single mission in the game pretty much. I'm like Z level 376, something like that. So it's like I've done everything. I get tapped super quick. I have no problem with them being a little bit holding it back. They hold it back way too much. And they value LFs too much too, but Dokkan values LRs too much too, so it doesn't really matter on that. That's how it is. I didn't mean to cut you off, my bad.
No, it's fine. I just think that like my big issue is if I tell a friend to pick up this game, I won't be able to, I have to pull my punches. I got to downgrade my team or something. They are not going to have a team to catch up with me, for months.
Like a year.
And yeah, and
Yeah.
I get that, you want something to show for your time invested in the game itself, but on the other hand, we are playing a fighting game, and I would like to, get access to these units quicker, and play with them. I don't have the resource. I would love to play with 18, but I am mostly free to play, so I am not able to pick her up and play with her during this meta. I'm just going to stick to Go. We'll say air quotes, just stick to Gohan, but you know what I mean. It's a toy I'm not going to get to play with.
Professor.
Oh, poor
Yeah.
me, right?
Gohan's kind of mid, right?
But the point is, I won't be able to showcase her or play with her or do anything like that because I don't have the resource to do her, and so that is my issue with Zenkai. But I do feel like if you guys are trying to play the long game and log into Legends every single day, do a little bit of upgrading here, do a little there, and see your team get stronger, I think Zenkai hits the nail perfectly.
I agree with you 100%.
For
Yeah.
a prep system.
I agree with you 100%. It's just you're 100% agreeing with me on this too. I'm not like arguing with you on anything. It's you're isolating part of your fan base months at a time, section off for like 1, 2, maybe 3 units. Like if you want a team, say you wanted a Zenkai Android team, been viable. That's like 9,000 CC. That's a full month of Chrono Crystals, and you're playing PvP, and you're doing every single thing in the game. So to get to that point, obviously RNG needs to play a factor. You need to have like something, we can just say, oh, well, you should do this, you should do that. Those players aren't going to save their stuff properly. That's just mobile games in general. And I think it's Legends giving way too much credit to the people that play their game, not saying that they're wrong for spending their CC, but like saying, well, you should have saved this for 4 months and known what you were doing, knowing what team you want. It's just like Dragon Ball. And you're cutting those people off then. And that's where it's like, whether or not if we think it's good for the game, because I think it is good for the game, those people don't see it that way. And that's going to kill your game overall.
Whoa.
It's that they need to land in the middle where these people see it as a positive. They think it's their idea. They got to pull an inception on these people. That like, it's so mad over it. Don't say their CC right and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's so easy to do it. And it really actually is easy to save CC. I've had up to like 15,000 free to play, and if there's just nothing happening, I'm not going to summon. Why would I? And if I'm making content, it's like, if I'm only going to get them to Z1 or 2, who really cares to see that, right? It doesn't matter. I'd rather just save. But average player is not going to be like that. That's where I think Legends just doesn't hit their mark at the beginning of it. Like I said, Zenkai, as they came out of a bad, rough patch, it's a lot better than it used to be. Goodness gracious. We all saw when Beerus came out, people who had Beerus were losing their mind trying to get Zenkai souls. It wasn't even fun. It was just like, nah.
Oh, yeah. And
So,
I think I remember Goresh made a summoning video on his Zenkai Beerus and just talked about how trash the system is while summoning for it.
Oh, it sucked.
That was amusing. I feel like at this point, I mean, obviously this won't affect the LF units because they're in a class of their own, but it'd be nice if when they're going to Zenkai, the regular Sparkings, if they came out with some little event, kind of like what's available for like the Legends Road Kid Goku, where you could farm up their Z power. Like, because those units are old, they're not like generally making money for the game anymore. Like, nobody's summoning on a banner with yellow 18 on it, But to Zenkai, you need to spend money to summon on her Zenkai banner, so they're monetizing it that way. So it'd be nice if they gave like little events where you could farm up some of these older units. I mean, you could argue like multi-Z power, but then you have to decide whether you're going to use that on like your newer units or the older ones.
Oh, dude, yeah, it sucks. Like I'm using it on DKP right now. I've used every single one. I've gone from like 3 to 5 in a month.
Yeah.
It's like since he dropped, and it's like that first night I got him up to 3-star. Now I'm like halfway through 5-star using every single multi-Z power I can get my hands on. And it's just kind of like, yeah, it's cool. It's really cool you can do that. But when you're getting a unit from 2-star to 7-star, it's a lot. From 6-star to 7-star, dope, no problem. I love multi-Z power a lot, but it's a lot.
I think anything above 5 stars is okay, just because you have the guild stuff, and a lot of multi-Z power is kind of just locked behind 5 stars or above. So you just
And
need
that too,
kind of
that's a big issue. Yeah, it gets really old when it's like I had like 3 Namekian ones sitting there. I had like 3 region ones sitting there from like a season ago. I can't even touch them until I get to 5-star. It's like that takes a lot of effort to get that 5-star. Same thing with like guild coins. I chucked everything into this guy, and I'm like halfway through 5. It's like, bro, it's 30 Z power. Can I not be 0 stars for 30 Z power, please? Like, I'm not getting 100.
Well, I was gonna say one. Sorry, I was eating. One thing that I think that they're not doing right, or at least from what I've seen throughout this past month, is the rate that they're throwing out Zenkais as well. Because we got 3 Zenkai units within the span of a month, and especially if you're spending crystals on that, that's a total of 21,000 crystals for 3 units. And on top of that, you have to get the souls for all of them. That is horrendous. Like, I mean, granted, I mean, I would say 2 of the 3 Zenkai units that we got are, worth going for. I don't know how people feel about perfect form cell like that, but all in all though, I think they need to chill out with the pace that we're getting these Zenkai units too, because again, like we need time to get resources back. Like from doing Gohan and 18, I'm almost burnt out. And again, if I'm not mistaken, Gore should be going deep on Zenkai units, and if I'm not mistaken, he's completely depleted.
Yeah,
so
he's 100% tapped. Like no energy ticket skips, nothing.
Right.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
Hello, Gore.
Yeah, I basically, in order to keep up, I've had to basically use the maximum amount of energy refreshes for crystals every day. So it's like 400 crystals a day just on refreshing my energy to do the to only to spam the soul stages. That's it.
Yeah, so
Man,
most,
that's
you have
even
to keep in mind
enough,
also,
honestly.
and you have to keep in mind you're getting those like 2 energy tickets from doing those stages sometimes. So I'm literally on my knees begging to like every single god that exists to please give me as many of those energy tickets as possible, because I don't have any energy tickets left.
I want to say that part of this drought is coming because they're right in the middle of about to be updating the energy system. So they're not throwing out a lot of the older tickets because they're like, well, we're about to change the system anyway, so I don't know what.
How much can they really change it to benefit this? I mean, like, anything about what the change is going to be. Because unless I can use 2,000 energy a day, can't keep up with the Zenkais. Like
the idea is you can use skip tickets, I believe, and it will draw directly from the tank. So if you want to do 10 at a time, you don't have the appropriate energy, it'll just draw it.
Yeah, I think.
What is it? How do you fill the tank?
I think what it's trying to solve, the problem that this is trying to solve, is it's not trying to make it. It's not trying to give you more energy. It's just trying to consolidate how many times you have to go through using skip tickets to clear a stage. So instead of doing 10 and then refreshing and then 10 and refreshing and then 10, you're just gonna be able to use like 100 at a time, and then you're just done.
I can dig that. That's a good change, but it's like does it really shift how much we can get?
It's consolidating the amount of menu clicking time you have to spend.
Right now you're filling your energy, and then you're getting down to the mission. You're selecting how many. When make it a tank, you're just gonna go, I would like to spend 20 tickets, and it's gonna say that costs 200 energy. Then you're gonna be like,
dude,
okay.
20 tickets? That's half my tickets.
Yeah, I'm out of tickets every morning. They immediately go into a resource so I can try to get my Zenkai Gohan. I'm not done with Zenkai Gohan or Trunks yet.
Yeah, I'm currently working on 16 still because I maxed out Gohan and I maxed out 18, but 16 is still not maxed out. And luckily with that weekend login bonus, you can choose 100 skip tickets. So that's what I did.
Yeah, that's what I've been choosing too.
I was a fool and chose erasers, and then I didn't realize that the skip tickets were actually 100. I should have
They'll change it.
read.
Go to
I
menu.
know, I
Change your
have.
lock. Okay.
But yeah, I picked the erasers at first. I was like, well, that's double the chrono crystals.
Yeah.
It
Also,
didn't-
the login bonus too, right? You can pick 100 skip tickets for the login bonus.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Wait,
I
what?
thought you were talking about the medals, like the.
On the weekend.
I'm talking. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought you guys were talking about the login bonus. I was immediately attracted to the erasers down in the bottom right hand corner, and I just kept picking those. And then my guild's like, tickets.
Yeah, I was also talking about the login bonus. You can get 50 skip tickets also for 3 medals. So every 2 weeks ish, you can get 50 skips, or you can get 3 10 energy tickets. Which, frankly, for me at least, the ratio is that I have, I don't know, probably 500 to 1,000 stamina or energy worth of tickets, energy tickets, but I have no skip tickets. So I'm always
Yeah, I
gonna go for
bought even for me. Like, I think the skip tickets are more worth it. Like, I just buy the skip tickets with both the medals and the login bonus. I just think it's more worth. Like, you get 150 in total. It's pretty good for one day.
I get an everyday login bonus for like skip tickets. I do that every single day.
I spent
I haven't picked a
1,400
CC in,
skip
like, a year.
tickets at the exchange shop when it first came out.
Oh,
I
for
regret that
the
choice.
Cycle Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
that was the point where they stopped giving them out like candy too.
Yeah, like I was like, oh well, I'll get this back in a couple patches, and I can go, re-roll some items, and then
No
then
more
it just
$8
stopped.
bags that come with a buttload of resources. No more anything. Yeah.
Well, they were
Has
like,
anybody-
gives to the
Besides that, has anybody used the Recycle Center ever?
Nope.
No.
Wait, I've never used it for
bad.
anything. I don't
Same
even know what
here.
that you're talking
Got a
about.
couple of yellow souls for 18 the other night.
For
Because
me,
I
it's
needed to
still,
fill something in real fast, and I just wanted to click on it, but I got like 50 or
I
something.
still have 600,000.
I would say the one that I've
rush
used the
medals
most
left,
is the Rush Metal Shop for sure.
Oh, I have
Yeah.
abused that like a redheaded stepchild, but the recycle one I've never even looked at, other than to laugh at it when the day it came out.
It's gotten better since the day it came out for sure.
Laugh at that and the Z metal rate to exchange for Zenkai souls.
That one's absurd. Like,
Absolutely ridiculous.
Even I don't even look at that.
yeah, no.
Oh,
can't
They
even.
don't rush
That's not
those
even
demons so
fathomable. Like,
I think it is. Like, I think there's people that summon so much in the game that they have so many Z medals, and Bandai saw those rations of Z medals and said, okay, it has to be this horrendous, or they will never run out.
Well,
But even,
I'm
like,
at 2 million,
this
and
is spot. Yeah.
I'm at 2 million medals, and I wouldn't even like. I would rather just save my medals and not buy them. Like, I don't know, because think about the exchange rate and then compare it to like the rush shop.
What are they going to give you though?
I don't know. The problem with them adding the Zenkai souls to that shop is that those medals have been in the game basically since release. And they have to account for people having tons and tons of medals. Whereas if it was something that was new, then they could price it better because they know that nobody would have it coming in loaded up already.
I think there's
So-
people like yourself that have so many of the medals that it can't be too great, or you would just be, in Wonderland. And then
That's kind of
if
what
it is
the
what
rush
you-
medal shop is, though, right? I mean,
well, yeah, the
people
rush
have,
medals,
like-
but everybody has the rush medals. There's people that are like whales, and they got so many of those things. And if they make it too good for you, then you're gonna be amazing. And there's they never summon or whatever. But if they make it what it is right now, they can finally deplete your resource. I know they're not going to get you because you're still hoarding it because they're like, well, this still isn't worth it. But you're going to get so many more of these, and I don't think it'll ever be worth it. If it is, then I'll eat it. But I'm certain that they're seeing people, finally having to exchange at that rate.
But the thing about all of that though is, the difference between the rush medals and the Z medals is the fact that you actually have to summon to get those medals. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not necessarily a resource that's going to be plentiful because obviously that completely depends on how many crystals you have. Whereas with the rush medals, you can get those at any time, and you get those for free entirely.
Well,
So,
I see them trying to tax it out right now with those premium adventure tickets. I see that as the Legends trying to tax those medals away from most players that are trying to hoard. Because I don't have very much of them at all. And if I do adventures, I'm going to be completely out of those Z medals.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly one of the better things they've added to the game. I would definitely say that.
And don't
I
forget,
don't know
Seems
if
to be
I
one
could
of the
ever run
things.
out of Z medals for adventures. That's a lot of adventures.
Oh,
I have,
not
like,
someone like
adventures.
me would never run out of medals just buying those. But I mean,
I don't even spend nearly as much as you guys, like some of you guys, but it's like I have like 700,000 or something, and I always have 999. My,
Yeah,
I
just
think
don't-
if you're
like
trying to go for like the top guild right now, you're going to be doing the 1 hour adventures, and it's going to involve using the premium 1 hour slots at the bottom.
Yeah.
And that'll tank some Z medals pretty quick.
guess.
No,
Like, I
that
don't,
doesn't take that much. Also, don't forget that to play day one farm Z medals from PvP, because back then you still got the extreme rewards. For every match you played, you got 50 or 20 Z power of, let's say, Extreme Goku. And once you maxed him out, you already got the Z medals, I think.
Yeah.
what is that? That's 168 a week. It would go through if you're using all 4 of those ones at the bottom, and you're running 24. Say you
It's
run an
not-
adventure every single hour on the
It's
dot
not
for
that
7 days straight. You're only going through like 200 and something, whatever the number I just said.
Yeah, it's not that.
It's like even just doing Master Pack 1 or 2 or 3 summons. I don't think Master Pack 1 is around anymore. 2 or 3 summons. I stock up on like 1,000 right there. Like,
Yeah.
I don't
You
know.
know
That would
what's
be a lot to run through.
You know what the funny thing is about Masters Pack 1? I feel like it would probably be better than 3 at this point. Am I wrong?
Oh, it's because
there's
it's
gonna
pretty
have more
much the Master
Zenkai
Z
units that
banner.
are about to come
Yeah,
up on
it's
that.
still the
one.
Zenkai units.
Yeah. And it's not there. Wah, 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 wah.
Well, I mean, I think you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can still get the guaranteed summon tickets for it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
For 1?
because I know the login. Well, no, login bonus isn't guaranteed. I forgot.
There's no mission or anything that
I
gives
think
it
it's
to you as a new
30%,
player.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Wait, can you get
The
MP1? I
only
haven't
way,
seen
and
MP1
I
in a
think
while.
they stopped, but for a while you'd still get them as PvP rewards at the end of the season. But I think now they've moved to just Masters Pack 2 and 3. is
Once
what they
3
do.
came out, they would have moved to 2 and 3. Yeah.
hold on, bro. Where's Master Pack 4 already? God dang it, we got too many units in this game. I'm still trying to pull Rosie, man. Where is
Rosie-
Master Pack 4?
Rosie
The
has
fe-
been on 1. I feel like this is the new thing I say every week. Rosie has been on 1 featured banner since she came out, and it was that one. She's never been at a 1% pull rate on another banner besides that one banner.
The future of Masters Pack is highly in question now too, because they've stopped the progression of Ultra Space Time banners for the foreseeable future.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna.
Me,
have to
I always thought like when Master Pack Z came out, I thought it was gone. Like I didn't expect 4 at all after that. But then they put all the units on that one, and like that's your new Master Pack for good. Could be wrong though. I mean, I'm hoping 4 comes out, but it just I don't see it happening. 3, I think 3 kind of sucked personally. It was
Question
just
I
me. I
have-
feel like it didn't have.
The question I have is, when are they updating the Masters Pack Z banner?
The question is, are they updating?
I mean,
Yeah,
they
or
said
is it
they
gonna be
would.
Masters Pack Z2 banner?
They put Trunks in there, and they're like, oh, well, it's not updated forever now.
Well,
I
yeah,
think it's
'cause
what Mass
it's
Pack
not
Z2.
like it's a Zenkai, but I
So it
expected
needs
them to
Cell,
have
it needs 18. Gohan. I
Unique
mean,
and Piccolo.
there's Beerus is on there. Why would they? They might as well add Gohan on there. Beerus is on there. Why not?
Well, they could have Gohan have his own banner and throw the rest of them on that.
Yeah, they could make a second one, I guess.
So like Beerus is headlining Masters Pack Z banner, and then Gohan is headlining the Masters Pack Z2 banner.
No,
Master
it's
Pack
the best
Gohan.
Q banner, and then has all the other
ZQ.
ones on it.
They go through the
Yeah.
whole alphabet.
Yeah, pretty much. But he'll get his own banner, and they'll go through some units, and by the time you want to summon on it, all those units will be dated. But
Yep.
I don't know. Like I know from my brother's experience when he picked up this game a few months ago, the Master Pack Z banner was easily the most exciting banner for him because he got a shot at Beerus. So as a new player, I think that banner is pretty hype. You get a chance at one of the coolest Zenkai units in the game, and then if you don't, you get like to start your journey towards one of the Zenkais. At least that's how they were how he took the situation, right?
I was actually
And
pretty.
so,
I was pretty excited by it when it was first shown off, but that was only because of Beerus, because I already had like the ones maxed out, and that was when I had Beerus. I think at like
Yeah,
red.
a banner
3.
like that nowadays would actually hit a little bit different because the Zenkais coming out now are consistently better than the early ones. Like, I mean, not saying the
Yeah.
early ones were bad, but it wasn't nearly as feasible to get them because of the restrictions and the gates on getting them that far. But now, including all of like the new Zenkai units after the Purple Vegeta have all been exceptionally good. So
you tell a new player, right? You drop a new Master Z banner or whatever you want to call it. It's pretty much going to contain all the strongest units in the game on it, and with the guaranteed sparking on every multi. And new players get 1,000 Chrono Crystals every day. That's a heck of a steal if you ask me.
Yeah, it's definitely still there for new players for sure. Because I mean, let's be honest, like all of, or I would assume all of us have all of the units on all the 3 banners. So
Yes.
yeah, definitely still there just because of the new players.
Every time I see a Spartan
Black.
drop, I know it's just going to be another red Super Saiyan 3 Goku.
I'm still hitting that banner looking for Goku Black.
Oh,
You're talking about Match
Purple
Pack
one or the
3?
yellow one for
I,
your Zenkai?
I don't have the yellow one.
oh wow.
Oh. Yeah, and also Kuba, unfortunately, Rosie probably won't be on Masters Pack 4 because it was T only, right? And Rosie was on this, what, Girls Rising or whatever?
That's
Yeah,
why I'm
she
saying
was on
that Masters Pack 4, it's going to have to be designed different because most of the banners after Masters Pack 3 that were any type of relevant were all Legends Rising or Step Ups.
How about a master banner
Master
that
Pack 3
just
come
has like
out?
featured units every now and then, like that are the new units added to this like mosh pit of every unit in the game?
Master
Why don't they
banner.
update? They could, you know what they could do? They could just update the Ultra Space Time Rush banner to have the newer, I say newer, but quote unquote newer
Oh yeah.
UST units on there, and then they
Yeah.
would just have sort of like the LFs unfeatured and have a chance to pull them. But because it's free, right? People get like what 2 multis every 2 weeks on there. It's not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, again, I mean, I've pulled Super Vegeta on there, so you know what I'm saying? It'd be a good idea.
Oh, must be nice.
How would you guys feel? Like, I kind of like the 24-hour feature banners, just so they can go through like weird teams that, because you brought up how Rosie hasn't come up in a while. Just it's here for a day kind of deal, right? You could summon for them. I feel like I see a lot of gacha games do that and be a good way of for the people that are like really holding out for a unit. They might have that one chance to go for it.
Yeah.
And then maybe have
I'm
a Spartan.
surprised they. I'm surprised they didn't do, because until recently every time they release a new Zenkai, they've usually put out a banner to correspond with what they're buffing, like the tag that they're buffing. They didn't do it for Cell, I don't think, and I don't think they did it for 18 either. So I'm a little bit weirded out.
You're talking
by
about like
that.
a Legends Androids banner or something?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, even Legends like female or something, because I was expecting, because she technically buffs 2 different tags. She's now buffing androids with her Zenkai ability, and now also females with her Z ability. So I mean, she's definitely not bad on the female team, even though she does not technically buffing them with her Zenkai ability. So like, this was a good time for them to maybe bring back a lot of those female characters that haven't been featured in forever. Like, when was the last time Chi-Chi was featured? Or I don't know, the Videl, Yellow Videl. Like, it's been forever. I literally have Rosie at 3-star. Like,
They need to Zenkai a second female and then drop a female's banner to coincide with like a new female on it also. Like, and then that team could be back in like full locomotion.
But they would also have to find like a character that people would be hyped for, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless they're gonna, because they've already released multiple 18s, right? I really don't think people will get too hype about like Bulma or Chi-Chi or whatever, right?
Yeah, I have one. Might be a little bit strange, but they could Zenkai the free-to-play 21 and then bring out like a female banner or something to correspond with it.
That would be good, just because it would be for the free-to-play players to indulge in also. That would be a reason why I would see her jumping like way ahead of the line in terms of who deserves a Zenkai. Just be like,
Also, they've never brought her event back, ever.
Yeah, and then the purple one has only been an unfeatured, like, I mean, she's been featured on a couple banners, but it's just been like step-ups, like where she's returned.
Yeah, also with the Zenkai of a blue unit, Ribrian would have a fun.
Stop, please don't talk about that character.
I mean, after what they did with Yellow 18, and I feel like she's one of the most awkward Zenkai ability ever, because you're not going to want to bench her, because she's only going to buff a yellow female warrior if you're trying to be like 6 out of 6 Z abilities maxed out. So I feel like they did her dirty, because she's only going to Zenkai buff a yellow android. So it's got to be a yellow female android to truly min-max her when you throw them around on the bench someday.
Oh, yeah, you say that now, but then in a month or two from now, we're going to get yellow Android 18 in the tracksuit from the Tournament of Power.
Nah, bro. Yellow launch. Let's get it.
It's got to be the yellow android specifically. Like, that's why you say, like, you brought up launch, and I would think EX Bulma or Videl. I was excited for those units when they announced 18. When the data mines came out, we saw that it buffs the Zenkai ability buffs yellow androids. My heart dropped. Like, it felt like they were trying to like phase away from the female warrior team just because it's so niche or something.
Yeah. Well, I don't even think it's because it's needs. I think it's just because they don't generate enough money.
Well, yeah, and that's fine. And I noticed that with Kefla, and she's like pretty much a fusion warrior. You can run her on female, but she's a fusion warrior.
Yeah.
And so I've really been thinking about what you said about powerful opponent being an extra tag, and I almost feel like female warrior should have been an extra tag. And so
because I think they were experimenting with that when they first released it. Because I remember when was it, like 2019 Valentine's Day or something like that, when they first started doing these females banner, and yeah, like all the female warriors banners together. Like I remember because they released like 3 at once or something, and then they basically would just release them in clumps together on those banners. And I guess after like 2 or 3 times of doing that, they realized that this isn't monetarily good for us, so we're just gonna stop. Like, because they haven't done one in a long time.
Was there? We had 2 waifu banners, right? Or was it only 1?
I think technically we had 3 because one was 2 at once, right?
Yeah, one was Universe 2 with the Rosie and Kakunsa. Then they had the Red 18, and someone else was on that banner, and then there was
the Valentine's banner, right? Too as well. From the yeah.
Well, it's just like when Beerus drops, the same thing we brought up is that Beerus was really weak because they only dropped him with, God Goku. He didn't have a team. So when they only do the females every now and then, they get power crept, and by the time you come back to them, you're just like, well, and then they got all these relics plus 21. And they did kind of well when they focus on one tag, but as Gresh said, I don't think they want to just focus on females, so they won't be able to do it justice that way. If they keep it niche, it'll just stay niche. I kind of would more enjoy if they just kind of absorb them into the main. I always thought it was kind of strange that the female warriors are already being singled out for being female in that regards. Like, why not just have Kefla be a Saiyan, and then she could run her on all the other Saiyan teams? I'm sure there's some people that wouldn't fight with me for saying that, but sure.
It's also kind of weird because they went with the sub tag, I guess, for the female warriors core of being Universe 2. Because we're talking about like Ribrianne, Kakunsa, and Rosie. Kakunsa and Rosie have a Universe 2, like they buffed the Universe 2 tag. And I would argue that for the female warriors team, they were the core of the team when they came out. So I guess they sort of wanted to push the team in that direction, but it's like now, like, what do you... I guess the female warrior team is going to be Zenkai 18, Kefla, and 21. Like, that's it. And then your bench is just random female warrior.
I mean, it's just androids at that point. And that's what they're pushing for.
So that's 18. Kefla, yeah, I guess.
Oh, sorry. I guess you said Kefla. I was thinking 21, 2018. But yeah. I guess you still have Kefla, but they could push for like Tournament of Power and then have them all together. Or
that would be too like broad of a tag because that would consult it with a crap ton of units though.
I think they're going to do that though. Like,
instead of movies that they did TOP as like a whole series of units that came out, how hype would that be?
Based off,
you don't have to worry about finishing the Pride Troopers. You get them all.
Based off the fact that they didn't really differentiate like Fusion Dance and Patara, I don't think like. And then like look at the Gohan that just came out. He just has Universe Survival Arc as like one of his tags. So I mean, there might be like sub builds where like you do like the Pride Troopers. Or you do Universe 2 or Universe 6 or 7. But I think there's going to be like an overarching just Tournament of Power meta team as well that won't be quite as restrictive.
I think if they restrict it to just if Jiren comes out with Pride Trooper tag, then he's going to fall off after the Pride Troopers fall off, right? If he has the TOP tag, every time they revisit that to give like, LFUI Goku or whatever, he's going to be relevant again. And I think if they open that door, it'll be really good for the game.
Well, I don't know, like, because, okay, obviously the main 3 Pride Troopers, like, we can obviously expect to be in this game at one point, right? There are some of, like, the other, like, sub-Pride Troopers that would work well, and they could, like, legitimately make a solid tag out of, and especially with, like, for example, Full Power Jiren, or, like, what's his name? Quote-unquote God of Destruction, Topo, you know what I'm saying? They could release iterations of those units or just have them as transforming units too and make that tag work. Well, no, but then again, it is pretty limited. No, you might be right because there's only so much that you can do with those units for that tag.
I see it as like how the Bardock squad is. Like you could build Red Bardock like on a Saiyans team without even worrying about the Bardock squad, or you could have that sub build where you build him specifically with his teammates. I have a feeling they'll probably do the Pride Troopers somewhat similarly. Like, where there'll be, like, a specific build where, like kind of like powerful opponents, where Jiren will come out and his ability will be, like, plus to strike, attack, and defense for Universe Survival Arc, and then plus 15% strike attack for Pride Troopers. You know, something like that.
I could totally see that happening, and I'd prefer it to happen that way. That way you still feel rewarded for running the full Pride Trooper team. But if there's a, this Kefla unit that comes out that just happens to be so great, you might as well slaughter in there too.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's where they're going to go with it. Just based off their past, things that they've done. But I could be wrong. That's just me making predictions like I always do.
I was looking at Kakunsa and Rosie and stuff like that, and they kind of got like screwed on the secondary attack. It's 5% to base strike attack at 3 stars. 6 stars is 10, and then 14 stars is 15.
15's pretty
crazy.
relevant.
Yeah, 15 is good, but it's like 14 stars, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
They should have
like,
condensed it. They should have condensed it. It should have been like 10, 13, and 15 or something.
And then that says base, too, so that's affecting their pre-buffed stats before any other Z abilities or anything else comes into consideration. So that's mathematically less than if it was just a general buff as opposed to base stat
weird.
buff.
Really weird. They're the only ones that are like separated up until Bardock Squad, right? I don't think anybody before Bardock Squad had that.
Like the
It'd be
14
Universe
star
2,
tag?
Bardock Squad, and Powerful Opponent are the 3 secondary tags, right?
Shadow Dragon.
Oh, Shadow Dragon, you're right. Blue Sen. He has a really good one actually, but
I think there's a few units that buff specific Super Saiyan as well.
That's
The
like,
Yeah, Blue Bardock does buff Super Saiyan.
wait,
I mean, like you get your 2 stats and then a third beyond.
LF Blue Goku does also. He buffs Saiyan or Super Saiyan.
yeah.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, they're 2
think
separate
it is.
tags. I mean, like you have your like strike, attack, and defense, and then an additional beyond that. Those
Right.
guys.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I think the very first unit I can recall doing that would be the Super Vegito. I guess it. Maybe I
Yeah.
guess no.
No, it was the Universe 2 girls.
Anniversary. Yeah, Universe 2 would come because they were before the first anniversary.
They?
Yeah, because they were around for the first tournament. People were running them versus the Sun Family team.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yeah,
Like a live stream. I remember that. That was a while back.
Yeah, the female Warriors and Sun Family were the 2 dominant teams during the tournament.
And then to touch back on one other thing real quick, and then I'll pass it back to you guys. I was looking at the start date and like the end dates of like Master Pack 1, 2, and 3. And I mean, we could be on the cusp of a Master Pack. Or if you actually look at the dates, like the first one came out 9/18 of 18. Then it was 4 months, and then until Master Pack 3, it was 9 months. So if they're delaying them like that, we could be seeing one coming up in like 12, 13 months, which would put us right when the Zenkais hit their cheaper cost. We could see a Master Pack 4, honestly. I didn't realize how much of a delay there was. If they're pushing them further and further back, we could totally see that. I don't know, though.
wait. I was gonna say real quick before like the topic got derailed, because we were talking about
My
like
bad.
secondary tags and all that stuff, and I just realized too. Are they ever gonna do anything about the twins tag? Because that's probably the most useless tag in the entire game, and I have no idea why it's even.
Twins or the Super Saiyan Rose tag?
I think the Rose will be. I actually brought this up today on my stream. The Rose tag will. I'm thinking, LF site for the Rose drops, right?
Oh yeah, and
And
then
they get
transforming Rose.
him the bonus tag, right? And that way you want to run him with the other Rose units. I think that's where they're going to go with these bonus tags, and they already have that in mind. But they've probably got a roadmap with dozens of possible units up on the wall right now, and they're just kind of picking based off where they want to go. And I'm sure they know where they want to go with these tags, or at least have a general kind of idea. And that's I really hadn't thought about it until you guys had framed it as an extra tag, air quotes, for the powerful opponent. And I really hope they keep these extra tags pretty broad. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the tag list right now, and you not just this, you have kids, you have angel, you have minion.
Yeah, I was about to say Angel. It's really bad.
Yeah,
You make Angel work. You just need to add Vados and the rest already. Like, how do we not-
Vados, where would the Supreme Kai of Time fall in if she ever becomes playable?
well, they can give units abilities. I think to make sure it's not a collection gachapon, they got to keep it broader. But they can give units ability like buff the angels. It might only ever be one unit that does this, but they can make a synergy between Whis and another unit absurd with just one unit. And so I think that's where these tags might have more value as well. It won't be a Z ability thing. It'll be specifically to buff that one kind of unit that'll exist. Kind of how there's a Goku item that's pretty good, but it requires you to run 2 Spirit Bomb Gokus that are pretty trash. So they might do something like that where you have to have the rose tag in order to equip an item, and then that would really make the rose tag more valuable.
They could do it via uniques too, like how they made Whis just like godly with Beerus, right?
Exactly. So they could have it where a new Vados comes out and only angels are going to get her swap out buff. So obviously it's going to be Whis or whoever comes out after that. But yeah, I think they might try to make it more of an item thing / select units being overpowered with each other.
I think, but to re-add to Indakuba's point, I think Twins is going to be one of the most limited tags. Because you got Beerus and Champa, and then you have the 2 ballsack-headed men that are on Turles' squad. And then other than that, who are twins in this game?
17 and 18?
They're not really twins, though.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's true.
But I mean, also, Angel has only Whis.
But I mean, we can expect like Vados and like the other angels as well in the future. Again, I still don't know why we don't have Vados or Champa yet. I think that's absolutely absurd at this point. But if they wanted to add, all the other angels, they could, and they can definitely make them work. Because I mean, if Heroes was able to do it,
imagine a playable Grand Priest in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find it interesting though that there are characters like, that have halos, but they're not considered angels, I guess. So there's like a distinction here between people who are dead, because with a halo, you would also be able to consider that an angel, I guess, right?
Oh, you're talking about like Super Saiyan 2 Angel Goku or Vegeta, Vegeta, yeah.
I think it's more of a name to call him Angel Goku.
Is that something that's entirely like Western though? Is that like an English translation thing? That would be something Goresh.
Yeah, I think what Goresh is saying is the correct. I think typically we're going to call that an otherworld character, and that's the mark of the otherworld is when you have the halo.
Yeah, so the Japanese word for that is literally, it is angel, but it's what we would call a halo. That's what it is.
Okay.
So
what about
under that assumption, you could team Whis with like dead Super Saiyan 3 Goku when he gets his Zenkai or something, and they'd both be.
Yeah, I think the confusion comes from Dokkan, because in Dokkan, the translations for like dead characters, like the Halo Goku is called Angel Goku.
Oh my god!
But he's not actually an angel. Obviously, he's just dead, and he has a halo.
Because I think they're treating the angels like a race within the Dragon Ball universe.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Because in German it's the same. When you're dead and you have a halo, you become literally in German. I guess that's maybe also where my confusion was coming from.
Yeah, I figured it was a language barrier thing.
Because I think there's Majin and the angel so far in the canon.
But yeah, Twins is gonna be rough.
What's up, people?
Oh, you're back.
Hey, Nalar.
No, hey, hello.
Can you still stand, or you'd have to sit?
No, I cannot stand. What? So goddamn. What's up, people?
Nothing. We're talking about your favorite game, Dragon Ball Legends.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
tag kids.
It's a fun. Honestly, I think the gameplay's fine. It's fun. Just they don't know what to do with the content. That's my opinion overall.
I do agree in the sense that it does feel very experimental. Like
they are definitely trying stuff new left and right.
For all the research they claimed they did on Dokkan to perfect this game, there's a lot of fluidity to this game where they're constantly changing, adapting, and trying different stuff.
I mean, the biggest downside, this is me being unfiltered, is that they just took the feedback they got from Dokkan and then ran with it, but didn't keep in mind the feature shit that they did implement and work on that initially, if that makes any sense.
The thing I don't understand about that whole argument where it's like, oh yeah, we just took the feedback from Dokkan and applied to our game. It's like the games are just not even close. Like it's just how are you gonna, it's like if Call of Duty took feedback from Monopoly. Like, how does that make sense?
I'd play it more.
I think for what makes when it makes a free-to-play experience fun, you could get that from Dokkan. You could try to see what are they enjoying. Oh, they like the casual aspect. Oh, they want to collect units. Oh, they want to power up their units over time. They don't want to be done immediately. I think you could take those elements from Dokkan, but I agree with you 100%. I hate it when people try to say which one's better, Dokkan or Legends. They're
You
not the
can't.
same game.
They're fundamentally two different games. But I think what they wanted, at least this is my interpretation of their feedback, is that they wanted some kind of PvP aspect. Sure, like Dokkan doesn't really have that. I mean, we have World Tournament, but that's facing leaderboards. It's not that's not the same thing as real action live time PvP. So they took that feedback and went with it, but I feel like they didn't even factor in that is their core gameplay, and they should focus on that as opposed to this is what they want. So if we're going to grab the player base from there to over here, yada yada. But anyways, I'm digressing. I'm reading chat. I get it. I'm not the most sober mindset here. I get it. What are we talking about, guys?
We're somewhere in between Android 18 that Goresh hasn't voiced his. He just got back from his call, so he hasn't put his 2 cents in about Android 18. And
Yeah, okay.
yeah, go ahead.
I guess we'll talk about that real quick. I think she's really good. Easily the best Android unit, easily the best female unit. I think she is better than Kefla. I don't think it's a hot take. I don't know. Like, the only thing I would say is what we sort of touched on earlier is the fact that her Z ability and her Zenkai ability are split. So you're never going to really be able to double up her effectiveness in terms of what unit she's buffing. But I don't think it's a huge deal right now. Maybe if we ever get to the point where it's super essential that you have to be buffing your entire tag, just like with every single buff possible, then yeah, it might become a problem. But right now, I think she's really good. I don't know if I'd call her a top 5 unit in the game, but she's really, really good. I think I would call her a top 4 Zenkai unit in the game. I think that's fair. She definitely fits at least in that range, and definitely, again, the best Android, best female unit. I think she is better than 16, so that's saying a lot because 16 is really good. And her kit fits really well together. Like, everything synergizes well. The card draw speed, the green card, which changes blast strike, which she needed because she holds 2 blast cards, and just, good against Saiyans, which is really helpful, especially against the fusion team. So yeah, I think they designed her really well.
I think she's time limited. As you already brought up, she's not optimal for the bench. When a fancier yellow android comes around, you're going to want to put her on the bench, and then you're going to have to decide, is that Zenkai ability worth losing the 2 abilities on your other units? You're going to have to want to run 21 or another female warrior of some nature. Or 2118, I guess, is your other 2 android options. I feel like that's my least favorite thing about her, but I do think that she is so powerful right now. You could be confident spending your crystals in it and running your android team for months to come.
Hold on, people in the chat are saying that Game Press says says she's top 3.
Yeah,
and the reason why is because they don't consider the older Zenkai 7. That's why.
I think they consider a lot of them at Zenkai 1 that haven't received the 7K change.
Yeah,
but if you consider all the Z7s, then she's not even close.
Yeah, and then but other than her, like, she kind of came in and took the place of the hybrids banner we were supposed to get. I don't know, maybe they're just not ready yet. But other than that, them and LBR, there's not too much else going on in the game. So we've just been
I mean, Professor, remember the discussion we had where you said they have early just because they said early September? It seems that you cannot trust whatever their wording is anymore on teasers. We remember Cool Beauty.
Oh yeah, I was told that due to the terminology of early September and the Cool Beauty thing, but frankly, we need to just kind of think that's just a general estimate at this point, guys. They're not trying to drop these hints. They might just be talking,
Yeah, the only awkward thing to me was that they did the Zenkai Cell and Gohan back to back, and then most of us probably assumed that it would rotate to a banner the next week, and then Zenkai 18 the following week. But they just did Zenkai, then the following week a third Zenkai, and now we're still waiting on the banner probably this upcoming week, starting this week that starts tomorrow and whatnot. So.
Well, I hope so. I feel like we're due for a new splash, but to be honest, even as a hybrid player, I'm kind of sick of hybrids.
What, like seeing other people running Gohans and stuff?
I was excited to see Blue 18 come in and slap Red Gohan into the ground. I don't mind Red Gohan being powerful as long as there's a check in the game. Feels like there's no real check in the game other than Rush right now, and we're back to a Boo situation. And so I don't like that. I was kind of hoping for Blue 18. I do like Yellow 18. I do think she's really powerful. But I think when they drop 2 more transforming hybrids, we're just going to see hybrids, and it's going to be kind of how people have been feeling about fusions. It's going to get very monotone. Now, if they drop them on like an LF banner, and then give us a new fancy LF, I know we just got Majin Vegeta or something, that's not hybrid related to take the attention off of them, then maybe, but I don't know. I'm sick of seeing Gohan every other fight. It's
Me
Gohan or
too.
Vegeta Blue. Yeah,
Yep.
I know.
Yeah.
I've run him and I will continue to run him, but that's just kind of an outlier situation.
But that's your team. Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, but I'm personally sick of seeing the same units, and that's why I was liking the Zenkai system, because it feels like every other week they were spicing it up. Oh, now we're seeing androids. Oh, now we're seeing fusions, or now we're not fusions, but regen. And so it can get pretty exciting in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
But right now it's Gohan or go home.
but I have to say that lately I've seen a lot more people use androids, and a couple of people in the high level still play regen and do it really well. So I've definitely seen a spike in Gohans. There's still fusion, but there's also androids right now. So at least 3 teams. I guess the occasional future or like Vegeta family.
Well, in my opinion, I think the 3 most powerful teams right now are going to be Future, Fusion, and Hybrid. I guess Hybrid Sun Family, same thing.
Yeah, I think you could lump hybrid and Sun Family kind of in the same bucket, I guess. I think like people are going to keep sleeping on this unit, but I think Super Kaioken is core Sun Family right now.
Yes, Super Kaioken Goku. I know, hot take, guys, but the red trunks is not necessary for Gohan at all. His power is so far beyond. You do not need the red trunks if you run him on just Sun Family. You just need the Gohan. You run the Kaioken and the Super Kaioken Goku that just dropped that everybody's rolling their eyes at, and then you run whatever unit fits the bill. It seems to be the ultimate Gohan most of the time.
Z7 Kid Goku still an option as well.
You definitely control the
I
field.
have actually soured a little bit on him recently, just because there's so many units right now that nullify endurance.
Well, and his Z ability doesn't support the team. If you already said, there's so many units that nullify endurance, and if you're benching him, and so he's not stealing field time, then you're losing optimal bench. You're losing damage during that fight. That could just be an HP bench, and you watch that fight where you died to taps. Yeah, just know that could have been HP, and that's what drives me nuts about units like 18, because players are going to be faced with that dilemma here in this option that they're going to have to run 2 out of 3 females, or her Zenkai ability is just not going to be worth it, even though it looks like a bunch of stats. 1 unit's going to get just those stats, and it's not worth it.
Yeah, HP buffs are important to have too, so you wouldn't want to sacrifice that for.
Well, it just kills me when you're running a team and you don't take a unit, and that unit literally just cripples your team. It could have been anything. It could have been Hero Pan if you're running hybrids. It would have been better than nothing, right? But that's just me. I'm really like, I try to think about the 3 units I'm going to take into the fight, and I try to make sure if I'm going to take any of the other units, the top 3 units are still buffing them by some extent.
In
Agreement.
silence.
It's gonna have
we're
to
in
be
silence. Then it was just a team building.
the
Yeah, it's like
Hybrids
Mike-
banner, and then another surprise Zenkai the following week. That's gonna have to be the mixer upper.
Yeah, I have 40 skip tickets.
But
Let's
if it
go.
aligns that unit is a Son family unit or anything that can be compatible with Gohan, then it's just gonna get worse.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they got Ultimate Gohan, which is one of the best units in the game right now. You got, Gohan, which is arguably the best unit in the game, but I'd still give the title to Vegito Blue. But we were talking about supporting teams earlier and all that kind of stuff. I think the Future and Fusion team supporting team is stronger than Hybrid, so he can still be the best right now. But I'm concerned. I really hope they're going to be Sun Family, Vegeta Family focused and not Hybrid Saiyan.
Yeah, I have 40 skip tickets. Let's go.
Well, I mean, they got Ultimate Gohan, which is one of the best units in the game right now. You got, Gohan, which is arguably the best unit in the game, but I'd still give the title to Vegito Blue. But I think the Future and Fusion team supporting team is stronger than Hybrid, so he can still be the best right now. But I really hope they're going to be Sun Family, Vegeta Family focused and not Hybrid Saiyan. maybe even Super Saiyan focus. That'd be really cool.
Even
Like
the
if they're
Goten being
family.
family focused could still pose a little bit of a problem with the Gohan if his support is relevant enough anyway.
Well, he already has a ton of support. So one of the units I was having a blast with this morning is the green GT Trunks. I was running him with not Goten, with Ultimate Gohan and the Zenkai Gohan, and it was doing work, man. You kill that green GT Trunks, it's just like the yellow Gohan. Your Ultimate Gohan, sorry, your Legends Limited Gohan goes on a rampage, and plus he's a team heal and he has the same swap bonus, so you get infinite blast damage.
Yeah, you're talking about the green one, the GT not
Yeah,
base
the
form.
old GT one. I was running him just fine, destroying people with him. I even, because of the death buffs, I was able to two-shot a 14-star Gohan with 2 blast cards. It's
Also heal,
ridiculous, man. Yeah, he has a team heal, and his Z ability is like 33% to blast damage, so that's not something that, you scoff at. It's not min-max, but it's definitely notable. And you look at his stats, it's like 1.3 million. It's right where you need it. He works, and he has obviously access to the EX item.
He was always considered a pretty good sleeper unit, even on his release. Was one of the better EXs.
Because he was like one of the new age EX units. Like I think he came out a little bit after the blue Evil Boo did, right? And that's when they started ramping up like these like special EX units. He was like one of the early ones, so he's still good.
He's the best green EX. Sorry, not EX, just the best green hybrid right now. If you're gonna run one,
I think it's either him or the Legends Road, right? And the only problem with Legends Road is you can't get him past 6-star or whatever it is.
This guy's support's better, just because you can 14-star him.
So I have to say I still like the green future Gohan. Like I'm not saying he's the best, but he still puts out a good amount of damage after you pop his second main ability. And then he has that green that just gives somebody like 20 seconds timeout. And just like go to the silent cave and just time out there.
I think that hybrids have so many units that can give so much to the rest of the team that, yes, Green Gohan has some of the best blast damage in the game, but he gives nothing back. So
trying to use
that's my main
technical
thing.
plays by tossing people off the screen is his best asset, I think.
Yeah, it's really good, but the Ultimate Gohan does that too. You can get him with the blue card. It doesn't toss them off, but it makes their next sub count have like +10 on it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, I missed out on him, so he was one that I slept on.
Yeah, he can make some plays. He gets like 2 green cards just given to him, and one they're both on his main ability. So if you guys are enjoying Ultimate Gohan or you pulled him and you haven't tried him yet, you can kind of sit in the back and do some crazy counters with it. It's also a long animation, so you can goof yourself, but
oh yeah, you can't vanish out. You'll get frame trapped.
yeah. Most of the green cards are like that, though. That are the projectile greens, right? If not all of
I
them.
think Majin 21 has one that you can almost never get frame trapped in because that their little purple lightning laser just like single frame shoots all the way across the screen. I
It's
think
like a
if you
beam.
perfect vanish it, that's the only way you can frame trap someone in Majin 21s. But any type of delayed vanish, and she can instantly get out of it.
I think it's specifically all the ones that are like something is literally shot at you, right? Like Baby shoots a little poof ball at you. Cell points a finger that shoots a poof ball at you.
Yeah, the red
21s is like a zigzag beam.
Yeah, it's like a speed of light, like single frame. The red perfect cell, the new one after he transforms, his little laser beam is pretty much single frame activation as well. It's one that
but it's a long animation. You can punish that one.
It's not single frame exactly.
See,
oh
I
yeah,
like
it'll activate on a single frame, but if you vanish it, he'll have a little bit of stun time.
the
Yeah.
cool names like Death Ball and Kamehameha. I like poofs and laser beams personally, but
I
I'm a
call
bigger
them
fan of that
poofs.
for
That's because
poofs.
you're
That's a good. I'm gonna start saying that, dude. Like, I always say bink whenever I like tap somebody and they die, and I'm like bink and they die because it's like tapping is. I don't know. I hate tapping. I wish it had been in the series. I could have seen Goku fighting Frieza. He was like, we'll let the spirit bomb or whatever, and Frieza comes up and just tap attacks him and knocks him out of it. I wish I could have seen that.
It's a little bit also like that flick that Beerus does, right? Where he's like, check.
The flick is cool though. The flick that's like almost iconic. Number one, because that episode was terrible quality. Number two, because like it was just a cool like, oh god, Goku's this weak. Like that was cool though. I still like that to this day. But yeah, I feel you. It's the same thing.
I just enjoy that Hercule throws rocks at you. I want more units that do goofy stuff like
I
that.
have a
Okay, so
feeling.
get ready because I think Goten will do that.
Yeah, before he transforms.
I would
in a way.
imagine.
His
Oh
pre-transformed
my goodness.
is going to be the rock throwing one.
I like how
17 is no more Super 17, guys. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, because those ones can't be absorbed. Yep.
He's been getting me for some time, man. Let me tell you what.
He's gonna
That's
insert
actually
rocks into his absorbed things in his hands. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another interesting concept that they could expand on, having blast attacks that operate on a physical level with some
Mine has
characters.
bullets, right? So does Bulma.
Yeah, bullets. the
You
rocks.
can never tell if it's a tap attack or not.
exactly. But I also love how the rocks just nullify ki blasts. Because ki is not as powerful as rocks, or vice versa, I guess.
Well, I mean, if the champs throw it, no, it's not. Right.
Yeah, I thought they do clash.
No way, dude.
But imagine a character who actually had like a functional move on his yellow card, but it had the properties of strike attack even when he activated a yellow card.
Well, I want them to expand on like Thouser. I think they gave him like extra slice damage, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
him and like the red.
I actually used him a lot when he came out.
So I wanted them to expand on mechanics like that. You could have a unit that increased slice damage so much that you'd want to run like Tapion next to Trunks just so you had some swords. I like that. That would be kind of nifty.
Or yeah, more sub builds because that'll ignore a certain percentage of the enemy's defense. I do believe is what Slice does, right? Isn't it? I don't know if that's Pierce or Slice or what, but
I think it's Pierce.
It sounds more like it would be Pierce, yeah, because you're piercing.
I
through their
remember
defense.
talking about this. This is at this point. This was probably months ago, like 5-6 months ago. But I remember, I think I brought up the point where I think you actually said, I want blast attacks to act like strike attack, and then I said they could do that for Jiren with his eye beams. Like they can make his they can make his blast card the eye beam attack, and it's just him like attacking the enemy from long range.
he just like looks at you and you fly backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a cool conceptual thing for them to explore. Like you said, based off of, they could loosely tie it in, like canonically speaking, like for characters that don't really use a whole lot of ki, like Hit, for example. Hit didn't even really need a yellow card that threw all the yellow blasts. It could have just been like a teleport punch instead of yellow card animation, the same stuff.
Yeah, like just more cool animations I think would be cool. Like it wouldn't even work differently in terms of like the functionality in the game. So like if you threw, let's take your example, like Hit does like a teleport punch, like a the purple like warp punch thing that he does as his blast card. Like it would just be the normal blast card, but it would just look different.
The only thing that I'm wondering is how would you do it when two blast cards are used at the same time? So I'm using.
I would just clash normally.
Or you could have it to where if someone has a special blast like that, they could just win. If it would, blast clash, it just works like a counter. Be a really oppressive unit, but I mean,
yeah, like a version of
we're
blast
seeing right
armor
now
for the user of the blast attack, basically.
And when I was daydreaming about LF Gohan before he existed, right, on how they would do the FSK, I would obviously LFs weren't even a thing. I just assumed whenever you got a beam clash, LF Gohan would just win. I'm like, oh, okay, that's when it would trigger the FSK, right? Just whenever you get a beam clash, that would just be a special ability whenever the FSK finally came. Well, yeah, like because he wasn't even in the game, right? And I've been waiting for the father-son Kamehameha, so I just assumed it would be a beam clash encounter, right? That would be the only time you ever saw it, but it would be a special thing. He would instantly win. So they could totally go with, units that if they have hit a strike, if you hit two strikes together, this unit has a special ability to where it just overpowers the opponent and they just win. Or
Jiren.
Jiren could do that. If you try to strike versus Jiren, unless it's Jiren v Jiren, you're not gonna ever see the normal strike animation for the Dokkai impact. He's just gonna win and throw the opponent away. And I think that would be kind of fun. And it's a little bit more interesting than blast armor, at least.
Well, it would be like it would be the version of blast armor for that character that had that ability. You know.
Yeah,
Like the
like
next
the
thing. And the cool thing about that was it could negate blast armor, even if it was on a yellow card, because it would be like an empowered yellow card, basically.
yeah, exactly.
Blue beams instead of yellow ones.
Hold on, maybe I'm misunderstanding this. So you're saying like if you had like, hey you guys, you click a Rising Rush and you go where you draw your cards, both pick Strike, Jiren wins that?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay,
when
I heard you say
it's in
Dokabaki,
your
and I was like,
body,
wait.
I'm talking
Isn't
about.
that whenever you get
Go ahead.
Nolar has gone to another planet?
I was like, was somebody dying? Like, what is going on?
I'm here. Yeah, whatever. Go, keep going.
What I was saying is like, Jiren could have a special, or Hit, for example, could have a special yellow card that has like a physical attack animation.
No,
and
I got that. No, 100% I got that. That's not where I was lost. I just heard Dokabaki attack in the middle. Isn't that Rising Rush?
No, that's the
that's
Clash.
Oh, I didn't even know what the heck that was
Say it.
called.
Yeah,
That's how much I pay attention, bro.
Doba.
Yeah, it's Clash.
The one thing that is weird, would be weird about this though, is, at least for me, I would probably be still too used to strike clashing, and I would always lose. It's like to this day, I still sometimes instinctively try to tap clash a tackle and then just get comboed. Like,
I'm swapping in on blue Gohan and I'm tripping myself up 3 times a day.
oh yeah, they don't have strikes then because they're
I'm
locked.
just looking at my strike arts, tapping the air, just like no, and then you're done.
Yeah, I think
The
it
worst. People don't talk about this a lot, but Zenkai 18's Ultimate. I was playing against one earlier today, and I was playing with 21, and she had ulted. I think it was my 16 or something. And I was like, all right, and I switched into 21, and I literally had a full hand of strike cards, and I couldn't do anything for like 5 counts. I was just sitting there. I was like, I literally can't play.
Oh,
Yeah.
because of the blue Gohan?
No, I'm having issues
No,
with them.
versus the 18.
she locks strike cards for what, 7 counts?
Yeah, I think it's actually an insanely long time.
You're the second.
It's a great shutdown. You actually kind of brought up something I wanted to see if you guys how you felt about it at least. Or I don't know if I brought it up last week. I don't think I did. But when you build a deck, it's actually really, in my opinion, you're responsible to go full strike or full blast. For what Goresh just brought up is that you can have situations like you only have strike in your hand or you only have blast.
Dude,
And so, how do you guys feel about units that bring 3 cards to further tilt your deck?
Yeah, I mean, full blast is also such a bad meta that has blast armor units, because then when you're trying to time somebody on the sidestep, like a Vegito Blue, and they just do 1 step, you're a little bit late, and they use just a strike card, then they got you. And this is why full blast is terrible.
Well, I've been enjoying a 7-5 split if I can get it.
Yeah, I normally try and go for as even as possible, but it, I don't know. The only time that really ever comes to bite me in the ass is with those locking characters, or when it comes to a Rising Rush, and then all 4 of your cards are just like, here's all yellows for you to pick from. I'm like, have fun. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, how do y'all feel about like a unit? And obviously, it'd be unique units, not everybody.
Like an
But
elf unit
they-
that brought like a red, a yellow, and a green or something.
Yeah, they brought a 3rd card.
It wouldn't really make that much of a difference because the only thing that matters is pretty much like what ratio of your deck is considered strike or blast, right? Because most units only hold strike and blast card unless you're special and hold a green or a blue.
Well, that would because we have simulated decks. That would be huge. You would play the same card 3 or 4 times by the end of the fight. That'd be a ton more strikes. Like I think overall impact of having 3 cards in a hand would be massive. For the reasons I brought up. If you have like a 9-3 spread, like it gets funny if you would.
Yeah, I think
and
the
I
biggest.
could see someone like.
I was gonna say the biggest impact it would have is if you were able to bring like you had like 12 and 0 or something. Like that's when it would get insane, right?
But then
Well, we're getting
predicting your
units like
Rising Rushes
18 that are
would
gonna
be
have
painfully
insane
easy.
like card draw.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If it doesn't make a splash, it wouldn't make a splash because I don't think most people would try to abuse it. But I could see some when I see like units that bring a green card almost right, and it's a blast and a green card. So I'm like, eh. But if they brought the normal card sprawl and a green card, it would feel like you just run into green cards more often. It's just a thought for a gimmick to make a unit interesting, at least.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm waiting for is a unit that holds 2 green cards.
That'll be cancerous as heck.
Super Saiyan Hercule?
Maybe.
Super Satan would be clean. That's all.
People keep asking me what I want. I really want to see them, especially now we got the revival unit. I feel like it's time for Mighty Mask. You can break them, and then I get Goten and Trunks.
Turn one unit into 2. Like when he dies, if another one of your characters has already been KO'd and then he dies second, you'll have a Goten and a Trunks replace both those empty slots. I
was just thinking you could do a unit, but
oh, that'd be cool too.
I think that would be a crazy Legends Limited unit to see Mighty Mask grace the scene.
So it's like the Red Cell, like he has 1 health bar as Mighty Mask, and then once he dies, he comes back and his animation is them ditching the costume.
Isn't that what happens? Like, are they fighting 18? They realize they ain't gonna win, and they already figured it out anyways, and they just go Super Saiyan and start fighting her?
Well, yeah, it's right after she kicks them in half when she figures out what's going on. Like, she kicks that costume in half and splits them in half, and then they're like, all right, screw this, we're just gonna go all out.
So the first life is Mighty Mask, you break them, and the second life is Goten Trunks.
Yeah, that could totally work. If the game goes on long enough where they have the time to implement all those ideas, I think that they will. It would be interesting. Yeah, Mighty Mask is like a sleeper character that everybody loves. It's very interesting.
I mean,
I don't know why, but sure.
Why not?
People always love the troll characters in Dragon Ball. I don't like it's.
Farmer with shotgun gets brought up so many times.
Farmer with the shotgun, yeah, he would be so useless in this game. Like,
he's just a meme, though. He doesn't actually do anything in the anime. He's not 2 Super Saiyan children.
Yeah,
he was really close to killing Raditz, bro. He was like right there.
Yeah, he would get
close.
Shoot himself. Just suicide ultimate.
He'd be the best Super Warrior.
I just don't know how we have Bunny, Girl, Bulma, and not Launch.
Yeah,
I really want Launch.
That has to tie in with like what Goresh was saying.
So many Vidells and so many Bulmas, and it's like there's other females. Like,
yeah.
Really?
Don't we have that weird one that Roshi
I
fought?
like Videl too, but
the one that Roshi fought. Which one was that?
Ian's like disciple or whatever in Super.
Oh, Urine?
Urine, right?
That's right, Urine. That's her name, bro.
That's her name.
I always forget it's Urine.
Yeah.
And they could do more with Pan.
Urine would
We
definitely.
don't have Ran Fan.
Rat fan, true. If they make urine any other color than yellow, I would be disappointed.
Oceanus Shenron.
Yeah. We need all the Shenron team would be dope though. I really wish Shadow Dragons would be like a really sick team. Like,
well, it's kind of. I mean, obviously, like the Novo Shenron and the other ones are fine, but some of them are giant, like the mole one.
What, ice, bruh?
Yeah.
Dude, the mole one would be a Legends Limited.
But he's
Like the mole.
Oh my gosh. What's the dude that farts in Dragon Ball?
Bacterian.
Like, Barbarian. Bacterian, that's it.
Bacterian, yep.
Bacterian, yeah. And then we also would have to have Faku with his ultimate be double meat, double cheese.
Is that the stinky fingers guy, Bacterian? Or
Yeah.
Smelly fingers?
Roland doesn't have a nose, so he's good. I miss old Dragon Ball, bro. Like, I really do.
Yeah, we also don't have the Ox King yet, right?
Nope, he's not playable in any type of way.
I think, I brought it up before. I'd really like the 4th support unit, and I feel like that's where you can get all these goofy characters in that don't really have a real role on the battlefield.
So get a goof unit? Like, what the heck?
Well, no, like, you support units, like major characters from the Dragon Ball that have no business fighting beers.
His usage of support is misleading. What he's talking about is like a character, but it's like a one-time use consumable in battle that you can kind of like the active skills in Dokkan, where you could have something sitting on the side, and you could like hit the button and it'll be like a Goku doing an IT save, or a Bacterian coming out and farting in the enemy's face, and they're incapacitated for a second, or
Oh, burst limit does that.
yeah, or
Well,
imagine kind of like
doesn't-
the assist in Dragon Ball Fighters, but
Doesn't Krillin throw his shoe at somebody in the Tournament of Power? I think he does.
yeah, that would be a good assist.
See, but those moments don't belong on. Well, actually, I would love a Krillin throwing a shoe card. What am I talking about? But you know what I mean. Those moments don't really belong in characters, and so they could have them as assist moments. Anybody could run them, so it helped the game stay balanced between metas.
That would
You
even
still
be a
have-
way to get farmer
Guaranteed-
with the shotgun in the game, because he would just come out, shoot a shotgun off, one shot, bam, do some damage, and then disappear.
Yeah,
I
60 timer
guarantee
count to kill.
I guarantee you, once we get a Tournament of Power Krillin, his like something he does is going to involve him throwing his shoe. Like if it's his green card or whatever.
Yeah, it has
gonna
to.
happen.
If they're actually pretty good about sticking to little attention to detail like that in this game. So
Yeah.
Well, you guys brought up a farmer with the shotgun. You could legitimately have a farmer with a shotgun if you have.
yeah, I kind of actually imagine that. The closest thing I imagine that to is in the newest Smash Brothers game, how you could have like the little consumable character, like when you're playing story mode, not the multiplayer stuff.
Oh, the spirits.
Yeah, the
Well,
little
like how
spirit. that
Pokemon has it too.
Yeah,
where they have
like,
like,
it would be like
Pokemon that are
bringing-
just assist Pokemon.
Yeah, it was like bringing the spirit with you, and once in battle, that thing would just go off. I mean, you could probably pick when you wanted it to, ideally, but or it could be like a conditional one where like once X amount of characters die, the spirit activates and like revives one of your characters or something. I don't know.
Well,
I would
mean, at
only
this
run
rate-
that one. Like, I would never run another one. I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm good with that, dude. Bring back my transforming cell. Like,
Oh, bring him back to first form.
like,
Repeat
I would
the whole
never.
process again.
I would mess with anything else, bro. See, the only problem with that kind of stuff is they would monetize that to all hell and back, dude. They'd have their own banners. They'd have like rolls on them, like
perfect cell, but it de-transforms back down to second
cool, though.
form.
That would be
That'd
the
be
assist,
amazing.
the fat cell just coming out and exploding or something.
Oh,
I
that'd be
was really
amazing.
hoping that's what this cell was gonna do. The second I saw him die, I was like, "Yo, please do it!" And they could have just made it the animation. I'm okay with how he comes back. That's similar to how he did it there too, but it would have been really cool. It's just a lot to fit in like 2 seconds, so I get it.
Well, they could have him LF
Let's hope.
cell that does it someday.
Yeah, I mean that would be like probably something likened to the original Majin Vegeta's self-destruct, where he just bloats himself up and blows up, but then afterwards he could resurrect like the resurrection cell. That
Or
would
they
be kinda
could do
crazy
it-
too if you had a character. What if there was a character like the new Cell that had 2 life bars, but on its first life bar they could do like a kamikaze attack?
Ultimate Chaozu.
Ultimate Chaozu. There you go.
But he kamikazes and he doesn't come back after.
We already have Ultimate Chaozu. We don't need another one.
Oh, yes, we do.
It would have to be something like another LF Vegeta, because he could come back as Angel Vegeta, or Cell because he blows up and then regenerates. Or
Well, they have
Majin Buu.
Tournament Power 17.
Yeah,
Doesn't he
17
put up
could
a
do it.
That's
barrier and
perfect
self-destruct?
example.
Like any of the regeneration characters could probably do it too. Like, you know, Majin Buu, he can regenerate also.
I do think Cell opened up a really cool door for Legends to go through with this kind of thing.
A scary
Kind of
door.
shows that it's scary for sure, but I mean, it's no scarier than LF Gohan at 14 stars. So it's like, you know, you're gonna. Cell is intimidating to say the least, because like we said, we don't want to burn stuff against him. But it's not like, oh my gosh, like I fight Gohan, I'm just like,
I think
no,
it
I'm
would
dead.
be-
I gotta.
Watch, they're gonna have a Bardock, and it's gonna die and go to the future and come back Super Saiyan, and you're gonna regret saying that this was good.
Hey, dude, no, I want that, bro. Like that'd be sick. Like
I
at this
know.
point, man, we were talking about it the other night. And it's like, screw, just break it, whatever, man. They're gonna keep releasing these Zenkais like crazy. They're gonna keep giving us crazy banner units.
What
At this
about,
point, as long as every team ends out crazy as all hell, I'm in. It doesn't matter. Fine.
I
I guess they could technically have a Frieza that dies, like we did with this, like quote unquote dies against the Spirit Bomb, and then comes back and goes full power.
or
yeah.
a final form Frieza that dies and comes back as a cyborg Frieza.
Yeah, that could be one too. Actually, I didn't even consider that.
And then
Or they could have a new like Cyborg Frieza that comes out like a Kill Me Gohan. That's all he's good for.
I think another cool idea that I just came up with, like literally just now on the fly, would be what if there was like a Super Buu unit, right? And he had like, I don't know, Ultimate Arts, a green card, main ability, whatever. He could only do it once per battle, so Ultimate Arts would probably be cool. and it was the turn you into candy and eat you move, right? And then depending on whether you eat a range type character, a blast type, a defense type, or a support type, he would have 4 different possible transformations that could outcome from that.
That would be too much. I think.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I think for like an LF Super Boo, I think that could be really
I think the way they could do that is instead of that, they could just be like, depending on what role character you eat, you'll get like a massive buff to either strike or blast or like sustained damage cut or something. So let's say you eat a range character, maybe you get like 100% blast damage, or you eat a strike character, you get 100% strike damage, or you eat a defense character.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
40% cover cut or something. I don't know.
And maybe there could be like 4 different minor cosmetic like adjustments for each one, but it wouldn't be like literally from the, like whoever you eat, you turn into that character, because that would be too much in terms of them animating all that. But you know, I think that would be a really cool idea.
Or how about, well, a lot of the ones that I keep seeing people want is multi-stage transformations.
Yeah, the problem with that is it forces you to load in the models beforehand, and I think a lot of the phones can't support that yet.
Is it that much of a resource consumption issue, or?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I mean, the Goku, like, in the FSK looks like paper. So I'm assuming they can't go too detailed.
Well, they could, but the problem with that is that they would then like require you to have like a better phone, and I don't know if they want to isolate part of their player base or whatever. Because I know for Pokemon Go,
yeah,
they
we
just
saw what
released
happened.
well, not yeah, with Pokemon Go, right?
No, well,
The Masters.
Yeah, Masters just didn't
came out
care.
like half people couldn't even play. It was literally like anything under like an S7.
But it's the same thing with
couldn't even
Pokemon
play the
Go. Like, didn't they release an update that was like, okay, we're no longer supporting these phones, and everyone's like, what the
It was a
hell?
while back. That was like last like November or something. But I mean, yeah, it was still anything underneath like
Yeah,
the same
it's
thing
like
like
to
another
move
S6.
the game forward, they need to move the bottom line up, and that would entail all the people with crappy phones getting kicked out. But
Well, yeah, I'm for them doing that, but that's I think the reasoning behind why they don't do it.
I get it. Yeah,
Kind of like a
realistic
play
that
download.
after they're done optimizing the way the data packets are stored and loaded here, which will increase the load times that they're claiming. Maybe after that they could facilitate some stuff like that.
Something tells me Legends is a little more resource heavy than Pokemon Go. I don't know. Be the beta
'cause even
vibe
my
that Go
phone right
gives
now-
off.
Like even my phone, I have an iPhone 10. If I'm charging my phone, like my phone will, if I'm playing for a long period of time, like my phone will start lagging and overheating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say the most iconic thing
On
to
my
find in the
9
Legends YouTube video is the battery charging logo.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
popping
Yeah.
up.
It happened in my video tomorrow, so get ready.
Yeah, it shows up on everybody's screen, every streamer, every Legends YouTuber. You see 10% power remaining.
Yeah,
It's because nobody wants to plug in their phone because it's gonna make your phone overheat. That's why.
Well, I play on a well, I mean, I'm an outlier, but I play on a tablet, and it doesn't get too toasty, and it just stays plugged in all day because I'm using a capture card.
It's plugged in at all times, yeah.
That is the
Adapter.
biggest problem with this game, because a lot of mobile game creators that you see that'll stream and like long haul the game will have it running on like BlueStacks or something like that, where they can just play on their
An
computer.
emulator.
But Legends, you can't remap the controls in any type of functional way to like an emulator on PC. Like it just.
I mean, you could. It just takes too much work.
I remember in the early days, like within the first 6 months to 8 months of the game's existence, there was this huge thing about playing on an emulator and like remapping the buttons on an actual controller. And people were trying to do that and find some optimized way to do it. And I heard a lot about it being attempted, and I never saw any like successful duplicatable results. So it's just something that people gave up on. The game was just not designed to be played like with anything other than touch controls for the most part.
I mean, at that point, you just play Pi or Z.
Yeah, really. I mean, you're true. But for the content creators and the battery issues, that's where it sometimes comes in handy.
Yeah, I get you.
Do we want to move on to questions?
Yeah. Other
Definitely.
than that, the only other thing we have to talk about is how people's LBR experiences are wrapping up. I mean,
I skipped it.
yeah,
They
you
pinned
didn't play
matches
it.
and got
you don't
out.
need to play it. It's like there's no.
You didn't
Well,
play it.
okay. The argument for me playing it is for the annual ticket.
Yeah.
And I get that, but I just I'm not
Well,
doing
you're
it.
supposed to love Legends.
I do love it, but
Ooh.
I would rather, because my videos over the next, by the way, just a spoiler alert, over the course of the next few days, my videos are all friend matches because I love the LBR feature in friend matches. So just
Definitely.
use that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. My favorite thing about LBR is the friend button. I did my 10 Ws, but for the Chrono Crystals, like most people that are hunting for. But those matches are the most toxic matches I've ever had, and I could just hit the ranked button again. It's just not worth finishing. I'm probably gonna do it just for my viewers, but I don't want to do it, and that kind of bothers me. I'm usually all about all the PvP stuff.
No, that's crazy. All right, look, LBR greatest mode to ever grace Dragon Ball Legends. All right, I need them to keep it coming. No, I'm playing. I mean,
Well, it's not the mode that's broken; it's the players. It's just PvP, but every time you join in, Timmy decides to pull his cable because he finally lost a match.
It's because
Timmy's
the
nasty.
stakes are too high. Like if you lose a match, that's like you're missing out on rewards, and people don't like that.
yeah.
How did you guys feel about qualifiers? Like you have to have like a clean record for 3 PvP seasons or something leading into it. Not like you have to hit 3 in a row, but like they'll have like for 3 seasons you have to get like top 10K.
You'll still
and then you'll have
people
access
that
to
slip through the
LBR.
cracks that play the game and play
They're
80% of
gonna
their
get punished
matches
now.
legitimate, but still will quit when it comes down to them getting salty about losing.
Well, I think since everybody starts at 0 in LBR, anybody can be versus anybody, right? And so I could find a guy that plays so casually, he's on the train, starts LBR because he has no idea what's happening, realizes, oh, this means something,
yeah,
right?
you're talking about
And then just
qualifiers
in
for like
lock of his
placement
phone.
matches. Yeah.
So the only people that are in it are people that understand what's going on. And then yeah, you could do placements, but I'm more or less wanting to weed people out that don't want their accounts to get punished for cheating. If you lag, then just DC. I don't want to, witch hunt that, but I feel like there's a lot of players that have no investment in LBR other than 1,000 Chrono Crystals, and so they're going to go in there, see that their 100 Chrono Crystals are on the line, and then think it's better to just lock their phone and risk the penalty than lose their 100 Chrono Crystals that they don't really care about.
The biggest issue that I found, it's not even from me, it's from seeing people post about this constantly. Like I get tagged in like 100 bajillion posts about this. It's when people people who are legitimately playing fairly, and their opponents just continuously DC on them, and then they get punished for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Like I literally couldn't even tell you a dumber thing. Like
Oh yeah, the first day,
that's number one.
Someone quit on me. 4 people quit on me, and it banned me from playing.
Yeah, that's like ludicrously bad.
It happened to me in the previous LBR season as well, and I think that I think Bandai's in a tough place because if you guys remember the very first LBR, it was just endless DCs. I don't think there was any real punishment system at the very beginning, and it was just an absolute nightmare DC lagfest cheating. And then people complained and said this is the worst thing to ever happen to the game. But to me, what hurts the most is the mode itself is fine. It's not like it started lagging more. It's the players became just toxic. It was 100% player driven.
And a lot of you're right about it. The community kind of ruins it in that regard.
Laggy battle royale for sure.
Yeah, like the Vegas tournament was super exciting. I sat in front of my TV watching that one like a kid for Christmas. I was really excited for that. And so they can clearly have fun, exciting tournaments. I just feel like when not trying to exclude people, but when everybody's involved, it just turns into a nightmare because ultimately the community is just toxic, or it gets toxic at least.
Or at least the few elements that are toxic ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah, they're super loud.
Yeah, because I mean, I've played like 15 or 16 of my LBR matches, and only those 4 people quit. So that means that of my 16 actual wins out of my 20 games, 16 of the 20 were good players. They played fairly. So it's just those few highly noticeable outliers that ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, in LBR for me, nothing really bad happened. I had, I think, 1 or 2 that lagged, but which could also just have been from, I don't know, way across the world. And I even had a few forfeits. So people instead of disconnecting, they acknowledge that they lost and they just move on.
Hey guys, sorry to cut you all off, but I actually do have to go. I will talk to you guys later, but I do just want to say Android 18 is the greatest character to ever grace Dragon Ball Legends. I kind of look like Super Saiyan 2 Teen Gohan. And Gorish, congratulations at hitting 100K, bro.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Oh yeah. I was pushing for that last week, so I'm glad it happened within a week. Yeah, we'll see you next week into Cuba. We're probably gonna wrap up here soon. We just got a questions, and that's pretty much it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'll see y'all later.
Take care, everyone.
Later.
So moving
Later.
on from, there was somebody in here earlier that had a Dokkan question for you. It was like Sir Jose. I don't know if they're still around or not, but now would be the time to ask if you're still in chat, sir. But for the donations, I don't think many of these are actually questions. They're mostly just statements. Here's one. Brian Z, longtime regular, says, "What's more important, Zenkai or new units and LFs for like appropriating your funds? If you're a budget player, what would you prioritize?"
Okay.
It would depend on the situation, because it depends on, like, first of all, what units you have in your box. If you're a new player, then the odds are new characters are probably going to be better, because you're not going to have the old Zenkai unit at 7-star, right?
It's true.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to set out a roadmap and a game plan right now, you got to pick a tag. If the feature bandit has the tag you're looking for on it, then sure. If the Zenkai is for a team that you want to run, like let's say you're a big Cell fan and you see this red Cell and you're considering him right now and you want to know if he's going to be meta worthy, he will definitely be worth your time if you want to look for him. If you're just a new player and you're starting the game, I got to agree with Goresh. I'd just start getting your portfolio a little bit more fleshed out first.
Try and summon on step-ups if you can, if there are any.
Steps are the best value.
Even longtime players that are on a budget, there's an argument to be made that it's a very tough choice, because if you have all these older units, 14 starred, and you prioritize all your 21,000 chrono crystals every few weeks to get 3 of them done, then you're going to look into the future when these new units that are coming out now are ready to be Zenkai'd, and you won't have any of them. So you still kind of have to budget like what they're saying. Even if you're not a new player and you're on a budget, you still have to base it around tags and what your account's strengths are, because you need to keep summoning for the new units that fit your tag so that when they do eventually Zenkai, you'll be able to do it. But you also want to, get some of those useful Zenkais that will benefit your situation directly as well. So it's definitely just a matter of budgeting based off your individual needs. And then if you're rich, just summon everywhere on everything.
There you go.
Get it
That's
all.
what you do when you're a whale.
Yeah, there is no priority. You just do everything.
Every goddamn thing.
This next question
question.
is kind of one of those ones that's not really answerable because it requires knowing the future, but it's like they did 14 stars and then Zenkai, do you think there'll be another big power creep step like Zenkai, and they use the words like Super Zenkai? Do you think they'll ever do that in the game?
100%.
Yes,
there will be another
Absolutely.
system for flare on the unit.
I think possibly something above sparking.
I think it's going to be above sparking as much as you can already see there's hidden text for new items that are to come above platinum. And I believe that the game already supports up to 9,999. And I believe the upcoming flare systems will relate to uncapping beyond 5,000. Because right now it wouldn't make sense to soul boost past 5,000 with the current 1,400% system we have. They would just tack on panels and it's just raw stats. So I believe when they decide to drop it on their current roadmap, it's going to relate to unlocking 9,999 in some way, shape, or form.
I actually think that they ditched that 9,999.
They might have.
Based on the fact that
they did too, yeah.
Because you don't have.
I have a feeling it's going to be related to the next flare.
So
I'm on the fence too. I think that it's still a realistic possibility, 9,999. However, I don't know if the soul boosting will continue. Like, they might just allow you to unlock the unit and get to that level, and you'll get the stats for leveling up. Like, you know how every 1,000 levels your character got, you get more stats and stuff. But the soul boosting system seems to be tied together with a knot and a bow with the Zenkai system. But now that they separated soul boosting and leveling back a while ago, it still could happen where we get to level 9,999.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's just kind of pointless because when they do that, everything else in the game scales with it. So it's just like a temporary time sink, and then everything is just back to status quo again. So
Well,
the
if they
level
have a new
system-
tier of difficulty, and 9,999 is just raw stats to deal with that difficulty.
Yeah, that's where I see it still being a possibility.
Like, because if it's expected that you can beat everything in the game with level 5,000, and that at level 10k unit is just pretty much a cheat code for PvE that you've invested in and got all the fancy stuff. But even then, I still feel like, as you've mentioned, you're gonna look for more. You've seen you're just gonna have a full 10k team, and then what?
Yeah, well, there's other stuff that supports that too, like the fact that there's difficulties in the game that we haven't even seen mentioned yet. Like, what did it? They had like it went from normal, hard, scream, nightmare, hell. Like, what did they had like a whole bunch of difficulties data mined that we haven't even heard anything about yet. Despair. I think it wasn't hell. It was despair. That was the difficulty. So when like normal, hard, scream, nightmare, despair, something like that. Like I remember Renzi data mining that. So I mean, level 10,000 could still be a thing. If they wanted to emulate Final Fantasy and stuff like that, everything does end in increments of like 9999. So I mean, that's the only other relatable piece of Japanese media that I could see was why they would continue onwards. The next donation, Thug Life, says, do you think they're going to Zenkai another Legends Road unit soon? And which one would you pick?
Chronologically speaking, it would be Gotenks because he's the next one that came out after the Trunks, right? He was the third one. Look, I don't think they're going to do it soon just because that team is going to be nuts if they do. Like, they're easily going to have over 4,000% ability bonus, right? I think they're trying to be hesitant with it just because it would get crazy, but I don't know. Maybe they are because it does take a lot of effort to Zenkai all those units, so maybe they don't care.
Yeah, like, we saw now Goku has rotated back around before we've gotten a new one, so... Do they rotate Trunks back around and then do a new one, or do we get a new one and then they rotate Trunks back around?
I think they're going to rotate Trunks back around first.
I don't think we're going to see a new one until, triple Zenkai starts becoming more common.
Yeah,
because
I would agree
then the
with that.
Legends Road team will literally have a triple Zenkai lineup, yeah.
Yeah, because you're going to...
It'll be a very predictable
Why would you run anything else? One of the best teams in the game right now is Kid Ku, LR Trunks, and Gohan right now, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So if they drop Gotenks or whatever, then why run anything else? Just run LR, call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, you do have a couple of teams already that Legion, and so on.
That would be healthy for the more free-to-play players, though. That would be more beneficial for them if you could have that option of running the Legends Road. I mean, again, a brand new player on day one still doesn't have the resources to get all of them all the way there, but it's an option for the more long-term free-to-play players anyway.
Well, I feel like if you do it right now, it would be so powerful that you would just want to run it anyways. It's just the best team at that point, right?
So you think they're just going to wait until it gets a little bit more watered down and then they'll do it?
Otherwise, honestly, it would just be monotone. You can pretty much take the Trunks and Goku, throw it on any team, and they'll work. They just need each other, and they'll work. And so if you throw one more of those units in the mix, not only do they have another color to work with, but now you just have 3 units that always work together. So I feel like it'd get monotone, It'd be a long time before a free-to-play player had any team that would outshine those 3 units. And that's doesn't seem healthy in my opinion. I feel like if they have free-to-play units that are LR, they should transition to the other teams more fluidly. Like how Kid Ku, he kind of goes on Saiyans because he's a Saiyan, but he's not really going to be optimal in the future, right? He's more for the Dragon Ball team that doesn't really exist. Kind of how Trunks can go on the future team right now. So I feel like they need to do that with the future ones. Like the Gotenks will be pretty good. He'll definitely be the best green after he gets his Zenkai, or arguably, him and Kef will get the fight over it.
That was it for the donations. Other than Goresh, someone's asking when you and Truth are going to make a collab video.
Our schedules, well, my schedule in particular is very bad right now, but trying to do one soon.
Excellent.
Yay!
Moving over to Twitter, we can fire through these real quick. What do you think? I'm going to just reduce this to a single question because it's like 3 in 1. What do you think the first Android Saga Legends Limited character will be?
Gohan, because we already have him.
The Android?
Yeah, like the Android Cell Saga.
Oh, yeah, if you did Saga, yeah. I think they meant specifically what Android would be like the first LF-worthy Android.
Oh, what Android specifically? I mean, it had to be Cell, right? Only one really worthy of it.
I mean, they have the 17 and 18 killing Gohan.
Yeah, they got that combo card, which would be a good selling point too, right?
I would love that.
And they still haven't brought that mechanic back. Still, Broly Chillin is the only one, so.
I bet we're getting Goku Vegeta next.
This one is just I don't know. It says, do you think Tournament of Power is coming soon on the release schedule, basically? Is this next question. Like Tournament of Power units from that saga. Like, so you saw like the Gohan. Is he like the beginning of a drip feed of more, or do you think they're still going to wait on that, basically? I don't know how to read the future, so I don't really know how to answer.
I would say, like, probably, if we're going to see it, I would think, like, Christmas Celebration would be, like, leading into it, but I don't...
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, it's something big, because they would probably start out with something similar to UI. It wouldn't be UI. It'd be, like... I guess it wouldn't be mastered UI. It'd probably just be UI, if they start out with that. But also may start low and just kind of low-ball it at first. This end of the saga, give us a couple support. Like, we got Rildo, like the second GT unit. So it's like, it may start it pretty low, though, so I don't know.
I mean, they've sort of been like sprinkling them in. It haven't been like, okay, yeah, now we're starting the Tournament of Power. Every single banner from now on is going to be Tournament of Power. Like,
yeah, it's
we got like Ribrianne here, then we got Kakunti and Rosa later, then we get, Tournament of Power Ultimate Gohan,
Kefla.
and then, Kefla, and then they just start sprinkling them in over time. I don't think it's going to be like a waterfall of Tournament of Power units.
Until they get to like the big banner where they do like an anniversary step up of like UI Goku versus Jiren or something like that.
Then it's like 5 units.
I just want them to get the tag, because like right now that's not a tag. Like there's literally nothing about those units besides females can like run together.
Yeah,
I just want them to release
Gohan.
When GT came to prevalence, I liked that we had Goku, had Vegeta, at least kind of. The team wasn't good, but they could at least bring GT.
Rildo,
I like that a lot.
Poor Rildo.
But he was just red. It wasn't anything for the actual tag GT. It's like if Tournament Power does come, give me 2 prevalent units. It doesn't have to be UI. That'd be cool. UI and Jiren. Actually, make a good Christmas celebration 2.5 years in. I think anybody would be upset with that. They don't have to give us the Legends Limited right now, and then we obviously get upgraded versions of them later. And then just give me like Strike Attack and Defense, Blast Tag and Defense for Tournament of Power. I'm down. I can work with that then. I don't want them to like release just random units to give like Strike Defense, and I'm like, all right, sick.
You don't
This is what I don't
want Kaba giving 30% to Strike Attack and Defense for Champa Saga?
Oh, dude, he's got such a good one though for hit. Like that is such a good bench. Like if we had more units from that saga, dude, that would be...
that's where they need Champa and Vados already. Like, why are they not a thing? That could have been a team that was runnable 8 months ago if they just tossed them on a Legends Rising banner.
I never thought we'd see a Whis in the first year, so I don't know. Vados should have come pretty soon. Should have come. She could have come in the second year. That would have been fine. I
Or
wouldn't
at
mind
least
that.
Champa and an EX Vados at the very least.
Yeah. I don't mind a yellow Champa to cover Eris or something. That wouldn't be bad. They're already kind of going ham on God, so I kind of get why they didn't. I don't know if you guys know God Key's pretty good now, so.
Really?
I don't know, shocker. Like, who would have thought? Oh, dude, literally, when you look at the game and people get mad at it, it's like, well, who are the strongest characters? They're either fused or they're gods, or they're Jiren. Like, that's it. That's it. Those are the 3, man. I guess Broly and Goku, but that's also Saiyans, so.
Fused gods.
Do you think that Legends Limited Z Power will be free anytime soon, like earnable via an event?
No.
They delayed it about half
amount.
a year and charged $120 for it when it.
Yeah, you might get like 100 Z power. You ain't getting 600 though.
That really that's literally worth it.
Yeah, that like it would help you get the 3-star, which would be nifty. But I feel like that would shoot them in the foot because there's a lot of people that are going to pick up those Super Chrono Crystals just to get that Z ability boost.
I do see it being free or earnable, not like straight up free, one day, but be it anytime soon, I don't think so.
No,
Yeah, I
it's
think
It's in
it's
the
going to
game
be a
now,
while.
so
Like
It's
once
here,
the
like-
game has like 30 or 40 Legends limited units, then maybe you'll start to see like
Already,
100
like,
or
10,
300
aren't we?
increments of it for like earnable from an event or something.
I
They
think
just released
think-
it.
I think if they make it like earnable free to play, I don't even want to know what the grind's going to be.
yeah, no,
That should
legit,
be the
like,
reward for stage 51 battles of the events that are specific to those characters.
I'm not trying to be pessimistic here, but like think about Beerus a year or so from now, right? If they let you get 100 Z power for Beerus every other week, is that really gonna feel like that crazy? Like he's a great unit right
yeah, that's
now.
if it's character
They could do it
specific.
specifically for the old ones, and then you could get them drip fed. I don't think we'll ever have multi Z power like you get from
Wait,
the
we've-
Super Chrono Crystal shop right now for free.
we've all said it. They're just false. Like, how would you word it? Like pseudo special, I guess, for like the LFs. Because like they're not that good to get like 6 stars or they Kai. I mean, yeah, they're good at like 3 stars, 4 stars, but it's nothing special at that point. So it's just adding on like fake parity, I guess, is the
They
way to
could give
put
you
it.
Beerus
So
for free.
It's artificially
at this
inflating
point,
their
they could,
value,
yeah.
is what you're saying.
I mean, we've talked about that before, how they wanted a smart business model. Number one, 17 of one unit. That's more than enough. You're still going to get someone's chunk of change if you give them the unit for like 3 at 0 stars, just to at least have. They're not even usable in PvP. You can still milk that 17 pulls to get the other ones, but 16 pulls, whatever it would be at that point. I don't know, man. LFs are a weird contention point for me because I'm really not a big fan. I've chased a couple LFs, and it's just never a good time. Got stupid lucky with VB, and that's great. Now everybody hates VB, so I can't even use him. I'm getting crap for it, but it's like it's just never been a fun time. No, and if I was completely free to play, I wouldn't even like LFs. I'd be like, not getting that.
You get Super Saiyan 3 pretty easily.
Yeah, but he's still 2-starred like a year later. Like, him and Nameku are both 2-starred. I'm excited for when Goten gets his Zenkai because then I can look forward to Nameku and Super Saiyan 3 passing me up.
Just gotta update the
people
ticket
don't
shop.
realize.
Come on, man.
Yeah, they need
Yeah,
to do that.
that's
At
what
least
they
add
really
Vegeta
do.
to it, for
Good
the love
lord,
of
yeah,
God.
they do.
They just make it the what's it called, the Super Zenkai or Super Chrono Crystal. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Where you can just pick and choose what you want to give 600 Z power to for the LFs.
Yeah, just be the same
Fine.
thing.
Yeah, it's just it. That's all they need to do is just change it to that, and then I
As
can
people who
use it on
spend a
free
lot,
stuff.
do you guys think 1,000 is too many tickets?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
I think 500 would be more. It would make more sense too, because then you could have 3 in storage.
Or at least
to burn through them.
600, and then the regular ones are 300 or 400.
Yeah,
I think
no,
this game has consistently overvalued LFs.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I agree.
First of all, it's not even the ticket. Not even the ticket. It's the pull rate is ridiculous.
half an LR.
Yeah, 0.25% is what is that?
I
Nothing.
describe to you.
So
man.
I was watching like some Japanese streamers lately, and I've noticed a trend that they all have 14 star. Maybe it's because of the server we're on. We think that's crazy, but I think when it becomes more competitive, they still sell the units.
Oh, Japan, they'll buy it all. Like they are the
The
primary.
JP
Yeah,
players have full 14.
Yeah, but that's not a good indication because they're gonna go deep. Well, not all of them, but a good chunk of them will go more deep than we will. You know what I mean?
But that's what we're seeing at the top of the ladder, and that's who they're ultimately catering to, who funds the game. And if those
Yeah,
people
but
are perfectly fine
but
with it, then I think
The
that's
problem
why
is
we have
we're
it.
not fighting them, so like we are not having a good indication of what is competitive on our server compared to theirs, right? So like, even though monetarily speaking, they're getting more value out of the Japanese players. That's who they're catering to. I get that, but that's not a good reflection on the competitive scene on our server, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I know, I feel you, and I know the future banner / anniversary banner was a bit of an outlier, but I've been seeing full 14 star, at least 14 star on the latest units more and more lately. At least 9 star plus being
Yeah,
a standard.
it's because of the 999.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, and you're also at the top of the food chain, and you're now more accurately queuing with other people who are at the top of the food chain.
Well, I understand that it's a niche and narrow view, but I have been, because when I first started playing this game and I was watching people go for units, they cared about 4-star, and if you had full 6-star, you were a whale. Let alone 7-star. 7-star was godly whale, but 6-star, wow, you spent a lot.
Yeah.
And now, if you see someone with 9-star in a new summon video, that's not too crazy. It's more like, wow, I can't wait to see their showcase, right? But it's not that crazy. But that used to be whale mode, right? Now it's just kind of okay, cool. Yeah, I got 9-star. I got that unit a bunch. So
the reason for that, people aren't gonna like this, but the reason why people are starting to summon more and more now is because of the red star system. Like you have such a big advantage having red stars as opposed to not having red stars, because they weighted all the stat boosts to the red stars, and it's all based off of the later, like the first 5,000 Z power does not matter nearly as much as the second half of the 5,000. Like that's the way they designed it. It was purposely done that way, very obviously. And
that's what I've said.
People summoning more now.
That's what I've said since day one. Like Dokkan does a really good job of disguising when they want your money. Legends is like change the star system.
Yeah.
Pay for this Legends limited.
That's the biggest problem. It's like they both want your money, dog. Dokkan is just like, hey, here's a little bit of free stuff. Can we have your money? And Legends is like, I got nothing for you. You got money or what? Like that's literally that's literally how it is. That's the biggest problem. That's why the game is a meme now, because it's like I don't know how to hide it. Like, obviously, you want our money. It's a business. We're not stupid.
Oh, shit.
And they're like, we changed the star system. It's better. And it's like, yeah, okay.
I bet when you like needed Turles to give him the multi Z power, and like you need like
I
a 5-star.
hated that, dude.
Yeah, that was dumb.
It's like,
come on, man. What does that mean to any unit?
I didn't even play that event for that sole reason.
I skipped it. I didn't even do the first fight. I was like, okay, clearly I'm a joke to you.
It sucked. I got him on like Turles like the last day of it, and I didn't even grind the event all the way through. I got him to 5 stars, and I was like, damn. So I got him on like some daily or something, and I was like, damn, that would have come in handy, I guess. But it's really stupid. It makes no sense. Like, it'd be cool if they gave us an event, and you could just get that Z power, and you get 100 Z power. The unit's garbage in PvP, but they're in your box, and you can multi Z power them like multi Z power is supposed to be used for. I don't get it. I get it. I actually do get it. Like you just discussed, are catering to the people at the very top of the food chain. That's just how it's gonna have to be. People just gotta realize that it's just.
Again, if you're playing this
better
game,
ways to cater to them.
Yeah, if you're playing this game free to play, you gotta understand you're at the bottom of the food chain, and like the problem. Well, but the issue I have with Legends is they don't seem to cater enough to the free to play to keep them around to be beaten up by the whales. So like. You got to keep everyone happy. The whales got to beat up on the free-to-play players. Just that is exactly how it is. But if the free-to-play players aren't happy with the state of the game in terms of both PvE and PvP, where they can get some kind of benefit out of it, then they're gonna leave. And when they leave, the whales leave, and just the game crashes. So the problem, at least in my opinion, is they need to cater to the free-to-play players to keep them long enough so the whales can beat up on them. That's just how it is.
I think, like, just being my opinion, like, they actually do a decent job of catering to free-to-play players, but a lot of that is locked behind a grind. Yeah. And I don't know if a lot of the free-to-play players really care about, if you're a free-to-play player, the majority of the time, you're not going to be, sinking a ton of time into the game. You're going to be more casually oriented. And for those players, they're not going to want to sit there and grind Kid Goku Zenkai for X amount of hours every single day. So... Right. I think that's where the
disconnect
lack
is?
Of that's the word I'm looking for. That's where the disconnect is, because it's kind of like a play to win instead of pay to win in a lot of ways, like we just saw with the Kid Goku Zenkai, the Future Trunks Zenkai. So free-to-play players can definitely compete. It's just it takes a lot of work, and I don't know if a lot of the free-to-play players are willing to put in the work for that.
Okay, well, that circles back around to the fact that this game's player base is generally younger than Dokkan overall, and they have to balance that with school and whatever the heck else. So the allotment of time is probably not quite as there as what it is for Dokkan. Also, the fact that Dokkan you can watch a movie while you're playing it, whereas
I was gonna say it's Legends is a very active game. Like you have to pay attention to what you're doing, otherwise, for the most part, you're not gonna win the stage. So
Yeah, and that's a reason why I actually don't mind link leveling is because I'm not just sitting here leveling links and that's all I'm
right,
doing.
right, yeah. No, I agree with you. Link leveling, I could watch a TV show, I could watch a movie, I could be on the treadmill watching a TV show while I'm link leveling. Like it just doesn't matter. Versus if I gotta play co-op, for the most part, I gotta kind of pay attention to what I'm doing to make sure like I don't kill myself or kill my teammate or the garbage player that brings a blue unit against a red unit. Yeah, so I don't know. Lots of issues. They like Gresh said, there's a disconnect where I don't think they are connecting with the player base that they currently have. If they're aiming this towards the player base that they could potentially have, yeah, I could see that happening. But for what they have now, it's just not conducive, in my opinion. What's the next question?
Let me keep going here.
Like, I like Drug Noir. He's a lot more to the point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, we're
It's
talking
been
in
a
the
rough
Legends
week.
portion, which is rare.
Yeah,
I
just
know.
more visible and overall, right?
So the next Twitter question would be, what? I kind of already answered this a little bit when I said Metal Cooler and Frieza, but what other characters do you think will get a revival passive like Cell? Brian Z says he thinks UI Omen Goku will get one, but I kind of see it being relegated more to like Android,
Villain
or not
units.
androids, but Regen and like Majin Buu and maybe Frieza, Cyborg Frieza. I don't know what else ones do you guys think?
Metal Cooler.
Yeah, Metal Cooler, definitely him. Like he's a shoe-in for it. There's no way
Please.
he's not getting it.
We need a new Metal Cooler, please.
Hercule.
Hercule dying and coming back. Yeah, well, I mean, if they did something comical like when Cell slaps him into the mountain or something like that, where he's
And
just
he
like
comes
punching
back.
Cell, and Cell's like, "All right, I'm bored of this. Go backhand." Personally, I think it's more going to be like a Majin Buu, Cell, Metal Cooler. It's going to be relegated to regeneration characters, but it could be like stuff like Majin Vegeta in the future when he blows up, comes back as Angel Vegeta, or I guess maybe for like Goku, it would be like a transforming one where he like falls into his own spirit bomb and then comes back with a second life bar as UI Omen or something like that.
Yeah, it could be Janemba who starts off as the fat one, and then when
He's too big.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good idea.
Isn't the fat
Yeah,
one
that's a
more
good
like a raid boss though?
Yeah, he's big, but if they ever find a way to implement giant characters like
They'd
that,
have
that's
to
definitely
do that thing that, what was it like Budokai Tenkaichi did, where it just shrunk down the unrealistically large like people so that they were all like Super Saiyan Broly or Fusion 13 sized in the game. Like, I remember one of the Dragon Ball Z games did that, where you'd fight against like Ozaru Vegeta, but he was like the size of, a regular-ish character.
So I don't want to go off like on a huge tangent here, unless you guys want to. But one of the things I keep seeing people keep bringing up in our community is that they want raid bosses. They want to see Ozaru. They want to see like these giant Tapion fights or whatever. And the Legends could really spice up the game. They need a new game mode. They at least need to announce something, even if it's raids and then haha, this is really just co-op. They need something new. And I feel like if they drop a real raid where it's a completely different battle formula and it is versus a giant monkey person that maybe just sits still, you can't knock him backwards. It's kind of like the permanent shield is up and it's more like a DPS check / dodge the attack simulator. I don't know how they could do it. But I feel like that's how they should introduce units like Janemba when he's like a giant Hulk, and maybe after you do beat him, it goes to a normal co-op fight. Like that.
Yeah,
that would make co-op interesting.
I was gonna say I think they can just revamp some of the existing events instead of making completely new ones because like co-op has a lot of potential. I just don't think they're realizing it because literally, I'm not even kidding. Every single co-op fight that's released since the new one since the first one has literally just been the same.
It's the exact same fight. Oh, it was a yellow fight. Let's pick the red unit. What tags are it? Okay.
It feels like it's an unfinished mode, to be honest. I feel like they released it too early, and they were just kind of trying to rush it out for the deadline of when that massive update released last year. But yeah, they need to change it up a little, I think.
Yeah,
I think
that's just because it's too samey and boring, which is specifically what Toshi said he didn't want it to be in that interview. He's like, we don't want it to just be a a color advantage simulator. So we're gonna try and come up with some really good ideas. And that's like
Well, I mean,
why they had the 10 character bench and all this, but then they haven't done anything with it since then.
why not just have a dark boss and then give it a crazy kit that we have to get through, and then we can run any unit we want in the game.
Yeah.
Like what happens in co-op right now is, let's say they drop a new blue boss. Well, if you don't have the meta green unit that beats it, then you're that kid that everybody's annoyed that's queuing up with them, so you're complaining that you can't get a fight because everybody's leaving you. And then, you know, it's a pain in the rear. It's like near unbeatable. Or it is super easy, and then it's a drone. You're just, how many times am I willing to queue this and stare at my phone to make sure I'm not BMing my partner? Like, and the only time people had fun with it was when it was raids and you had a small chance of getting the platinum coins in erasers.
And you
Like that should
more
be your only reason to go co-op. You should enjoy it. You should want to get your link level up and talk about, dude, we cleared it in like 15 timer counts. It's ridiculous. Post it. Like that should be people something they're hyped about. Nobody is.
I mean,
though.
yeah, the only thing I've seen remotely resembling that is when people post how much damage they can deal with Rising Rush.
They take that away from people, in my opinion, at least, right? But every time new units come out and it shifts it up, there's no real gauge at the, especially power level, when the zinc high or the power, the actual level cap goes up. What is a Rising Rush? I'm actually able to do 10 to 15 million damage Rising Rushes in PvP now, with the life limit.
What would you think about a leaderboard for co-op that measured different things? So, like, for example, you have one leaderboard for how much damage you can deal in Rising Rush, and the top like 1,000 spots would get like some kind of reward for it.
I think that would be
a lot
good.
of hate for pay to win. I mean, I think it would be fun. That's my take on it. But I think what you would end up seeing is everybody on Reddit saying, "Oh, well, that's just going to be, you know, you need Vegito Blue at 14 star to do it. That's the only person that could possibly try for it. So I'm not even going to try."
That would be most directly compared to that thing that Dokkan just did, where y'all had to compete for like the highest damage against the boss, right?
Well, they did like the Hercule Punch Out tournament, which I think is the closest iteration you'll get to that. But I played a game called Dragalia Lost, and they had it a leaderboard for a while, and they had to take it out because it became that toxic. The community became so monotone that you have to run this perfect combo or else, right? That everybody was like, you know, cutthroat on each other, and they got rid of it.
Yeah, this one would. Yeah.
I mean, the one remedy you could have is what they do with chain battle. Is like you have limited amount of tickets per day to do it. So like, yeah, okay, get your best attempts in first like 4 or 5 times, but after that, just have fun with it. You know what I mean? Like you could do it both ways.
I think
it's
the
fun
more
either way.
the better when it comes to game modes in this game, because there's plenty of ways to spend money in the game, but not enough to do with the characters once you've spent that money.
Yeah.
If there was 3 maybe even 3 different modes in the game, like add that little guild dungeon mode they were talking about, add your giant boss fights mode, add like a little Hearthstone auto chest type mode, like the more accessible the better for this game, because right now it's just pay to summon a lot and then PvP. So I'll agree. I mean, yes, it's going to take a lot of dev time, effort, money, work, something that I'm not really entirely sure how much of they're willing to invest when they already are like seemingly somewhat comfortable in their current format, but I still say the more the better.
I mean, it might sound redundant, but it would save you on skip tickets that I would like them to have for people that are willing to leave their phone on. And frankly, when I used to have like a call center job, I loved watching RPG games auto combat on my phone. I want an auto repeat button to where it just keeps going back into the fight, resets, goes farms the material.
Yeah,
so I can just kind of let my phone sit there and do that all day.
You can just set it and forget about it, and it'll just sit there and auto farm over and over. As long as you have the stamina and the resources to queue up the stage, it'll keep going endlessly.
Yeah, I would like that kind of a feature where I can just kind of tap on my screen every now and then, make sure it doesn't time out, and keep getting a resource.
I'm not against that. What normally ends up happening is I would just install an emulator and put my account on the computer and let it run like in auto mode overnight or something. But at the same time, I don't know. It's just the resource drain with that is kind of annoying. And then I always feel like they're like using my internet connection to farm Bitcoin for themselves or something when I'm just like leaving the. It's like, why else do they want that persistent of my data for free that I pay for monthly to Verizon? Like,
Well, I mean, okay, so the reason why like those auto games and auto farms, again, I played a ton of gachas. The reason why they want that is they want the metric of how much do you spend in time inside the app, and that means they don't want you going outside to any other game. Plus, the longer you stay in the app, like actually playing or like looking at it, there's a chance that you're frustrated and going to spend money to like just get bypassed. Like, oh well, I've been here for like 12 hours. I feel like I want to summon, but I don't have any currency. Let me go buy something and like summon. Like that's happened to me. So like the reason why that's a very important metric is because they want you to stay in as long as possible. One, to not go play any other game, but two, so that you will eventually spend money and just summon or whatever the case may be. So that is why they have those features on all the time, which is why like adventures, the 1 hour adventures obviously give you the most benefit if you consistently log into the app, because they want you to stay in as long as possible. They don't want you to leave. Again, that's also why the energy system is so garbage, because it's only lasts for 3 hours 20 minutes, because yeah, I'll do skip ticket all this and then I'm just gonna log out. Or I could just play PvP for about 3 hours and then come back and I'll have full energy again and yada yada yada. So that's why the systems are the way they are.
Yeah, at that level, it's more of like a psychological science as opposed to a game.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So
No, they do it on purpose. That's why everything is RNG. It's the little dopamine rushes every time you get a little lucky. But I think if you do it responsibly, it's all fun stuff. The key is with the adventures and all that, don't feel like you're missing out. If you can't do the 1 hour adventures, just do the 7s.
That's all I do.
Like,
but that's the point. The point is the fear of missing out. The FOMO is like what they prey upon.
That's what they're preying on. That's why I'm trying to tell chat right now. Don't let that get you. Just chill out and enjoy the game and play.
No, you're right. But I'm telling you that the reason why they do it is that's why.
I agree.
So so for people who are like, why is the 1 hour adventures like all this?
It's why they do the 99-cent packs usually, because it's been proven if you can get someone to spend once, they're likely to spend again. So they'll put like the $8.99 packs on or make them even cheaper, because they'll convince you to buy that one. And then, I mean, if you're willing to spend $8 now, you're willing to spend 13 to get a little bit more. It's not as good as a deal, but you'll spend it, right? And then you grab it just because, as you said, you're frustrated and you want 1,000 chrono crystals.
I just did a promo for another game, and I was, I had to play the game for the promo. So I was like looking through the menus and whatnot, and the first thing that I saw when I like unlocked the shop, because you get to like go through whatever to unlock like the main game, the first thing that came up was a deal, like a sale. It was like an $80 pack for like 99 cents.
Oh yeah, and all that stuff is a lie, because
I know, obviously.
yeah. You're like, oh, it's $1 when it's normally 80. Like, what a deal! Obviously, that's a lie, but that's what they psychologically trying to get you to go through. You're like, oh, well, this is a good deal. I can't miss out on it, right? Like literally the fear of missing out.
Oh yeah, where it's like this bundle of gacha stuff in game costs $1 million worth of value, but we're gonna give it to you for $10.
Yeah.
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 Even Marvel Duel does that, bro, with their chests that they've got with the slash prices. It's like, literally, they have stuff in there that the original price would cost you like $1,000 of like U.S. money currency, but they have it like, oh, it's marked down so that it only costs you like $40 instead of $1,000. What value? Like, get the hell out of here!
And then you buy like stuff for the like Google credit. And there's you buy in game and they give you like these random garbage games and they're like, it's not $140, it's $30, and it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna play it. Like, like some more chrono crystals. I'll take 5 more chrono crystals over this.
And people told me Pokemon Red and Blue was predatory.
I wish that you could choose your rewards every time you make a purchase on Google.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Oh my god, I would literally.
I have so many rewards for like Mobile War and all these other games that I don't even know what the heck.
I posted that once and all these kids were like, yo, I'm playing Call of Duty, bro. Can I have that? And it's like, nope, sorry.
No, they couldn't even if you wanted to, because it's attached to your account.
It's like, sorry about that. Whoops.
Next question. Goresh, how do you have the time and energy to grind the Zenkais?
Well, it's not really about time. It's because you just skip ticket through the energy stages, or not energy stages, the soul stages, right? That's not really about time. It's just the resources.
Yeah.
How do I have the resources? I just spend a ton of crystals on refreshing my energy, and then I hope I just pray to God that I get energy tickets from the running the soul stages. That's it.
Yeah, the two energy soul tickets on the soul
Yeah.
stages. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I feel that pain. You do like 10, you do like 5, and you're like, okay, just give me at least 3. Give me at
Yeah,
least
exactly.
3, and you get 1, and you're like, God damn it, what a loss.
I'm gonna skip a couple of these questions because they're just straight up asking us to predict the future, which I don't know. Like I don't know how to answer those.
Crystal ball.
Yeah, let me reach out and grab my crystal ball real quick. What does the good game system in PvP mean for you as a player? I'm assuming they just want to individually know what we feel about the in-game message system.
Oh, it means nothing.
I mean, like when you play a PvP match and you can send a message to somebody.
Yeah, like to you, it means like you want to have all good parties or whatever for whatever reason.
Yeah, I want good parties. So if you ever fight me, give me a good party.
Well, no one ever necessarily knows they're fighting you because your name is always different. So it's like,
Yeah, I am always guessing. And I'm like, well, there's a bunch of Z's here.
Oh, equipment.
Like, we'll get who owns this team in this? Okay,
Yeah, for
that's
me,
the only way I know.
I have a feeling like it's also a way of being toxic after a match, like sending a good party and then sending, I don't know, like not bad for an old codger or something when, I don't know, you're salty that your Rising Rush got guessed, or I don't know, they used 2 Rising Rushes on you and you're just pissed. Like, at
oh,
least that's
dude, my favorite one is the one that I missed out on. I'm so sad I didn't do the Majin Buu candy event because it's got the message that says, dry your tears and let's get down to business or something like that. It's like the most...
see, but
I like is the Kefla one. It's like you haven't shown me that you can pack a decent punch with state. Basically, like you suck.
you can use this power if you send that to like the full 14-star team. There's like a ton of BM things you can do, and that's just it. Kind of shocks me that you guys asked what it means. Like 9 times out of 10, when you get the GG from somebody, they won the fight, and it's some BM comment.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they even made the ability to change your name 72 hours, because people were changing their names to messages, and then they were messaging their opponent, and then their name would pop up, and that would be basically your message that you're sending to your opponent. That's why they changed it.
Wait, what? Explain.
No, because what would happen is because you could change your name as much as you wanted. So if I just fought Goresh, right, I would name myself Gore You Suck, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
GG, and then he sees it at the top, and he knows that I spent the time to do that, and it gets under his skin. Well, that's the objective, at least, right?
Oh,
and
so you change
people
your
were
name
doing
to
it to each other.
help
It was how you could actually send a personal message in the game. Because you would know if someone you just fought was named, Nastarachi, then suddenly you get a GG from, Prof, you bad. I know you renamed yourself to BM me.
Yeah, that's what a lot of Japanese players would actually do that. I think that's.
And you can still do it right now, frankly. I'm
you
not
can't
trying
do it. You have to pick who you want to do it to in a 72-hour period. You have to really hate somebody to do it now.
Like you said that was real popular for the Japanese players to BM each other?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's every player base, isn't it?
Well, also because I don't know if there were any limitations on naming for the Japanese players, because like I know for us there's like a billion like name can't be used or whatever. We get that a lot. But for like Japanese, I don't think they actually limited what you could say. So you could say some pretty bad stuff.
I mean, you can't in English. You can't even use the word knight. Like the Dark Knight or something. It's like I would have to lowercase.
I'm running to a guy every single day on ladder that is FU completely spelled out with a hyphen in the middle of the F. And every single day. And I'm like, how?
Oh, it's like F-UCKU?
Yes! Every day. I'm like, now he's probably sitting in chat going, whoa. But every day I find this guy. I'm like, how is this getting past everybody?
Yeah. I mean, they might catch him eventually, but it's just when people report him enough times for having an inappropriate name, I guess. But in terms of the system, I like having good games, but I don't really care about it. I wish that they would have some more messages, since that's really all it's about, is like BMing people, or occasionally sending someone like the strong arm emote when you had a really good match. But it doesn't really mean much of anything. It's just kind of funny, if anything.
I use it
every time somebody lags and I sit there and I do that animation where I'm dashing forward and then time rewinds and I go back to the back row and then I dash forward again, then time rewinds and I get stuck in that rubber band of me doing that, you're getting the Hercule. It must be a trick. I'll tell you that. Like,
I send the shallot saying I'm sure we'll meet again because I keep seeing the same 5 people every time I queue.
Yeah, for me, it's just a way of saying, hey, you really did a good job. You outplayed me, or you played well. It's also a thing, not just being toxic. It's sometimes even if you lose, you're like, okay, this dude really did a great job at just outplaying me, and he matched whatever I did and had a counter for everything. And it's sometimes you just have that.
That's
too.
because we're logical human beings, but the people we play against on there, they're not.
Yeah, and, like you lose, you send it to Z because you're like, okay, that was actually still an enjoyable match, and then you get like a, and you're like, F you, dude.
I do like that one when they didn't fire back at you, and it's like, bro, I literally just said on my video, props to you, dog. Never mind, F you. Like, take it back. It's like literally, I don't know, man. I haven't looked at it in quite a while. Like, it's funny sometimes, but if that's the thing that gets under your skin, bro, you're not playing enough PvP. I'll tell you what. Like, there's a lot of
the message system doesn't get under my skin. I'm just happy that there's no way that they can take their Goku and like Rising Rush me and then come over and like teabag me afterwards.
Dude, there's times where that one kid will send the perfect one. I'll do like 10 matches. Say I get bodied in like 9 of them or something. It's just a bad day. I match every match, and I get like not bad for an old codger, and I'm like, I'm gonna take a break. There's that one kid every now and again that does get you, and they know they get you because you played like garbage or whatever happened. You made a stupid mistake, and they just body bagged you in like counts, and it's like, all right, you got this one, kid. You can have this one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
for the
don't know.
most part.
It would be a whole nother level if they had like a way for the character to like crouch and they'd come over. I'd be
actually
hit
kinda
by a
better.
cell and I'd be sitting there incapacitated and they'd come up and just teabag a million times in your face and then hit you with a red card.
I never played Halo,
I'm
so I
surprised
guess that never pissed me off.
there's no Hercule message where he's just mooning you.
I still think the most
Or
BS
Kid
thing you can
Goku
do
where he's like
is,
slapping or Gohan where he's like slapping his butt cheek and mooning you.
you can forfeit during your own LF. That's my favorite one to do.
You can?
Yeah, you leave the forfeit screen open after you land the LF, and when Gohan starts walking, I hit forfeit.
But you're winning. Why would you want to forfeit?
Because the opponent
messy
has to be
people.
sitting there just like, why? You send them your number 1 or something.
That's some troll level stuff, but at least they come out with the win, so it's not hurtful on their end.
Something to do at the beginning of the season, I guess.
All right, so
Next question. Do we have any more?
there's probably a couple more questions I go through. Not many though.
Let's do like 1 or 2 more.
Yeah. All right. Let me screen them and see what are the good ones.
How we're all like, it's so dry, and we've been here 4.5 hours.
Oh, damn
It's
it.
because Dokkan was short.
We also were just BSing, and I was playing Among Us for like 40 minutes while I was waiting for y'all between the break. All right. Let's see here. Well, in the meantime, let me read these donations real quick while I'm looking at these Twitter questions.
There's a guy that I fought like every day for like a week straight, and every single day he would give me "Must Be a Trick" good party.
Oh, was his name Mr. CC?
No, I don't think so. I think it was like
free to play all day.
trash or something. I
Oh,
don't remember.
pickle trash. Yeah. And he'll send you GG if you lose.
Salty guy.
None of these are questions either in the donuts. So I'm just going to read them out. Brian Z, the game should have a monthly poll survey about asking us like things like the Zenkai and different little stuff. I mean, I agree. They should have consistent surveys. That's never a bad thing. Someone else, Adit, I can't pronounce that, but he said, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Everyone who's making Legends content, thanks. Oh, thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, without people like you, there is no us. So thanks to the viewers. Thug Life. I think something else they could do for free-to-play players is increase the amount of grindable units like Kakarot Goku and the Blue 21. I agree.
Increase the amount of gift tickets, please, too.
I mean, it would never hurt having more of them. It's just how much dev time they're going to put into it with them not making too much money off of it. It's like the only way they could make money off of like the Legends Road units is if you decide to not play co-op with Kid Goku and just pay the crystals to summon the Zenkai instead.
Okay. I think the way that they did 21 was actually really smart because they made her like the free to play one. They made her specifically work super well with the summonable one.
Yeah.
So what you can do is you can release a free to play version of like what let's say they do, I don't know, like let's just say they do a free to play Ginyu or something, and they release a really powerful Frieza. But the Ginyu is specifically there to like help out the Frieza, and the Frieza gets a lot better from running the free to play Ginyu with him. Then like you're more inclined to summon for the Frieza now that you've farmed the Ginyu because that they worked so well together. So I think that's a way they can sort of
What about Vegeto's?
pseudo monetize that.
Yeah, kind of like Red Vegito and the Purple Vegito too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it for Broly.
Look at that 40%, and you're like, ooh, I would like to run that Super Vegito.
Yeah, that actually brings up an interesting point as to like why no Rising Battles in like over a year now? Like they totally could bring out some more of those. That was
no money.
That was not a bad
Money.
format.
Yeah, it's probably the way they could monetize the units. If
Could have
Turles is
monetized
gonna come out
energy
the way he
tickets
did,
off
then-
people like Goresh and Noir, though. Easy.
I mean,
If they sold energy tickets, I would
bring it back.
If
Jesus Christ.
they sold energy tickets, I would never have to complain about the Zenkai releases ever again. Because
Once a day, you could buy a $7.99 pack. You get like 15, 10 energies. You get like 10.
Yo, screw that. No.
energies.
Just make it unlimited. That's if they want their fucking money, they just make it unlimited.
Yeah,
And I
there
would
you go. Just
buy
pay them a
complete-
monthly thing for like $30. You
No,
can just tap in your tank.
whatever it is, $8 for what 10 energy tickets. I'll buy those if I'm running out.
Oh, you just want to
here's
buy
$80.
them, buy them.
Yeah, like straight up.
Yeah,
I forget the kind of people you guys are. My bad. I was trying to limit it down to once a day.
I mean,
But
if
y'all
it was
buy
once
30
a
times a day.
Well, here's the
They
thing.
just-
If it was once a day, then more people would be tempted. But if they just want to maximize revenue, just make it unlimited. Like the one time, like when 21 came out and I was running short in tickets and energy tickets and skip tickets, you better believe I spent like almost like $200 on that crap just to make sure I got my 21 to 14 stars.
I even caved for Great Saiyaman, and I don't cave often. I even caved for Great Saiyaman when he came out. I was like, if I paid $16 for a free unit, and I was like, damn.
Like all they have to do, literally all they have to do is make it unlimited bot for like a time period, like the 1 week time period that they bring out a new Zenkai. Goresh and I would just buy it up all the time. Like that's all they have to do.
You've been brainstorming this for a while. Like, I can hear it in your voice,
Well,
the passion
why
behind
not
it.
just sell a pack in the store that has the material for the unit at that point?
Yeah,
Well,
I
okay.
think this is one of the side effects of the UST banner model going away because the bags would actually help a lot. Like, think about it. Every single time a UST came out, which was what, every month and a half or something like that, every month and a half. Let's just say every month and a half. You'd be getting all those energy tickets, all those skip tickets. Like that's so many resources that we're no longer getting.
Yo, I mean, remember Legends Premium?
Yeah, that gave a lot too.
Yeah, that did too.
F in the chat for Legends Premium, I guess. It's like I haven't seen that one time as well.
Look, the reason why I'm mentioning all this is because there are so many ways they could, like, if they're hurting for revenue, there's ways for them to monetize it. Look, I'm not saying that everyone's going to do it, but if they're looking to maximize their revenue in certain areas, there's definite avenues they can explore. But the fact that they're not doing it is pretty atrocious. Like what Professor Sensei here is saying, like, well, we might as well sell it. Like, obviously, if you would sell me a $40 pack where I could Zenkai 1 completely with just all the super souls, the regular souls, and the Zenkai souls, pretty sure a lot of people would buy it. You know what I mean? Like, granted, I don't know if that's exactly how a lot of Japanese, the culture they would like to approach, because that's kind of a thing that's more on the Western side of gachas, or like the Korean gachas. They would like, okay, you want to maximize your unit. Here's the damn like materials for you to do it. On the flip side, Dokkan kind of does it on the global thing. But anyways, my main point, what I'm trying to approach is like, if they tried these little things, if they want to maximize their revenue, there are a lot of ways that people would, be tempted to spend the money. So me throwing it out there is not trying to like destroy people, but it's like, look, if they're hurting for cash, that's the one way to do it.
Yeah.
So anyways.
Oh no, we lost Brad.
Yeah, I think it's getting late.
Should we do like one more question and then call it, or?
I'm kind of screening through all of them, and there aren't too many great ones.
Let's do maybe like one more.
Stuff we either already answered or stuff that needs a future reading ability that I don't think any of us possess.
Underestimate us.
I guess like the last question is just like an opinion question that we could do. It would just be the entire existence of the game up to this point. What was each one of y'all's like favorite meta? Like when do you think the game was at its best point where you had the most fun?
Legends
There was-
Limited Frieza.
I remember there was one specific time where there was like 5 teams that were equally as good. They were all the best.
That was pretty much Legends Limited Frieza. That's why I liked it. You had the Saiyan
Yeah.
team, you had the Frieza
Whichever
team.
time was the most equal in terms of balance, that was my favorite time. Because I wouldn't run into the same team every single time. It would be like, okay, which team am I fighting now? And then I have to adjust my fighting style depending on what I was playing against. And you had to have in the back of your mind, okay, this is what this team does. This is what that team does. I have to, adjust to what I want to do here. And that was cool. Like I like that a lot. Because this game doesn't really have that much depth. Just because it's a mobile game, it's very limited in what it can actually
Diversity.
do. Yeah, but that was actually a very fun time to play the game.
Yeah, for
where
me, it
there
was
was actually
Christmas last year when you had like the SSJ Force
GT.
coming out, baby,
Yeah.
and then you had like GT, you had Saiyans, you had Regen, you had Sun Family, you could play the Vegeta and Vegeta Family. Okay, that team wasn't that great back then, and then I think you also still had LOE because there's a bunch of Saiyans running around, so LOE also was having a good time, and Ginyu Force. People underrate Ginyu Force, but now they're kind of dead. They need a Zenkai.
Well, yeah, I when I was actively playing, I think Christmas time was the best one because of the metas. I mean, just the diversity of teams you would run into. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll see GT, I'll see Saiyans, I'll see LOE, I'll see whatever. So that was just fun because there's just a lot of different teams you could run into. And like Goresh said, you had to adjust your play style, you had to be notable of like, okay, this is how they like to play. This is how I'm going to counter. This is how they could potentially counter my counter. So then I should do this to counter their counter to my counter. Stuff like that. That was fun. And Zenkais were like, they were released, but they weren't very prevalent. So it was like a lot more even playing field at the time. Like December is where I want to say was my fun time for Legends.
Same.
Yeah, I think it was that stretch through about right before the second anniversary was like the best, that stretch from like the GT banners through about the second anniversary was probably like the most healthy the game was. So I can agree with that. The second anniversary, that started to really kill things off a little bit.
Yeah, Vegito set the bar too high.
Yeah, because right before he came out, there was, like I said, you could do a ton of different Regen, God Key, like all these different builds that were functional. Even the females were good for a while there, and everything could coexist. But now it's been forced into a very much more linear meta progression at this point in time. I expect it'll recover from that if all these Zenkais they keep releasing are all relatively equally as good and have their specific counters, but don't like counter everything like as well as Vegito Blue did. I would expect it to normalize and become healthy again at some point, but that's again going to require you to make some investments here and there to have your relevant teams assembled. So, but yeah. Other than that, I don't think there's too much else. Brian Z donated one last time saying he wants a training grounds where you can just pick your AI team and fight against them. I think we've all supported that at some point in the past. Where
I think it's like a staple of every fighting game.
Yeah, just having some form of AI mode where you could just sit there and beat up on the enemy and practice combos and stuff. And then you could even maybe go in and set parameters where they'll actually fight back, or you can set them to like only try and vanish and they'll just sit there and sidestep, and you could work on your timing of trying to like catch people in between panic swipes and stuff like that. I think, having a simulated training room with different adjustable parameters would do nothing but good for this game.
Yes, please.
So yeah, anyone else have anything else they would like to add? Or
We love you.
No, I think we stretched 18 Zenkai into quite the podcast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew with Legends it's really easy to go off on tangents, so I knew we could fill, but
With Legends and with us.
right. But I think that's about it. Like, unless anyone else has anything they'd like to add, we can go ahead and wrap up episode 42 here. Of course, that will be out and available on all the podcasting platforms as soon as I lazily decide to edit it together and send it to Nalar, which is usually sometime on Monday or Tuesday. So that'll be up. In the meantime, if you guys are new around here, definitely give a visit to every single one of our channels and Twitters if you are, God willing, would put in that time to do that, because we will all be rotating these next few weeks' episodes, and we'll keep everyone updated on Twitter as to all things Dokkan and Legends. So other than that, I'm going to say goodbye. Everyone else feel free to say bye, and we can wrap her on up.
Thanks for coming, guys. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night and goodbye. Later, everybody.
Running your mouth, you better bust it out.